Nahum. Chapter 1. 1. A revelation about Nineveh. The book of the vision of Nahum the Elkoshite. 2. Jehovah is a jealous God and avenges. Jehovah avenges and is full of wrath. Jehovah takes vengeance on his adversaries, and he maintains wrath against his enemies. 3. Jehovah is slow to anger, and great in power, and will by no means leave the guilty unpunished. Jehovah has his way in the whirlwind and in the storm, and the clouds are the dust of his feet. 4. He rebukes the sea, and makes it dry, and dries up all the rivers. Bashan languishes, and Carmel, and the flower of Lebanon languishes. 5. The mountains quake before him, and the hills melt away. The earth trembles at his presence, yes, the world, and all who dwell in it. 6. Who can stand before his indignation? Who can endure the fierceness of his anger? His wrath is poured out like fire, and the rocks are broken apart by him. 7. Jehovah is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knows those who take refuge in him. 8. But with an overflowing flood, he will make a full end of her place, and will pursue his enemies into darkness. 9. What do you plot against Jehovah? He will make a full end. Affliction won't rise up a second time. 10. For entangled like thorns, and drunken as with their drink, they are consumed utterly like dry stubble. 11. There is one gone out of you, who devises evil against Jehovah, who counsels wickedness. 12. Jehovah says, though they be in full strength, and likewise many, even so they will be cut down, and he shall pass away. Though I have afflicted you, I will afflict you no more. 13. Now I will break his yoke from off you, and will burst your bonds apart. 14. Jehovah has commanded concerning you, no more descendants will bear your name. Out of the house of your gods will I cut off the engraved image and the molten image. I will make your grave, for you are vile. 15. Behold, on the mountains the feet of him who brings good news, who publishes peace. Keep your feasts, Judah. Perform your vows, for the wicked one will no more pass through you. He is utterly cut off. Chapter 2. 1. He who dashes in pieces has come up against you. Keep the fortress. Watch the way. Strengthen your waist. Fortify your power mightily. 2. For Jehovah restores the excellency of Jacob, as the excellency of Israel, for the destroyers have destroyed them, and ruined their vine branches. 3. The shield of his mighty men is made red. The valiant men are in scarlet. The chariots flash with steel in the day of his preparation, and the pine spears are brandished. 4. The chariots rage in the streets. They rush back and forth in the wide ways. Their appearance is like torches. They run like the lightnings. 5. He summons his picked troops. They stumble on their way. They dash to its wall, and the protective shield is put in place. 6. The gates of the rivers are opened, and the palace is dissolved. 7. It is decreed. She is uncovered, she is carried away, and her servants moan as with the voice of doves, beating on their breasts. 8. But Nineveh has been from of old like a pool of water, yet they flee away. Stop! Stop, they cry, but no one looks back. 9. Take the plunder of silver. Take the plunder of gold, for there is no end of the store, the glory of all precious furniture. 10 She is empty, void, and waste. The heart melts, the knees knock together. Their bodies and faces have grown pale. 11 Where is the den of the lions, and the feeding place of the young lions, where the lion and the lioness walked? The lion's cubs, and no one made them afraid? 12 The lion tore in pieces enough for his cubs, and strangled for his lionesses, and filled his caves with the kill, and his dens with prey. 13 Behold, I am against you, says Jehovah of armies, and I will burn her chariots in the smoke, and the sword will devour your young lions, and I will cut off your prey from the earth, and the voice of your messengers will no longer be heard. Chapter 3 1 Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery. The prey doesn't depart. 2 The noise of the whip, the noise of the rattling of wheels, prancing horses, and bounding chariots. 3 The horseman mounting, and the flashing sword, the glittering spear, and a multitude of slain, and a great heap of corpses, and there is no end of the bodies. They stumble on their bodies, for because of the multitude of the prostitution of the alluring prostitute, the mistress of witchcraft, who sells nations through her prostitution, and families through her witchcraft. 5 Behold, I am against you, says Jehovah of armies, and I will lift your skirts over your face. I will show the nations your 577 Nahum nakedness, and the kingdoms your shame. 6 I will throw abominable filth on you, and make you vile, and will set you a spectacle. 7 It will happen that all those who look at you will flee from you, and say, Nineveh is laid waste. Who will mourn for her? Where will I seek comforters for you? 8 Are you better than Noaman, who was situated among the rivers, who had the waters around her, whose rampart was the sea, and her wall was of the sea? 9 Cush and Egypt were her boundless strength. Put and Libya were her helpers. 10 Yet was she carried away. She went into captivity. Her young children also were dashed in pieces at the head of all the streets, and they cast lots for her honorable men, and all her great men were bound in chains. 11 You also will be drunken. You will be hidden. You also will seek a stronghold because of the enemy. 12 All your fortresses will be like fig trees with the first ripe figs, if they are shaken, they fall into the mouth of the eater. 13 Behold, your troops among you are women. The gates of your land are set wide open to your enemies. The fire has devoured your bars. 14 Draw water for the siege. Strengthen your fortresses. Go into the clay, and tread the mortar. Make the brick kiln strong. 15 There the fire will devour you. The sword will cut you off. It will devour you like the grasshopper. Multiply like grasshoppers. Multiply like the locust. 16 You have increased your merchants more than the stars of the skies. The grasshopper strips, and flees away. 17 Your guards are like the locusts, and your officials like the swarms of locusts, which settle on the walls on a cold day, but when the sun appears, they flee away, and their place is not known where they are. 18 Your shepherds slumber, king of Assyria. Your nobles lie down. Your people are scattered on the mountains, and there is no one to gather them. 19 There is no healing your wound, for your injury is fatal. all who hear the report of you clap their hands over you, for who hasn't felt your endless cruelty? Underscore 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 un. Habakkuk. Chapter 1. 1. The revelation which Habakkuk the prophet saw. To Jehovah, how long will I cry, and you will not hear? I cry out to you violence, and will you not save? 3. Why do you show me iniquity, and look at perversity? For destruction and violence are before me. There is strife, and contention rises up. For therefore the law is paralyzed, and justice never prevails, for the wicked surround the righteous, therefore justice comes out perverted. 5. Look among the nations, watch, and wonder marvelously, for I am working a work in your days, which you will not believe though it is told you. 6. For, behold, I raise up the Chaldeans, that bitter and impetuous nation, that march through the width of the earth, to possess dwelling places that are not theirs. 7. They are feared and dreaded. Their judgment and their dignity proceed from themselves. 8. Their horses also are swifter than leopards, and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Their horsemen press proudly on. Yes, their horsemen come from afar. They fly as an eagle that hurries to devour. 9. All of them come for violence. Their hordes face the desert. He gathers prisoners like sand. 10. Yes, he scoffs at kings, and princes are a derision to him. He laughs at every stronghold, for he builds up an earthen ramp, and takes it. 11. Then he sweeps by like the wind, and goes on. He is indeed guilty. Whose strength is his God? 12. Aren't you from everlasting, Jehovah my God, my Holy One? We will not die. Jehovah, you have appointed him for judgment. You, Rock, have established him to punish. 13. You, who have purer eyes than to see evil, and who cannot look on perversity, why do you tolerate those who deal treacherously, and keep silent? When the wicked swallows up the man who is more righteous than he. 14. And make men like the fish of the sea, like the creeping things, that have no ruler over them. 15. He takes up all of them with the hook. He catches them in his net, and gathers them in his dragnet. Therefore he rejoices and is glad. 16. Therefore he sacrifices to his net, and burns incense to his dragnet, because by them his life is luxurious, and his food is good. 17. Will he therefore continually empty his net, and kill the nations without mercy? Chapter 2. 1. I will stand at my watch, and set myself on the ramparts, and will look out to see what he will say to me, and what I will answer concerning my complaint. 2. Jehovah answered me, write the vision, and make it plain on tablets, that he who runs may read it. 3. For the vision is yet for the appointed time, and it hurries toward the end, and won't prove false. Though it takes time, wait for it, because it will surely come. It won't delay. For behold, his soul is puffed up. It is not upright in him, but the righteous will live by his faith. 5. Yes, moreover, wine is treacherous. He is a haughty man who doesn't stay at home, who enlarges his desire as Sheol, and he is like death, and can't be satisfied, but gathers to himself all nations, and heaps to himself all peoples. 6 Won't all these take up a parable against him, and a taunting proverb against him, and say, Woe to him who increases that which is not his, and who enriches himself by extortion. How long? 7 Won't your debtors rise up suddenly, and wake up those who make you tremble, and you will be their victim? 8 Because you have plundered many nations, all the remnant of the peoples will plunder you, because of men's blood, and for the violence done to the land, to the city and to all who dwell in it. 9 Woe to him who gets an evil gain for his house, that he may set his Habakkuk 578 nest on high, that he may be delivered from the hand of evil. 10 You have devised shame to your house, by cutting off many peoples, and have sinned against your soul. 11 For the stone will cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the woodwork will answer it. 12 Woe to him who builds a town with blood, and establishes a city by iniquity. 13 Behold, isn't it of Jehovah of armies that the peoples labor for the fire, and the nations weary themselves for vanity? 14 For the earth will be filled with the knowledge of Jehovah's glory, as the waters cover the sea. 15 Woe to him who gives his neighbor drink, pouring your inflaming wine until they are drunk, so that you may gaze at their naked bodies. 16 You are filled with shame, and not glory. You will also drink, and be exposed. The cup of Jehovah's right hand will come around to you, and disgrace will cover your glory. 17 For the violence done to Lebanon will overwhelm you, and the destruction of the animals, which made them afraid, because of men's blood, and for the violence done to the land, to every city, and to those who dwell in them. 18 What value does the engraved image have? That its maker has engraved it, the molten image. Even the teacher of lies, that he who fashions its form trusts in it, to make mute idols. 19 Woe to him who says to the wood, Awake, or to the mute stone, Arise. Shall this teach? Behold, it is overlaid with gold and silver, and there is no breath at all within it. 20 But Jehovah is in his holy temple. Let all the earth be silent before him. Chapter 3 1 Prayer of Habakkuk, the prophet, set to victorious music. To Jehovah, I have heard of your fame. I stand in awe of your deeds, Jehovah. Renew your work in the middle of the years. In the middle of the years make it known. In wrath, you remember mercy. 3 God came from Teman, the Holy One from Mount Paran. Selah. His glory covered the heavens, and his praise filled the earth. For his splendor is like the sunrise. Rays shine from his hand, where his power is hidden. 5 Plague went before him, and pestilence followed his feet. 6 He stood, and shook the earth. He looked, and made the nations tremble. The ancient mountains were crumbled. The age-old hills collapsed. His ways are eternal. 7 I saw the tents of Cushan in affliction. The dwellings of the land of Midian trembled. 8 Was Jehovah displeased with the rivers? Was your anger against the rivers? Or your wrath against the sea? That you rode on your horses, on your chariots of salvation? 9 You uncovered your bow. You called for your sworn arrows. Selah. You split the earth with rivers. 10 The mountains saw you, and were afraid. The storm of waters passed by. The deep roared and lifted up its hands on high. 11 The sun and moon stood still in the sky. At the light of your arrows as they went. At the shining of your glittering spear. 12 You marched through the land in wrath. You threshed the nations in anger. 13 You went out for the salvation of your people, for the salvation of your anointed. You crushed the head of the land of wickedness. You stripped them head to foot. Selah. 14 You pierced the heads of his warriors with their own spears. They came as a whirlwind to scatter me, gloating as if to devour the wretched in secret. 15 You trampled the sea with your horses, churning mighty waters. 16 I heard, and my body trembled. My lips quivered at the voice. Rottenness enters into my bones, and I tremble in my place, because I must wait quietly for the day of trouble, for the coming up of the people who invade us. 17 For though the fig tree doesn't flourish, nor fruit be in the vines, the labor of the olive fails, the fields yield no food, the flocks are cut off from the fold, and there is no herd in the stalls. 18 Yet I will rejoice in Jehovah. I will be joyful in the God of my salvation. 19 Jehovah, the Lord, is my strength. He makes my feet like deer's feet, and enables me to go in high places. For the music director, on my stringed instruments. Underscore 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 un. Zephaniah. Chapter 1. 1 Jehovah's word which came to Zephaniah, the son of Cushi, the son of Gedaliah, the son of Amariah, the son of Hezekiah, in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah. 2 I will utterly sweep away everything off of the surface of the earth, says Jehovah. 3 I will sweep away man and animal. I will sweep away the birds of the sky, the fish of the sea, and the heaps of rubble. With the wicked I will cut off man from the surface of the earth, says Jehovah. 4 I will stretch out my hand against Judah, and against all the inhabitants of Jerusalem. I will cut off the remnant of Baal from this place, the name of the idolatress. 579 Zephaniah. And pagan priests, 5 Those who worship the army of the sky on the housetops, those who worship and swear by Jehovah and also swear by Malcham. 6 Those who have turned back from following Jehovah, and those who haven't sought Jehovah, nor inquired after him. 7 Be silent at the presence of the Lord Jehovah, for the day of Jehovah is at hand. For Jehovah has prepared a sacrifice. He has consecrated his guests. 8 It will happen in the day of Jehovah's sacrifice, that I will punish the princes, the king's sons, and all those who are clothed with foreign clothing. 9 In that day, I will punish all those who leap over the threshold, who fill their master's house with violence and deceit. 10 In that day, says Jehovah, there will be the noise of a cry from the fish gate, a wailing from the second quarter, and a great crashing from the hills. 11 Wail, you inhabitants of Makdash, for all the people of Canaan are undone. All those who were loaded with silver are cut off. 12 It will happen at that time, that I will search Jerusalem with lamps, and I will punish the men who are settled on their dregs, who say in their heart, Jehovah will not do good, neither will he do evil. 13 Their wealth will become a plunder, and their houses a desolation. Yes, they will build houses, but won't inhabit them. They will plant vineyards, but won't drink their wine. 14 The great day of Jehovah is near. It is near, and hurries greatly, the voice of the day of Jehovah. The mighty man cries there bitterly. 15 That day is a day of wrath, a day of distress and anguish, a day of trouble and ruin, a day of darkness and gloom, a day of clouds and blackness. 16 A day of the trumpet and alarm, against the fortified cities, and against the high battlements. 17 I will bring distress on men, that they will walk like blind men, because they have sinned against Jehovah, and their blood will be poured out like dust, and their flesh like dung. 18 Neither their silver nor their gold will be able to deliver them in the day of Jehovah's wrath, but the whole land will be devoured by the fire of his jealousy, for he will make an end, yes, a terrible end, of all those who dwell in the land. Chapter 2 1 Gather yourselves together, yes, gather together, you nation that has no shame. 2 Before the appointed time, when the day passes as the chaff, before the fierce anger of Jehovah comes on you, before the day of Jehovah's anger comes on you. 3 Seek Jehovah, all you humble of the land, who have kept his ordinances. Seek righteousness. Seek humility. It may be that you will be hidden in the day of Jehovah's anger. 4 For Gaza will be forsaken, and Ashkelon a desolation. They will drive out Ashdod at noonday, and Ekron will be rooted up. 5 Woe to the inhabitants of the sea coast, the nation of the Sherthites. Jehovah's word is against you. Canaan, the land of the Philistines. I will destroy you, that there will be no inhabitant. 6 The sea coast will be pastures, with cottages for shepherds, and folds for flocks. 7 The coast will be for the remnant of the house of Judah. They will find pasture in the houses of Ashkelon. They will lie down in the evening, for Jehovah, their God, will visit them, and restore them. 8 I have heard the reproach of Moab, and the insults of the children of Ammon, with which they have reproached my people, and magnified themselves against their border. 9 Therefore, as I live, says Jehovah of armies, the God of Israel, surely Moab will be as Sodom, and the children of Ammon as Gomorrah, a possession of nettles, and salt pits, and a perpetual desolation. The remnant of my people will plunder them, and the survivors of my nation will inherit them. 10 This they will have for their pride, because they have reproached and magnified themselves against the people of Jehovah of armies. 11 Jehovah will be awesome to them, for he will famish all the gods of the land. Men will worship him, everyone from his place, even all the shores of the nations. 12 You Cushites also, you will be killed by my sword. 13 He will stretch out his hand against the north, destroy Assyria, and will make Nineveh a desolation, as dry as the wilderness. 14 Herds will lie down in the middle of her, all the animals of the nations. Both the pelican and the porcupine will lodge in its capitals. Their calls will echo through the windows. Desolation will be in the thresholds, for he has laid bare the cedar beams. 15 This is the joyous city that lived carelessly, that said in her heart, I am, and there is no one besides me. How she has become a desolation, a place for animals to lie down in. Everyone who passes by her will hiss, and shake their fists. Chapter 3 1 Woe to her who is rebellious and polluted, the oppressing city. 2 She didn't obey the voice. She didn't receive correction. She didn't trust in Jehovah. She didn't draw near to her God. 3 Her princes within her are roaring lions. Her judges are evening wolves. They leave nothing until the next day. 4 Her prophets are arrogant and treacherous people. Her priests have profaned the sanctuary. They have done violence to the law. 5 Jehovah, within her, is righteous. He will do no wrong. Every morning he brings his justice to light. He doesn't fail, but the unjust know no shame. 6 I have cut off nations. Their battlements are desolate. I have made their streets waste, so that no one passes by. Their cities are destroyed, so that there is no man, so that there is no inhabitant. 7 I said, just fear me. Receive correction, so that her dwelling won't be cut off, according to all that I have appointed concerning her. But they rose early and corrupted all their doings. 8 Therefore wait for me, says Jehovah, until the day that I rise up to the prey, for my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour on them my indignation, even all my fierce anger, for all the earth will be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. Zephaniah 580. 9 For then I will purify the lips of the peoples, that they may all call on Jehovah's name, to serve him shoulder to shoulder. 10 From beyond the rivers of Cush, my worshippers, even the daughter of my dispersed people, will bring my offering. 11 In that day you will not be disappointed for all your doings, in which you have transgressed against me, for then I will take away out from among you your proudly exulting ones, and you will no more be haughty in my holy mountain. 12 But I will leave among you an afflicted and poor people, and they will take refuge in Jehovah's name. 13 The remnant of Israel will not do iniquity, nor speak lies, neither will a deceitful tongue be found in their mouth, for they will feed and lie down, and no one will make them afraid. 14 Sing, daughter of Zion. Shout, Israel. Be glad and rejoice with all your heart, daughter of Jerusalem. 15 Jehovah has taken away your judgments. He has thrown out your enemy. The King of Israel, Jehovah, is among you. You will not be afraid of evil anymore. 16 In that day, it will be said to Jerusalem, don't be afraid, Zion. Don't let your hands be weak. 17 Jehovah, your God, is among you, a mighty one who will save. He will rejoice over you with joy. He will calm you in his love. He will rejoice over you with singing. 18 I will remove those who grieve about the appointed feasts from you. They are a burden and a reproach to you. 19 Behold, at that time I will deal with all those who afflict you, and I will save those who are lame, and gather those who were driven away. I will give them praise and honor, whose shame has been in all the earth. 20 At that time will I bring you in, and at that time will I gather you, for I will give you honor and praise among all the peoples of the earth, when I restore your fortunes before your eyes, says Jehovah. Underscore 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 un. Haggai. Chapter 1. 1 In the 2nd year of Darius the king, in the 6th month, on the 1st day of the month, Jehovah's word came by Haggai, the prophet, to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, saying, 2 This is what Jehovah of armies says, these people say, the time hasn't yet come, the time for Jehovah's house to be built. 3 Then Jehovah's word came by Haggai, the prophet, saying, 4. Is it a time for you yourselves to dwell in your paneled houses, while this house lies waste? 5. Now therefore this is what Jehovah of armies says, consider your ways. 6. You have sown much, and bring in little. You eat, but you don't have enough. You drink, but you aren't filled with drink. You clothe yourselves, but no one is warm, and he who earns wages to put them into a bag with holes in it. 7. This is what Jehovah of armies says. Consider your ways. 8. Go up to the mountain. Bring wood, and build the house. I will take pleasure in it, and I will be glorified, says Jehovah. 9. You looked for much, and, behold, it came to little, and when you brought it home, I blew it away. Why, says Jehovah of armies? Because of my house that lies waste, while each of you is busy with his own house. 10. Therefore, for your sake the heavens withhold the dew, and the earth withholds its fruit. 11. I called for a drought on the land, on the mountains, on the grain, on the new wine, on the oil, on that which the ground produces, on men, on livestock, and on all the labor of the hands. 12. Then Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, and Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, with all the remnant of the people, obeyed Jehovah their God's voice, and the words of Haggai, the prophet, as Jehovah their God had sent him, and the people feared Jehovah. 13. Then Haggai, Jehovah's messenger, spoke Jehovah's message to the people, saying, I am with you, says Jehovah. 14. Jehovah stirred up the spirit of Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and the spirit of Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, and the spirit of all the remnant of the people, and they came and worked on the house of Jehovah of armies, their God. 15. On the 24th day of the month, in the 6th month, in the 2nd year of Darius the king. Chapter 2. 1. In the 7th month, on the 21st day of the month, Jehovah's word came by Haggai the prophet, saying, 2. Speak now to Zerubbabel, the son of Shealtiel, governor of Judah, and to Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the high priest, and to the remnant of the people, saying, 3. Who is left among you who saw this house in its former glory? How do you see it now? Isn't it in your eyes as nothing? For yet now be strong, Zerubbabel, says Jehovah. Be strong, Joshua, son of Jehozadak, the high priest. Be strong, all you people of the land, says Jehovah, and work, for I am with you, says Jehovah of armies. 5. This is the word that I covenanted with you when you came out of Egypt, and my spirit lived among you. Don't be afraid. 6. For this is what Jehovah of armies says, yet once, it is a little while, and I will shake the heavens, the earth, the sea, and the dry land. 7. And I will shake all nations. The precious things of all nations will come, and I will fill this house with glory, says Jehovah of armies. 8. The silver is mine, and the gold is mine, says Jehovah of armies. 9. The latter glory of this house will be greater than the former, says Jehovah of armies. And in this place I will give peace, says Jehovah of armies. 10. On the 24th day of the 9th month, 581 Haggai. In the 2nd year of Darius, Jehovah's word came by Haggai the prophet, saying, 11. Jehovah of armies says, ask now the priests concerning the law, saying, 12. If someone carries holy meat in the fold of his garment, and with his fold touches bread, stew, wine, oil, or any food, will it become holy? The priests answered, No. 13 Then Haggai said, If one who is unclean by reason of a dead body touches any of these, will it be unclean? The priests answered, It will be unclean. 14 Then Haggai answered, So is this people, and so is this nation before me, says Jehovah. And so is every work of their hands. That which they offer there is unclean. 15 Now, please consider from this day and backward, before a stone was laid on a stone in Jehovah's temple. 16 Through all that time, when one came to a heap of 20 measures, there were only 10. When one came to the wine vat to draw out 50, there were only 20. 17 I struck you with blight, mildew, and hail in all the work of your hands, yet you didn't turn to me, says Jehovah. 18 Consider, please, from this day and backward, from the 24th day of the 9th month, since the day that the foundation of Jehovah's temple was laid, consider it. 19 Is the seed yet in the barn? Yes, the vine, the fig tree, the pomegranate, and the olive tree haven't produced. From today I will bless you. 20 Jehovah's word came the second time to Haggai on the 24th day of the month, saying, 21 Speak to Zerubbabel, governor of Judah, saying, I will shake the heavens and the earth. 22 I will overthrow the throne of kingdoms. I will destroy the strength of the kingdoms of the nations. I will overthrow the chariots, and those who ride in them. The horses and their riders will come down, everyone by the sword of his brother. 23 In that day, says Jehovah of armies, I will take you, Zerubbabel, my servant, the son of Shealtiel, says Jehovah, and will make you as a signet, for I have chosen you, says Jehovah of armies. Underscore 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 un. Zechariah. Chapter 1. 1 In the 8th month, in the 2nd year of Darius, Jehovah's word came to Zechariah the son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo, the prophet, saying, 2 Jehovah was very displeased with your fathers. 3 Therefore tell them, Jehovah of armies says, Return to me, says Jehovah of armies, and I will return to you, says Jehovah of armies. 4 Don't you be like your fathers, to whom the former prophets proclaimed, saying, Jehovah of armies says, Return now from your evil ways, and from your evil doings, but they did not hear, nor listen to me, says Jehovah. 5 Your fathers, where are they? And the prophets, do they live forever? 6 But my words and my decrees, which I commanded my servants, the prophets, didn't they overtake your fathers? Then they repented and said, Just as Jehovah of armies determined to do to us, according to our ways, and according to our practices, so he has dealt with us. 7 On the 24th day of the 11th month, which is the month Shabbat, in the 2nd year of Darius, Jehovah's word came to Zechariah the son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo, the prophet, saying, 8 I had a vision in the night, and behold, a man riding on a red horse, and he stood among the myrtle trees that were in a ravine, and behind him there were red, brown, and white horses. 9 Then I asked, My Lord, what are these? The angel who talked with me said to me, I will show you what these are. 10 The man who stood among the myrtle trees answered, they are the ones Jehovah has sent to go back and forth through the earth. 11 They reported to Jehovah's angel who stood among the myrtle trees, and said, we have walked back and forth through the earth, and behold, all the earth is at rest and in peace. 12 Then Jehovah's angel replied, O Jehovah of armies, how long will you not have mercy on Jerusalem and on the cities of Judah, against which you have had indignation these 70 years? 13 Jehovah answered the angel who talked with me with kind and comforting words. 14 So the angel who talked with me said to me, proclaim, saying, Jehovah of armies says, I am jealous for Jerusalem and for Zion with a great jealousy. 15 I am very angry with the nations that are at ease, for I was but a little displeased, but they added to the calamity. 16 Therefore Jehovah says, I have returned to Jerusalem with mercy. My house shall be built in it, says Jehovah of armies, and a line shall be stretched out over Jerusalem. 17 Proclaim further, saying, Jehovah of armies says, my cities will again overflow with prosperity, and Jehovah will again comfort Zion, and will again choose Jerusalem. 18 I lifted up my eyes, and saw, and behold, 4 horns. 19 I asked the angel who talked with me, what are these? He answered me, these are the horns which have scattered Judah, Israel, and Jerusalem. 20 Jehovah showed me 4 craftsmen. 21 Then I asked, what are these coming to do? He said, these are the horns which scattered Judah, so that no man lifted up his head, but these have come to terrify them, to cast down the horns of the nations, which lifted up their horn against the land of Judah to scatter it. Chapter 2 1 I lifted up my eyes, and saw, and behold, a man with a measuring line in his hand. 2 Then I asked, where are you going? Zechariah 582. He said to me, to measure Jerusalem, to see what is its width and what is its length. 3 Behold, the angel who talked with me went out, and another angel went out to meet him. 4 And said to him, Run, speak to this young man, saying, Jerusalem will be inhabited as villages without walls, because of the multitude of men and livestock in it. 5 For I, says Jehovah, will be to her a wall of fire around it, and I will be the glory in the middle of her. 6 Come, flee from the land of the north, says Jehovah, for I have spread you abroad as the 4 winds of the sky, says Jehovah. 7 Come, Zion, escape, you who dwell with the daughter of Babylon. 8 For Jehovah of armies says, for honor he has sent me to the nations which plundered you, for he who touches you touches the apple of his eye. 9 For, behold, I will shake my hand over them, and they will be a plunder to those who served them, and you will know that Jehovah of armies has sent me. 10 Sing and rejoice, daughter of Zion, for, behold, I come, and I will dwell within you, says Jehovah. 11 Many nations shall join themselves to Jehovah in that day, and shall be my people, and I will dwell among you, and you shall know that Jehovah of armies has sent me to you. 12 Jehovah will inherit Judah as his portion in the Holy Land, and will again choose Jerusalem. 13 Be silent, all flesh, before Jehovah, for he has roused himself from his holy habitation. Chapter 3 1 He showed me Joshua the high priest standing before Jehovah's angel, and Satan standing at his right hand to be his adversary. 2 Jehovah said to Satan, Jehovah rebuke you, Satan. Yes, Jehovah who has chosen Jerusalem, rebuke you. Isn't this a burning stick plucked out of the fire? 3 Now Joshua was clothed with filthy garments, and was standing before the angel. 4 He answered and spoke to those who stood before him, saying, Take the filthy garments off of him. To him he said, Behold, I have caused your iniquity to pass from you, and I will clothe you with rich clothing. 5 I said, Let them set a clean turban on his head. So they set a clean turban on his head, and clothed him, and Jehovah's angel was standing by. 6 Jehovah's angel protested to Joshua, saying, 7 Jehovah of armies says, If you will walk in my ways, and if you will follow my instructions, then you also shall judge my house, and shall also keep my courts, and I will give you a place of access among these who stand by. 8 Hear now, Joshua the high priest, you and your fellows who sit before you, for they are men who are a sign. For, behold, I will bring out my servant, the branch. 9 For, behold, the stone that I have set before Joshua, on one stone are 7 eyes. Behold, I will engrave its engraving, says Jehovah of armies. And I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. 10 In that day, says Jehovah of armies, you will invite every man his neighbor under the vine and under the fig tree. Chapter 4 1 The angel who talked with me came again, and wakened me, as a man who is wakened out of his sleep. 2 He said to me, What do you see? I said, I have seen, and behold, a lampstand all of gold, with its bowl on the top of it, and its 7 lamps on it. There are 7 pipes to each of the lamps, which are on the top of it, 3 and 2 olive trees by it, one on the right side of the bowl, and the other on the left side of it. 4 I answered and spoke to the angel who talked with me, saying, What are these, my Lord? 5 Then the angel who talked with me answered me, Don't you know what these are? I said, No, my Lord. 6 Then he answered and spoke to me, saying, This is Jehovah's word to Zerubbabel, saying, Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, says Jehovah of armies. 7 Who are you, great mountain? Before Zerubbabel you are a plain, and he will bring out the capstone with shouts of grace, grace, to it. 8 Moreover Jehovah's word came to me, saying, 9 The hands of Zerubbabel have laid the foundation of this house. His hands shall also finish it, and you will know that Jehovah of armies has sent me to you. 10 Indeed, who despises the day of small things? For these 7 shall rejoice, and shall see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel. These are Jehovah's eyes, which run back and forth through the whole earth. 11 Then I asked him, What are these 2 olive trees on the right side of the lampstand and on the left side of it? 12 I asked him the second time, What are these 2 olive branches, which are beside the 2 golden spouts, that pour the golden oil out of themselves? 13 He answered me, Don't you know what these are? I said, No, my Lord. 14 Then he said, These are the 2 anointed ones who stand by the Lord of the whole earth. Chapter 5 1 Then again I lifted up my eyes, and saw, and behold, a flying scroll. 2 He said to me, What do you see? I answered, I see a flying scroll, its length is 20 cubits, and its width 10 cubits. 3 Then he said to me, This is the curse that goes out over the surface of the whole land, for everyone who steals shall be cut off according to it. On the one side, and everyone who swears falsely shall be cut off according to it on the other side. For I will cause it to go out, says Jehovah of armies. And it will enter into the house of the thief, and into the house of him who swears falsely by my name, and it will remain in the middle of his house, and will destroy it with its timber and its stones. 5 Then the angel who talked with me came forward, and said to me, Lift up now your eyes, and see what is this that is appearing. 583 Zechariah 6 I said, What is it? He said, This is an ephah basket that is appearing. He said moreover, This is their appearance in all the land. 7 And behold, a talent of lead was lifted up, and this is a woman sitting in the middle of the ephah basket. 8 He said, This is wickedness, and he threw her down into the middle of the ephah basket, and he threw the weight of lead on its mouth. 9 Then I lifted up my eyes, and saw, and behold, there were 2 women, and the wind was in their wings. Now they had wings like the wings of a stork, and they lifted up the ephah basket between earth and the sky. 10 Then I said to the angel who talked with me, Where are these carrying the ephah basket? 11 He said to me, To build her a house in the land of Shinar. When it is prepared, she will be set there in her own place. Chapter 6 1 Again I lifted up my eyes, and saw, and behold, 4 chariots came out from between 2 mountains, and the mountains were mountains of brass. 2 In the first chariot were red horses, in the second chariot black horses, 3 in the third chariot white horses, and in the fourth chariot dappled horses, all of them powerful. 4 Then I asked the angel who talked with me, What are these, my Lord? 5 The angel answered me, These are the 4 winds of the sky, which go out from standing before the Lord of all the earth. 6 The one with the black horses goes out toward the north country, and the white went out after them, and the dappled went out toward the south country. 7 The strong ones went out, and sought to go that they might walk back and forth through the earth. And he said, Go around and through the earth. So they walked back and forth through the earth. 8 Then he called to me, and spoke to me, saying, Behold, those who go toward the north country have quieted my spirit in the north country. 9 Jehovah's word came to me, saying, 10 Take from them of the captivity, even from Heldah, from Tobijah, and from Jedaiah, and come the same day, and go into the house of Josiah the son of Zephaniah, where they have come from Babylon. 11 Yes, take silver and gold, and make crowns, and set them on the head of Joshua the son of Jehozadak, the high priest. 12 And speak to him, saying, Jehovah of armies says, Behold, the man whose name is the branch, and he shall grow up out of his place, and he shall build Jehovah's temple. 13 Even he shall build Jehovah's temple, and he shall bear the glory, and shall sit and rule on his throne, and he shall be a priest on his throne, and the counsel of peace shall be between them both. 14 The crowns shall be to Helem, and to Tobijah, and to Jedaiah, and to Hen the son of Zephaniah, for a memorial in Jehovah's temple. 15 Those who are far off shall come and build in Jehovah's temple. And you shall know that Jehovah of armies has sent me to you. This will happen, if you will diligently obey Jehovah your God's voice. Chapter 7 1 In the 4th year of King Darius, Jehovah's word came to Zechariah on the 4th day of the 9th month, the month of Kislev. To the people of Bethel sent Sharezer and Regem-Melech, and their men, to entreat Jehovah's favor. 3 And to speak to the priests of the house of Jehovah of armies, and to the prophets, saying, Should I weep in the 5th month, separating myself, as I have done these so many years? For then the word of Jehovah of armies came to me, saying, 5 Speak to all the people of the land, and to the priests, saying, When you fasted, and mourned in the 5th and in the 7th month for these 70 years, did you at all fast to me, really? To me? 6 When you eat, and when you drink, don't you eat for yourselves, and drink for yourselves? 7 Aren't these the words which Jehovah proclaimed by the former prophets, when Jerusalem was inhabited and in prosperity, and its cities around her, and the south and the lowland, were inhabited? 8 Jehovah's word came to Zechariah, saying, 9 Thus has Jehovah of armies spoken, saying, Execute true judgment, and show kindness, and compassion every man to his brother. 10 Don't oppress the widow, nor the fatherless, the foreigner, nor the poor, and let none of you devise evil against his brother in your heart. 11 But they refused to listen, and turned their backs, and stopped their ears, that they might not hear. 12 Yes, they made their hearts as hard as flint, lest they might hear the law, and the words which Jehovah of armies had sent by his Spirit by the former prophets. Therefore great wrath came from Jehovah of armies. 13 It has come to pass that, as he called, and they refused to listen, so they will call, and I will not listen, said Jehovah of armies. 14 But I will scatter them with a whirlwind among all the nations which they have not known. Thus the land was desolate after them, so that no man passed through nor returned, for they made the pleasant land desolate. Chapter 8 1 The word of Jehovah of armies came to me. 2 Jehovah of armies says, I am jealous for Zion with great jealousy, and I am jealous for her with great wrath. 3 Jehovah says, I have returned to Zion, and will dwell in the middle of Jerusalem. Jerusalem shall be called the city of truth, and the mountain of Jehovah of armies, the holy mountain. For Jehovah of armies says, old men and old women will again dwell in the streets of Jerusalem, every man with his cane in his hand due to old age. 5 The streets of the city will be full of boys and girls playing in its streets. 6 Jehovah of armies says, if it is marvelous in the eyes of the remnant of this people in those days, should it also be marvelous in my eyes? Says Jehovah of armies. Zechariah 584. 7 Jehovah of armies says, behold, I will save my people from the east country, and from the west country. 8 And I will bring them, and they will dwell within Jerusalem, and they will be my people, and I will be their God, in truth and in righteousness. 9 Jehovah of armies says, let your hands be strong, you who hear in these days these words from the mouth of the prophets who were in the day that the foundation of the house of Jehovah of armies was laid, even the temple, that it might be built. 10 For before those days there were no wages for man, nor any wages for an animal. Neither was there any peace to him who went out or came in, because of the adversary. For I set all men everyone against his neighbor. 11 But now I will not be to the remnant of this people as in the former days, says Jehovah of armies. 12 For the seed will be prosperous, and the vine will yield its fruit, and the ground will give its increase, and the heavens will give their due, and I will cause the remnant of this people to inherit all these things. 13 It shall come to pass that, as you were a curse among the nations, house of Judah and house of Israel, so will I save you, and you shall be a blessing. Don't be afraid. Let your hands be strong. 14 For Jehovah of armies says, as I thought to do evil to you, when your fathers provoked me to wrath, says Jehovah of armies, and I didn't repent. 15 So again have I thought in these days to do good to Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. Don't be afraid. 16 These are the things that you shall do, speak every man the truth with his neighbor. Execute the judgment of truth and peace in your gates. 17 And let none of you devise evil in your hearts against his neighbor, and love no false oath, for all these are things that I hate, says Jehovah. 18 The word of Jehovah of armies came to me. 19 Jehovah of armies says, the fasts of the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 10th months shall be for the house of Judah joy and gladness, and cheerful feasts. Therefore love truth and peace. 20 Jehovah of armies says, many peoples and the inhabitants of many cities will yet come. 21 And the inhabitants of one shall go to another, saying, let us go speedily to entreat the favor of Jehovah, and to seek Jehovah of armies. I will go also. 22 Yes, many peoples and strong nations will come to seek Jehovah of armies in Jerusalem, and to entreat the favor of Jehovah. 23 Jehovah of armies says, in those days, 10 men will take hold, out of all the languages of the nations, they will take hold of the skirt of him who is a Jew, saying, we will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you. Chapter 9 1 A revelation. Jehovah's word is against the land of Hadrach, and will rest upon Damascus. For the eye of man, and of all the tribes of Israel is toward Jehovah. 2 And Hamath, also, which borders on it. Tyre and Sidon, because they are very wise. 3 Tyre built herself a stronghold, and heaped up silver like the dust, and fine gold like the mire of the streets. For behold, the Lord will dispossess her, and he will strike her power in the sea, and she will be devoured with fire. 5 Ashkelon will see it, and fear. Gaza also, and will writhe in agony. As will Ekron, for her expectation will be disappointed. And the king will perish from Gaza, and Ashkelon will not be inhabited. 6 Foreigners will dwell in Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistines. 7 I will take away his blood out of his mouth, and his abominations from between his teeth. And he also will be a remnant for our God, and he will be as a chieftain in Judah, and Ekron as a Jebusite. 8 I will encamp around my house against the army, that no one pass through or return, and no oppressor will pass through them any more. For now I have seen with my eyes. 9 Rejoice greatly, daughter of Zion. Shout, daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king comes to you. He is righteous, and having salvation, lowly, and riding on a donkey, even on a colt, the foal of a donkey. 10 I will cut off the chariot from Ephraim, and the horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. And he will speak peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, and from the river to the ends of the earth. 11 As for you also, because of the blood of your covenant, I have set free your prisoners from the pit in which is no water. 12 Turn to the stronghold, you prisoners of hope. Even today I declare that I will restore double to you. 13 For indeed I bend Judah as a bow for me. I have filled the bow with Ephraim, and I will stir up your sons, Zion, against your sons, Greece, and will make you like the sword of a mighty man. 14 Jehovah will be seen over them. And his arrow will go flash like lightning. And the Lord Jehovah will blow the trumpet. And will go with whirlwinds of the south. 15 Jehovah of armies will defend them. And they will destroy and overcome with sling. Stones. And they will drink, and roar as through wine. And they will be filled like bowls. Like the corners of the altar. 16 Jehovah their God will save them in that day. As the flock of his people. For they are like the jewels of a crown. 585 Zechariah. Lifted on high over his land. 17 For how great is his goodness. And how great is his beauty. Grain will make the young men flourish. And new wine the virgins. Chapter 10. 1 Ask of Jehovah rain in the springtime. Jehovah who makes storm clouds. And he gives rain showers to everyone for the plants in the field. 2 For the teraphim have spoken vanity. And the diviners have seen a lie. And they have told false dreams. They comfort in vain. Therefore they go their way like sheep. They are oppressed, because there is no shepherd. 3 My anger is kindled against the shepherds. And I will punish the male goats. For Jehovah of armies has visited his flock, the house of Judah. And will make them as his majestic horse in the battle. 4 From him will come the cornerstone. From him the nail. From him the battle bow. From him every ruler together. 5 They shall be as mighty men. Treading down muddy streets in the battle. And they shall fight, because Jehovah is with them. And the riders on horses will be confounded. 6 I will strengthen the house of Judah. And I will save the house of Joseph. And I will bring them back. For I have mercy on them. And they will be as though I had not cast them off. For I am Jehovah their God, and I will hear them. 7 Ephraim will be like a mighty man. And their heart will rejoice as through wine. Yes, their children will see it, and rejoice. Their heart will be glad in Jehovah. 8 I will signal for them, and gather them. For I have redeemed them. And they will increase as they have increased. 9 I will sow them among the peoples. And they will remember me in far countries. And they will live with their children, and will return. 10 I will bring them again also out of the land of Egypt. And gather them out of Assyria. And I will bring them into the land of Gilead. And Lebanon. And there won't be room enough for them. 11 He will pass through the sea of affliction. And will strike the waves in the sea. And all the depths of the Nile will dry up. And the pride of Assyria will be brought down. And the scepter of Egypt will depart. 12 I will strengthen them in Jehovah. And they will walk up and down in his name. Says Jehovah. Chapter 11. 1 Open your doors, Lebanon. That the fire may devour your cedars. 2 Wail, cypress tree, for the cedar has fallen. Because the stately ones are destroyed. Wail, you oaks of Bashan. For the strong forest has come down. 3 A voice of the wailing of the shepherds. For their glory is destroyed, a voice of the roaring of young lions. For the pride of the Jordan is ruined. For Jehovah my God says, feed the flock of slaughter. 5 Their buyers slaughter them, and go unpunished. Those who sell them say, blessed be Jehovah, for I am rich, and their own shepherds. Don't pity them. 6 For I will no more pity the inhabitants of the land, says Jehovah, but behold, I will deliver the men everyone into his neighbor's hand, and into the hand of his king. They will strike the land, and out of their hand I will not deliver them. 7 So I fed the flock of slaughter, especially the oppressed of the flock. I took for myself 2 staffs. The one I called favor, and the other I called union, and I fed the flock. 8 I cut off the 3 shepherds in 1 month, for my soul was weary of them, and their soul also loathed me. 9 Then I said, I will not feed you. That which dies, let it die, and that which is to be cut off, let it be cut off, and let those who are left eat each other's flesh. 10 I took my staff favor, and cut it apart, that I might break my covenant that I had made with all the peoples. 11 It was broken in that day, and thus the poor of the flock that listened to me knew that it was Jehovah's word. 12 I said to them, if you think it best, give me my wages, and if not, keep them. So they weighed for my wages 30 pieces of silver. 13 Jehovah said to me, throw it to the potter, the handsome price that I was valued at by them. I took the 30 pieces of silver, and threw them to the potter, in Jehovah's house. 14 Then I cut apart my other staff, even union, that I might break the brotherhood between Judah and Israel. 15 Jehovah said to me, take for yourself yet again the equipment of a foolish shepherd. 16 For behold, I will raise up a shepherd in the land, who will not visit those who are cut off, neither will seek those who are scattered, nor heal that which is broken, nor feed that which is sound, but he will eat the flesh of the fat sheep, and will tear their hoofs in pieces. 17 Woe to the worthless shepherd who leaves the flock. The sword will be on his arm, and on his right eye. His arm will be completely withered, and his right eye will be totally blinded. Chapter 12 1 A revelation, Jehovah's word concerning Israel. Jehovah, who stretches out the heavens, and lays the foundation of the earth, and forms the spirit of man within him says, 2 Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of reeling to all the surrounding peoples, and it will also be on Judah in the siege against Jerusalem. 3 It will happen in that Zechariah 586 day, that I will make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all the peoples. All who burden themselves with it will be severely wounded, and all the nations of the earth will be gathered together against it. For in that day, says Jehovah, I will strike every horse with terror, and his rider with madness, and I will open my eyes on the house of Judah, and will strike every horse of the peoples with blindness. 5 The chieftains of Judah will say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem are my strength in Jehovah of armies, their God. 6 In that day I will make the chieftains of Judah like a pan of fire among wood, and like a flaming torch among sheaves, and they will devour all the surrounding peoples, on the right hand and on the left, and Jerusalem will yet again be inhabited in her own place, even in Jerusalem. 7 Jehovah also will save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of David's house and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem not be magnified above Judah. 8 In that day Jehovah will defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He who is feeble among them at that day will be like David, and David's house will be like God, like Jehovah's angel before them. 9 It will happen in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. 10 I will pour on David's house, and on the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and of supplication. And they will look to me whom they have pierced. And they shall mourn for him, as one mourns for his only son, and will grieve bitterly for him, as one grieves for his firstborn. 11 In that day there will be a great mourning in Jerusalem, like the mourning of Hadad-rimmon in the valley of Megiddon. 12 The land will mourn, every family apart, the family of David's house apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Nathan apart, and their wives apart. 13 The family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart, the family of the Shimeites apart, and their wives apart. 14 All the families who remain, every family apart, and their wives apart. Chapter 13 1 In that day there will be a spring opened to David's house and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem for sin and for uncleanness. 2 It will come to pass in that day, says Jehovah of armies, that I will cut off the names of the idols out of the land, and they will be remembered no more. I will also cause the prophets and the spirit of impurity to pass out of the land. 3 It will happen that, when anyone still prophesies, then his father and his mother who bore him will tell him, you must die, because you speak lies in Jehovah's name, and his father and his mother who bore him will stab him when he prophesies. For it will happen in that day, that the prophets will each be ashamed of his vision, when he prophesies, neither will they wear a hairy mantle to deceive. 5 But he will say, I am no prophet, I am a tiller of the ground, for I have been made a bondservant from my youth. 6 One will say to him, what are these wounds between your arms? Then he will answer, those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends. 7 Awake, sword, against my shepherd, and against the man who is close to me, says Jehovah of armies. Strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered, and I will turn my hand against the little ones. 8 It shall happen that in all the land, says Jehovah, 2 parts in it will be cut off and die, but the third will be left in it. 9 I will bring the third part into the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will test them like gold is tested. They will call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people. And they will say, Jehovah is my God. Chapter 14 1 Behold, a day of Jehovah comes, when your plunder will be divided within you. 2 For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city will be taken, the houses rifled, and the women ravished. Half of the city will go out into captivity, and the rest of the people will not be cut off from the city. 3 Then Jehovah will go out and fight against those nations, as when he fought in the day of battle. 4 His feet will stand in that day on the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem, on the east, and the Mount of Olives will be split in 2, from east to west, making a very great valley. Half of the mountain will move toward the north, and half of it toward the south. 5 You shall flee by the valley of my mountains, for the valley of the mountains shall reach to Azel, yes, you shall flee. Just like you fled from before the earthquake in the days of Uzziah king of Judah. Jehovah my God will come, and all the holy ones with you. 6 It will happen in that day, that there will not be light, cold, or frost. 7 It will be a unique day which is known to Jehovah, not day, and not night, but it will come to pass, that at evening time there will be light. 8 It will happen in that day, that living waters will go out from Jerusalem, half of them toward the eastern sea, and half of them toward the western sea, in summer and in winter will it be. 9 Jehovah will be king over all the earth. In that day Jehovah will be one, and his name one. 10 All the land will be made like the Arabah, from Geba to Rimmon south of Jerusalem, and she will be lifted up, and will dwell in her place, from Benjamin's gate to the place of the first gate, to the corner gate, and from the tower of Hananel to the king's wine presses. 11 men will dwell therein. And there will be no more curse, but Jerusalem will dwell safely. 12 This will be the plague with which Jehovah will strike all the peoples who have fought against Jerusalem, their flesh will consume away while they stand on their feet, and their eyes will consume away in their sockets, and their tongue will consume away in their mouth. 13 It will happen in that day, that a great panic from Jehovah will be among them, and they will lay hold. 587 Zechariah. Everyone on the hand of his neighbor, and his hand will rise up against the hand of his neighbor. 14 Judah also will fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the surrounding nations will be gathered together, gold and silver and clothing, in great abundance. 15 So will be the plague of the horse, of the mule, of the camel, and of the donkey, and of all the animals that will be in those camps, as that plague. 16 It will happen that everyone who is left of all the nations that came against Jerusalem will go up from year to year to worship the King, Jehovah of armies, and to keep the Feast of Tents. 17 It will be, that whoever of all the families of the earth doesn't go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, Jehovah of armies, on them there will be no rain. 18 If the family of Egypt doesn't go up and doesn't come, neither will it rain on them. This will be the plague with which Jehovah will strike the nations that don't go up to keep the Feast of Tents. 19 This will be the punishment of Egypt, and the punishment of all the nations that don't go up to keep the Feast of Tents. 20 In that day there will be on the bells of the horses, holy to Jehovah, and the pots in Jehovah's house will be like the bowls before the altar. 21 Yes, every pot in Jerusalem and in Judah will be holy to Jehovah of armies, and all those who sacrifice will come and take of them, and cook in them. In that day there will no longer be a Canaanite in the house of Jehovah of armies. Underscore 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 un. Malachi. Chapter 1. 1 A revelation, Jehovah's word to Israel by Malachi. 2 I have loved you, says Jehovah. Yet you say, how have you loved us? Wasn't Esau Jacob's brother, says Jehovah. Yet I loved Jacob. 3 But Esau I hated, and made his mountains a desolation, and gave his heritage to the jackals of the wilderness. 4 Whereas Edom says, we are beaten down, but we will return and build the waste places, Jehovah of armies says, they shall build, but I will throw down, and men will call them the wicked land, even the people against whom Jehovah shows wrath forever. 5 Your eyes will see, and you will say, Jehovah is great even beyond the border of Israel. 6 A son honors his father, and a servant his master. If I am a father, then where is my honor? And if I am a master, where is the respect due me, says Jehovah of armies to you, priests, who despise my name? You say, how have we despised your name? 7 You offer polluted bread on my altar. You say, how have we polluted you? In that you say, Jehovah's table is contemptible. 8 When you offer the blind for sacrifice, isn't that evil? And when you offer the lame and sick, isn't that evil? Present it now to your governor. Will he be pleased with you? Or will he accept your person, says Jehovah of armies. 9. Now, please entreat the favor of God, that he may be gracious to us. With this, will he accept any of you, says Jehovah of armies. 10. Oh, that there were one among you who would shut the doors, that you might not kindle fire on my altar in vain. I have no pleasure in you, says Jehovah of armies, neither will I accept an offering at your hand. 11. For from the rising of the sun even to the going down of the same, my name is great among the nations, and in every place incense will be offered to my name, and a pure offering, for my name is great among the nations, says Jehovah of armies. 12. But you profane it, in that you say, Jehovah's table is polluted, and its fruit, even its food, is contemptible. 13. You say also, behold, what a weariness it is, and you have sniffed at it, says Jehovah of armies, and you have brought that which was taken by violence, the lame, and the sick, thus you bring the offering. Should I accept this at your hand, says Jehovah. 14. But the deceiver is cursed, who has in his flock a male, and vows, and sacrifices to the Lord a defective thing, for I am a great king, says Jehovah of armies, and my name is awesome among the nations. Chapter 2. 1. Now, you priests, this commandment is for you. 2. If you will not listen, and if you will not lay it to heart, to give glory to my name, says Jehovah of armies, then will I send the curse on you, and I will curse your blessings. Indeed, I have cursed them already, because you do not lay it to heart. 3. Behold, I will rebuke your offspring, and will spread dung on your faces, even the dung of your feasts, and you will be taken away with it. For you will know that I have sent this commandment to you, that my covenant may be with Levi, says Jehovah of armies. 5. My covenant was with him of life and peace, and I gave them to him that he might be reverent toward me, and he was reverent toward me, and stood in awe of my name. 6. The law of truth was in his mouth, and unrighteousness was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and uprightness, and turned many away from iniquity. 7. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of Jehovah of armies. 8. But you have turned aside out of the way. You have caused many to stumble in the law. You have corrupted the covenant of Levi, says Jehovah of armies. 9. Therefore I have also made you contemptible and base before all the people, according to the way you have not kept my ways, but have been partial toward persons in the law. 10. Don't we all have one Father? Hasn't one God created us? Why do we deal treacherously every man against his? Malachi 588. Brother, profaning the covenant of our fathers? 11. Judah has dealt treacherously, and an abomination is committed in Israel and in Jerusalem, for Judah has profaned the holiness of Jehovah which he loves, and has married the daughter of a foreign god. 12. Jehovah will cut off, to the man who does this, him who wakes, and him who answers, out of the tents of Jacob, and him who offers an offering to Jehovah of armies. 13. This again you do, you cover the altar of Jehovah with tears, with weeping, and with sighing, because he doesn't regard the offering any more, neither receives it with good will at your hand. 14. Yet you say, why? Because Jehovah has been witness between you and the wife of your youth, against whom you have dealt treacherously, though she is your companion, and the wife of your covenant. 15 Did he not make you one, although he had the residue of the Spirit? Why one? He sought godly offspring. Therefore take heed to your spirit, and let no one deal treacherously against the wife of his youth. 16 For I hate divorce, says Jehovah, the God of Israel, and him who covers his garment with violence, says Jehovah of armies. Therefore take heed to your spirit, that you don't deal treacherously. 17 You have wearied Jehovah with your words. Yet you say, how have we wearied him? In that you say, everyone who does evil is good in Jehovah's sight, and he delights in them, or where is the God of justice? Chapter 3 1 Behold, I send my messenger, and he will prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom you seek, will suddenly come to his temple, and the messenger of the covenant, whom you desire. Behold, he comes, says Jehovah of armies. 2 But who can endure the day of his coming? And who will stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like launderer's soap. 3 And he will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. And he will purify the sons of Levi, and refine them as gold and silver, and they shall offer to Jehovah offerings in righteousness. For then the offering of Judah and Jerusalem will be pleasant to Jehovah, as in the days of old, and as in ancient years. 5 I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against the sorcerers, and against the adulterers, and against the perjurers, and against those who oppress the hireling in his wages, the widow and the fatherless, and who deprive the foreigner of justice, and don't fear me, says Jehovah of armies. 6 For I, Jehovah, don't change, therefore you, sons of Jacob, are not consumed. 7 From the days of your fathers you have turned aside from my ordinances, and have not kept them. Return to me, and I will return to you, says Jehovah of armies. But you say, how shall we return? 8 Will a man rob God? Yet you rob me. But you say, how have we robbed you? In tithes and offerings. 9 You are cursed with the curse, for you rob me, even this whole nation. 10 Bring the whole tithe into the storehouse, that there may be food in my house, and test me now in this, says Jehovah of armies, if I will not open for you the windows of heaven, and pour you out a blessing, that there will not be room enough for. 11 I will rebuke the devourer for your sakes, and he shall not destroy the fruits of your ground, neither shall your vine drop its fruit before its time in the field, says Jehovah of armies. 12 All nations shall call you blessed, for you will be a delightful land, says Jehovah of armies. 13 Your words have been hard against me, says Jehovah. Yet you say, what have we spoken against you? 14 You have said, it is vain to serve God, and what profit is it that we have followed his instructions, and that we have walked mournfully before Jehovah of armies? 15 Now we call the proud happy, yes, those who work wickedness are built up, yes, they tempt God, and escape. 16 Then those who feared Jehovah spoke one with another, and Jehovah listened, and heard. And a book of memory was written before him, for those who feared Jehovah, and who honored his name. 17 They shall be mine, says Jehovah of armies, my own possession in the day that I make, and I will spare them, as a man spares his own son who serves him. 18 Then you shall return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him who serves God and him who doesn't serve him. Chapter 4. 1:4 Behold, the day comes, it burns as a furnace, and all the proud, and all who work wickedness, will be stubble, and the day that comes will burn them up, says Jehovah of armies, that it shall leave them neither root nor branch. 2 But to you who fear my name, the Son of Righteousness shall arise with healing in its wings. You will go out, and leap like calves of the stall. 3 You shall tread down the wicked, for they will be ashes under the soles of your feet in the day that I make, says Jehovah of armies. 4 Remember the law of Moses my servant, which I commanded to him in Horeb for all Israel, even statutes and ordinances. 5 Behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the great and terrible day of Jehovah comes. 6 He will turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with a curse. 589 Matthew. New Testament. Matthew. Chapter 1. 1 The book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. 2 Abraham became the father of Isaac. Isaac became the father of Jacob. Jacob became the father of Judah and his brothers. 3 Judah became the father of Perez and Zerah by Tamar. Perez became the father of Hezron. Hezron became the father of Ram. 4 Ram became the father of Amminadab. Amminadab became the father of Nahshon. Nahshon became the father of Salmon. 5 Salmon became the father of Boaz by Rahab. Boaz became the father of Obed by Ruth. Obed became the father of Jesse. 6 Jesse became the father of King David. David became the father of Solomon by her, who had been Uriah's wife. 7 Solomon became the father of Rehoboam. Rehoboam became the father of Abijah. Abijah became the father of Asa. 8 Asa became the father of Jehoshaphat. Jehoshaphat became the father of Joram. Joram became the father of Uzziah. 9 Uzziah became the father of Jotham. Jotham became the father of Ahaz. Ahaz became the father of Hezekiah. 10 Hezekiah became the father of Manasseh. Manasseh became the father of Amon. Amon became the father of Josiah. 11 Josiah became the father of Jeconiah and his brothers, at the time of the exile to Babylon. 12 After the exile to Babylon, Jeconiah became the father of Shealtiel. Shealtiel became the father of Zerubbabel. 13 Zerubbabel became the father of Abiad. Abiad became the father of Eliakim. Eliakim became the father of Azor. 14 Azor became the father of Zadok. Zadok became the father of Achim. Achim became the father of Eliad. 15 Eliad became the father of Eleazar. Eleazar became the father of Mathan. Mathan became the father of Jacob. 16 Jacob became the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, from whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ. 17 So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, from David to the exile to Babylon 14 generations, and from the carrying away to Babylon to the Christ 14 generations. 18 Now the birth of Jesus Christ was like this. For after his mother, Mary, was engaged to Joseph, before they came together, she was found pregnant by the Holy Spirit. 19 Joseph, her husband, being a righteous man, and not willing to make her a public example, intended to put her away secretly. 20 But when he thought about these things, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, son of David, don't be afraid to take to yourself Mary, your wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Spirit. 21 She shall give birth to a son. You shall call his name Jesus, for it is he who shall save his people from their sins. 22 Now all this has happened, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, 23 Behold, the virgin shall be with child, and shall give birth to a son. They shall call his name Emmanuel, which is, being interpreted, God with us. Isaiah 7:14. 24 Joseph arose from his sleep, and did as the angel of the Lord commanded him, and took his wife to himself. 25 And didn't know her sexually until she had given birth to her firstborn son. He named him Jesus. Chapter 2. 1 Now when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of King Herod, behold, wise men from the east came to Jerusalem, saying, 2 Where is he who is born King of the Jews? For we saw his star in the east, and have come to worship him. 3 When King Herod heard it, he was troubled, and all Jerusalem with him. 4 Gathering together all the chief priests and scribes of the people, he asked them where the Christ would be born. 5 They said to him, in Bethlehem of Judea, for this is written through the prophet. 6 You Bethlehem, land of Judah, are in no way least among the princes of Judah. For out of you shall come a governor, who shall shepherd my people, Israel. Micah 5:2. 7 Then Herod secretly called the wise men, and learned from them exactly what time the star appeared. 8 He sent them to Bethlehem, and said, Go and search diligently for the young child. When you have found him, bring me word, so that I also may come and worship him. 9 They, having heard the king, went their way. And behold, the star, which they saw in the east, went before them, until it came and stood over where the young child was. 10 When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceedingly great joy. 11 They came into the house and saw the young child with Mary, his mother, and they fell down and worshipped him. Opening their treasures, they offered to him gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh. 12 Being warned in a dream that they shouldn't return to Herod, they went back to their own country another way. 13 Now when they had departed, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother, and flee into Egypt, and stay there until I tell you, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. 14 He arose and took the young child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt. 15 And was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the Lord through the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt I called my son. Hosea 11:1. Matthew 590. 16 Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked by the wise men, was exceedingly angry, and sent out, and killed all the male children who were in Bethlehem and in all the surrounding countryside, from 2 years old and under, according to the exact time which he had learned from the wise men. 17 Then that which was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled, saying, 18 A voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, weeping and great mourning. Rachel weeping for her children. She wouldn't be comforted, because they are no more. Jeremiah 31:15. 19. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, 20. Arise and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for those who sought the young child's life are dead. 21. He arose and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. 22. But when he heard that Archelaus was reigning over Judea in the place of his father, Herod, he was afraid to go there. Being warned in a dream, he withdrew into the region of Galilee. 23. And came and lived in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken through the prophets, he will be called a Nazarene. Chapter 3. 1. In those days, John the Baptizer came, preaching in the wilderness of Judea, saying, 2. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. 3. For this is he who was spoken of by Isaiah the prophet, saying, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, make ready the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. Isaiah 40:3. 4. Now John himself wore clothing made of camel's hair, with a leather belt around his waist. His food was locusts and wild honey. 5. Then people from Jerusalem, all of Judea, and all the region around the Jordan went out to him. 6. They were baptized by him in the Jordan, confessing their sins. 7. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming for his baptism, he said to them, you offspring of vipers, who warned you to flee from the wrath to come? 8. Therefore produce fruit worthy of repentance. 9. Don't think to yourselves, we have Abraham for our father, for I tell you that God is able to raise up children to Abraham from these stones. 10. Even now the axe lies at the root of the trees. Therefore every tree that doesn't produce good fruit is cut down, and cast into the fire. 11. I indeed baptize you in water for repentance, but he who comes after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to carry. He will baptize you in the Holy Spirit. 12. His winnowing fork is in his hand, and he will thoroughly cleanse his threshing floor. He will gather his wheat into the barn, but the chaff he will burn up with unquenchable fire. 13. Then Jesus came from Galilee to the Jordan, to John, to be baptized by him. 14. But John would have hindered him, saying, I need to be baptized by you, and you come to me. 15. But Jesus, answering, said to him, allow it now, for this is the fitting way for us to fulfill all righteousness. Then he allowed him. 16. Jesus, when he was baptized, went up directly from the water, and behold, the heavens were opened to him. He saw the Spirit of God descending as a dove, and coming on him. 17. Behold, a voice out of the heavens said, this is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased. Chapter 4. 1. Then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. 2. When he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was hungry afterward. 3. The tempter came and said to him, if you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread. 4. But he answered, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. Deuteronomy 8:3. 5. Then the devil took him into the holy city. He set him on the pinnacle of the temple. 6. And said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, For it is written, He will put His angels in charge of you, and on their hands they will bear you up, so that you don't dash your foot against a stone. Psalm 91, 11, 12. 7. Jesus said to him, again, it is written, You shall not test the Lord, your God. Deuteronomy 6:16. 8. Again, the devil took him to an exceedingly high mountain, and showed him all the kingdoms of the world, and their glory. 9. He said to him, I will give you all of these things, if you will fall down and worship me. 10. Then Jesus said to him, Go away, Satan. For it is written, You shall worship the Lord your God, and you shall serve Him only. Deuteronomy 6:13. 11. Then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and served him. 12. Now when Jesus heard that John was delivered up, he withdrew into Galilee. 13. Leaving Nazareth, he came and lived in Capernaum, which is by the sea, in the region of Zebulun and Naphtali. 14. That it might be fulfilled, which was spoken through Isaiah the prophet, saying, 15. The land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, toward the sea, beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. 16. The people who sat in darkness saw a great light. To those who sat in the region and shadow of death, to them light has dawned. Isaiah 9, 1, 2. 17. From that time, Jesus began to preach, and to say, Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. 18. Walking by the Sea of Galilee, he saw two brothers, Simon, who is called Peter, and Andrew. 591. Matthew, his brother, casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. 19. He said to them, Come after me, and I will make you fishers for men. 20. They immediately left their nets and followed him. 21. Going on from there, he saw two other brothers, James the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, in the boat with Zebedee their father, mending their nets. He called them. 22. They immediately left the boat and their father, and followed him. 23. Jesus went about in all Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, preaching the good news of the kingdom, and healing every disease and every sickness among the people. 24. The report about him went out into all Syria. They brought to him all who were sick, afflicted with various diseases and torments, possessed with demons, epileptics and paralytics, and he healed them. 25. Great multitudes from Galilee, Decapolis, Jerusalem, Judea, and from beyond the Jordan followed him. Chapter 5. 1. Seeing the multitudes, he went up onto the mountain. When he had sat down, his disciples came to him. 2. He opened his mouth and taught them, saying, 3. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Isaiah 57, 15, 66, 2. 4. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Isaiah 61, 2, 66, 10, 13. 5. Blessed are the gentle, for they shall inherit the earth. Psalm 37, 11. 6. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. 8. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. 9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God. 10. Blessed are those who have been persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. 11. Blessed are you when people reproach you, persecute you, and say all kinds of evil against you falsely, for my sake. 12 Rejoice, and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For that is how they persecuted the prophets who were before you. 13 You are the salt of the earth, but if the salt has lost its flavor, with what will it be salted? It is then good for nothing, but to be cast out and trodden under the feet of men. 14 You are the light of the world. A city located on a hill can't be hidden. 15 Neither do you light a lamp, and put it under a measuring basket, but on a stand, and it shines to all who are in the house. 16 Even so, let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father who is in heaven. 17 Don't think that I came to destroy the law or the prophets. I didn't come to destroy, but to fulfill. 18 For most certainly, I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not even one smallest letter or one tiny pen stroke shall in any way pass away from the law, until all things are accomplished. 19 Whoever, therefore, shall break one of these least commandments, and teach others to do so, shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever shall do and teach them shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. 24 I tell you that unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, there is no way you will enter into the kingdom of heaven. 21 You have heard that it was said to the ancient ones, you shall not murder, Exodus 20:13. And whoever murders will be in danger of the judgment. 22 But I tell you, that everyone who is angry with his brother without a cause will be in danger of the judgment, and whoever says to his brother, Raka, will be in danger of the council. And whoever says, you fool, will be in danger of the fire of Gehenna. 23 If therefore you are offering your gift at the altar, and there remember that your brother has anything against you, 24 Leave your gift there before the altar, and go your way. First be reconciled to your brother, and then come and offer your gift. 25 Agree with your adversary quickly, while you are with him on the way, lest perhaps the adversary deliver you to the judge, and the judge deliver you to the officer, and you be cast into prison. 26 Most certainly I tell you, you shall by no means get out of there, until you have paid the last penny. 27 You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery, Exodus 20:14, Deuteronomy 5:18-28 But I tell you that everyone who gazes at a woman to lust after her has committed adultery with her already in his heart. 29 If your right eye causes you to stumble, pluck it out and throw it away from you. For it is more profitable for you that one of your members should perish, than for your whole body to be cast into Gehenna. 30 If your right hand causes you to stumble, cut it off and throw it away from you. For it is more profitable for you that one of your members should perish, than for your whole body to be cast into Gehenna. 31 It was also said, whoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorce. Deuteronomy 24:132 But I tell you that whoever puts away his wife, except for the cause of sexual immorality, makes her an adulteress, and whoever marries her when she is put away commits adultery. 33 Again you have heard that it was said to them of old time, you shall not make false vows, but shall perform to the Lord your vows. 34 But I tell you, don't swear at all, neither by heaven, for it is the throne of God, 35 Nor by the earth, for it is the footstool of his feet, nor by Jerusalem, for it is the city of the great king. 36 Neither shall you swear by your head, for you can't make one hair white or black. 37 But let your yes be yes and your no be no. Whatever is more than these is. Matthew 592. Of the evil one. 38 You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. Exodus 21:24. Leviticus 24:20, Deuteronomy 19:21-39 But I tell you, don't resist him who is evil, but whoever strikes you on your right cheek, turn to him the other also. 40 If anyone sues you to take away your coat, let him have your cloak also. 41 Whoever compels you to go 1 mile, go with him 2. 42 Give to him who asks you, and don't turn away him who desires to borrow from you. 43 You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. Leviticus 19:18-44 But I tell you, love your enemies, bless those who curse you, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who mistreat you and persecute you. 45 That you may be children of your Father who is in heaven. For he makes his sun to rise on the evil and the good, and sends rain on the just and the unjust. 46 For if you love those who love you, what reward do you have? Don't even the tax collectors do the same? 47 If you only greet your friends, what more do you do than others? Don't even the tax collectors do the same? 48 Therefore you shall be perfect, just as your Father in heaven is perfect. Chapter 6. 1. Be careful that you don't do your charitable giving before men, to be seen by them, or else you have no reward from your Father who is in heaven. 2. Therefore when you do merciful deeds, don't sound a trumpet before yourself, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may get glory from men. Most certainly, I tell you, they have received their reward. 3. But when you do merciful deeds, don't let your left hand know what your right hand does, for so that your merciful deeds may be in secret, then your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. 5. When you pray, you shall not be as the hypocrites, for they love to stand and pray in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen by men. Most certainly, I tell you, they have received their reward. 6. But you, when you pray, enter into your inner room, and having shut your door, pray to your Father who is in secret, and your Father who sees in secret will reward you openly. 7. In praying, don't use vain repetitions, as the Gentiles do, for they think that they will be heard for their much speaking. 8. Therefore don't be like them, for your Father knows what things you need, before you ask him. 9. Pray like this, Our Father in heaven, may your name be kept holy. 10. Let your kingdom come. Let your will be done, as in heaven, so on earth. 11. Give us today our daily bread. 12. Forgive us our debts, as we also forgive our debtors. 13. Bring us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen. 14. For if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. 15. But if you don't forgive men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses. 16. Moreover when you fast, don't be like the hypocrites, with sad faces. For they disfigure their faces, that they may be seen by men to be fasting. Most certainly I tell you, they have received their Reward. 17 But you, when you fast, anoint your head, and wash your face. 18 So that you are not seen by men to be fasting, but by your Father who is in secret, and your Father, who sees in secret, will reward you. 19 Don't lay up treasures for yourselves on the earth, where moth and rust consume, and where thieves break through and steal. 20 But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where neither moth nor rust consume, and where thieves don't break through and steal. 21 For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. 22 The lamp of the body is the eye. If therefore your eye is sound, your whole body will be full of light. 23 But if your eye is evil, your whole body will be full of darkness. If therefore the light that is in you is darkness, how great is the darkness? 24 No one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will be devoted to one and despise the other. You can't serve both God and mammon. 25 Therefore I tell you, don't be anxious for your life, what you will eat, or what you will drink, nor yet for your body, what you will wear. Isn't life more than food, and the body more than clothing? 26 See the birds of the sky, that they don't sow, neither do they reap, nor gather into barns. Your heavenly Father feeds them. Aren't you of much more value than they? 27 Which of you, by being anxious, can add 1 moment to his lifespan? 28 Why are you anxious about clothing? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They don't toil, neither do they spin. 29 Yet I tell you that even Solomon in all his glory was not dressed like one of these. 30 But if God so clothes the grass of the field, which today exists, and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, won't he much more clothe you, you of little faith? 31 Therefore don't be anxious, saying, What will we eat, what will we drink, or, with what will we be clothed? 32 For the Gentiles seek after all these things, for your heavenly Father knows that you need all these things. 33 But seek first God's kingdom, and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. 34 Therefore don't be anxious for tomorrow, for tomorrow will be anxious for itself. Each day's own evil is sufficient. Chapter 7 1 Don't judge, so that you won't be judged. 2 For with whatever judgment you judge, you will be judged, and with whatever measure you measure, it will be measured to you. 3 Why do you see the speck that is in your brother's eye, but don't consider the beam that is in your own eye? 4 Or how will you tell your brother, Let me remove the speck from your eye, and behold, the beam is in your own eye? 5 You hypocrite! First, remove the beam out of your own eye, and then you can see clearly to remove the speck out of your brother's eye. 593 Matthew 6 Don't give that which is holy to the dogs, neither throw your pearls before the pigs, lest perhaps they trample them under their feet, and turn and tear you to pieces. 7 Ask, and it will be given you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be opened for you. 8 For everyone who asks receives. He who seeks finds. To him who knocks it will be opened. 9 Or who is there among you, who, if his son asks him for bread, will give him a stone? 10 Or if he asks for a fish, who will give him a serpent? 11 If you, then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father who is in heaven give good things to those who ask him. 12 Therefore whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them, for this is the law and the prophets. 13 Enter in by the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many are those who enter in by it. 14 How narrow is the gate, and restricted is the way that leads to life. Few are those who find it. 15 Beware of false prophets, who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves. 16 By their fruits you will know them. Do you gather grapes from thorns, or figs from thistles? 17 Even so, every good tree produces good fruit, but the corrupt tree produces evil fruit. 18 A good tree can't produce evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree produce good fruit. 19 Every tree that doesn't grow good fruit is cut down, and thrown into the fire. 20 Therefore by their fruits you will know them. 21 Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. 22 Many will tell me in that day, Lord, Lord, didn't we prophesy in your name cast out demons, and in your name do many mighty works? 23 Then I will tell them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you who work iniquity. 24 Everyone therefore who hears these words of mine, and does them, I will liken him to a wise man, who built his house on a rock. 25 The rain came down, the floods came, and the winds blew and beat on that house, and it didn't fall, for it was founded on the rock. 26 Everyone who hears these words of mine, and doesn't do them will be like a foolish man, who built his house on the sand. 27 The rain came down, the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat on that house, and it fell, and great was its fall. 28 When Jesus had finished saying these things, the multitudes were astonished at his teaching. 29 For he taught them with authority, and not like the scribes. Chapter 8 1 When he came down from the mountain, great multitudes followed him. 2 Behold, a leper came to him and worshipped him, saying, Lord, if you want to, you can make me clean. 3 Jesus stretched out his hand, and touched him, saying, I want to be made clean. Immediately his leprosy was cleansed. 4 Jesus said to him, See that you tell nobody, but go, show yourself to the priest, and offer the gift that Moses commanded, as a testimony to them. 5 When he came into Capernaum, a centurion came to him, asking him, 6 And saying, Lord, my servant lies in the house paralyzed, grievously tormented. 7 Jesus said to him, I will come and heal him. 8 The centurion answered, Lord, I'm not worthy for you to come under my roof. Just say the word, and my servant will be healed. 9 For I am also a man under authority, having under myself soldiers. I tell this one, Go, and he goes, and tell another, Come, and he comes, and tell my servant, Do this, and he does it. 10 When Jesus heard it, he marveled, and said to those who followed, Most certainly I tell you, I haven't found so great a faith, not even in Israel. 11 I tell you that many will come from the east and the west, and will sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. 12 But the children of the kingdom will be thrown out into the outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. 13 Jesus said to the centurion, "Go your way. Let it be done for you as you have believed." His servant was healed in that hour. 14 When Jesus came into Peter's house, he saw his wife's mother lying sick with a fever. 15 He touched her hand, and the fever left her. She got up and served him. 16 When evening came, they brought to him many possessed with demons. He cast out the spirits with a word, and healed all who were sick. 17 That it might be fulfilled which was spoken through Isaiah the prophet, saying, He took our infirmities, and bore our diseases. Isaiah 53, 4:18 Now when Jesus saw great multitudes around him, he gave the order to depart to the other side. 19 A scribe came, and said to him, Teacher, I will follow you wherever you go. 20 Jesus said to him, The foxes have holes, and the birds of the sky have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. 21 Another of his disciples said to him, Lord, allow me first to go and bury my father. 22 But Jesus said to him, Follow me, and leave the dead to bury their own dead. 23 When he got into a boat, his disciples followed him. 24 Behold, a violent storm came up on the sea, so much that the boat was covered with the waves, but he was asleep. 25 They came to him, and woke him up, saying, Save us, Lord. We are dying. 26 He said to them, Why are you fearful, O you of little faith? Then he got up, rebuked the wind and the sea, and there was a great calm. 27 The men marveled, saying, What kind of man is this, that even the wind and the sea obey him? 28 When he came to the other side, into the country of the Gergesenes, 2 people possessed by demons met him there, coming out of the tombs, exceedingly fierce, so that nobody could pass that way. 29 Behold, they cried out, saying, Matthew 594, What do we have to do with you, Jesus, Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time? 30 Now there was a herd of many pigs feeding far away from them. 31 The demons begged him, saying, If you cast us out, permit us to go away into the herd of pigs. 32 He said to them, Go. They came out, and went into the herd of pigs. And behold, the whole herd of pigs rushed down the cliff into the sea, and died in the water. 33 Those who fed them fled, and went away into the city, and told everything, including what happened to those who were possessed with demons. 34 Behold, all the city came out to meet Jesus. When they saw him, they begged that he would depart from their borders. Chapter 9 1 He entered into a boat, and crossed over, and came into his own city. 2 Behold, they brought to him a man who was paralyzed, lying on a bed. Jesus, seeing their faith, said to the paralytic, Son, cheer up. Your sins are forgiven you. 3 Behold, some of the scribes said to themselves, This man blasphemes. 4 Jesus, knowing their thoughts, said, Why do you think evil in your hearts? 5 For which is easier, to say, Your sins are forgiven, or to say, Get up, and walk? 6 But that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins, then he said to the paralytic, Get up, and take up your mat, and go up to your house. 7 He arose and departed to his house. 8 But when the multitudes saw it, they marveled and glorified God, who had given such authority to men. 9 As Jesus passed by from there, he saw a man called Matthew sitting at the tax collection office. He said to him, "Follow me." He got up and followed him. 10 As he sat in the house, behold, many tax collectors and sinners came and sat down with Jesus and his disciples. 11 When the Pharisees saw it, they said to his disciples, "Why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners?" 12 When Jesus heard it, he said to them, "Those who are healthy have no need for a physician, but those who are sick do." 13 But you go and learn what this means, "I desire mercy and not sacrifice." Hosea 6:6 For I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. 14 Then John's disciples came to him, saying, "Why do we and the Pharisees fast often, but your disciples don't fast?" 15 Jesus said to them, "Can the friends of the bridegroom mourn, as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come when the bridegroom will be taken away from them, and then they will fast." 16 No one puts a piece of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, for the patch would tear away from the garment, and a worse hole is made. 17 Neither do people put new wine into old wineskins, or else the skins would burst, and the wine be spilled, and the skins ruined. No, they put new wine into fresh wineskins, and both are preserved. 18 While he told these things to them, behold, a ruler came and worshipped him, saying, "My daughter has just died, but come and lay your hand on her, and she will live." 19 Jesus got up and followed him, as did his disciples. 20 Behold, a woman who had an issue of blood for 12 years came behind him, and touched the fringe of his garment. 21 For she said within herself, "If I just touch his garment, I will be made well." 22 But Jesus, turning around and seeing her, said, "Daughter, cheer up. Your faith has made you well." And the woman was made well from that hour. 23 When Jesus came into the ruler's house, and saw the flute players, and the crowd in noisy disorder, 24 He said to them, "Make room, because the girl isn't dead, but sleeping." They were ridiculing him. 25 But when the crowd was put out, he entered in, took her by the hand, and the girl arose. 26 The report of this went out into all that land. 27 As Jesus passed by from there, 2 blind men followed him, calling out and saying, "Have mercy on us, Son of David." 28 When he had come into the house, the blind men came to him. Jesus said to them, "Do you believe that I am able to do this?" They told him, "Yes, Lord." 29 Then he touched their eyes, saying, "According to your faith be it done to you." 30 Their eyes were opened. Jesus strictly commanded them, saying, "See that no one knows about this." 31 But they went out and spread abroad his fame in all that land. 32 As they went out, behold, a mute man who was demon-possessed was brought to him. 33 When the demon was cast out, the mute man spoke. The multitudes marveled, saying, "Nothing like this has ever been seen in Israel." 34 But the Pharisees said, "By the prince of the demons, he casts out demons." 35 Jesus went about all the cities and the villages, teaching in their synagogues, and preaching the good news of the kingdom, and healing every disease and every sickness among the people. 36 But when he saw the multitudes, he was moved with compassion for them, because They were harassed and scattered, like sheep, without a shepherd. 37 Then he said to his disciples, The harvest indeed is plentiful, but the laborers are few. 38 Pray therefore that the Lord of the harvest will send out laborers into his harvest. Chapter 10 1 He called to himself his 12 disciples, and gave them authority over unclean spirits, to cast them out, and to heal every disease and every sickness. 2 Now the names of the 12 apostles are these. The first, Simon, who is called Peter. Andrew, his brother, James the son of Zebedee. John, his brother, 3 Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas. Matthew the tax collector, James the son of Alphaeus, Lebbaeus, who was also called Thaddeus, 4 Simon the Canaanite, and Judas. 595 Matthew Iscariot, who also betrayed him. 5 Jesus sent these 12 out, and commanded them, saying, Don't go among the Gentiles, and don't enter into any city of the Samaritans. 6 Rather, go to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. 7 As you go, preach, saying, The kingdom of heaven is at hand. 8 Heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, and cast out demons. Freely you received, so freely give. 9 Don't take any gold, silver, or brass in your money belts. 10 Take no bag for your journey, neither two coats, nor shoes, nor staff, for the laborer is worthy of his food. 11 Into whatever city or village you enter, find out who in it is worthy, and stay there until you go on. 12 As you enter into the household, greet it. 13 If the household is worthy, let your peace come on it, but if it isn't worthy, let your peace return to you. 14 Whoever doesn't receive you, nor hear your words, as you go out of that house or that city, shake off the dust from your feet. 15 Most certainly I tell you, it will be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. 16 Behold, I send you out as sheep among wolves. Therefore be wise as serpents, and harmless as doves. 17 But beware of men, for they will deliver you up to councils, and in their synagogues they will scourge you. 18 Yes, and you will be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony to them and to the nations. 19 But when they deliver you up, don't be anxious how or what you will say, for it will be given you in that hour what you will say. 20 For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father who speaks in you. 21 Brother will deliver up brother to death, and the father his child. Children will rise up against parents, and cause them to be put to death. 22 You will be hated by all men for my name's sake, but he who endures to the end will be saved. 23 But when they persecute you in this city, flee into the next, for most certainly I tell you, you will not have gone through the cities of Israel until the Son of Man has come. 24 A disciple is not above his teacher, nor a servant above his Lord. 25 It is enough for the disciple that he be like his teacher, and the servant like his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebul, how much more those of his household. 26 Therefore don't be afraid of them, for there is nothing covered that will not be revealed, and hidden that will not be known. 27 What I tell you in the darkness, speak in the light, and what you hear whispered in the ear, proclaim on the housetops. 28 Don't be afraid of those who kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul. Rather, fear him who is able to destroy both soul and body in Gehenna. 29. Aren't 2 sparrows sold for an Assyrian coin? Not one of them falls on the ground apart from your Father's will. 30. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. 31. Therefore don't be afraid. You are of more value than many sparrows. 32. Everyone therefore who confesses me before men, him I will also confess before my Father who is in heaven. 33. But whoever denies me before men, him I will also deny before my Father who is in heaven. 34. Don't think that I came to send peace on the earth. I didn't come to send peace, but a sword. 35. For I came to set a man at odds against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 36a. Man's foes will be those of his own household. Micah 7, 6:37. He who loves father or mother more than me is not worthy of me, and he who loves son or daughter more than me isn't worthy of me. 38. He who doesn't take his cross and follow after me isn't worthy of me. 39. He who seeks his life will lose it, and he who loses his life for my sake will find it. 40. He who receives you receives me, and he who receives me receives him who sent me. 41. He who receives a prophet in the name of a prophet will receive a prophet's reward. He who receives a righteous man in the name of a righteous man will receive a righteous man's reward. 42. Whoever gives one of these little ones just a cup of cold water to drink in the name of a disciple, most certainly I tell you he will in no way lose his reward. Chapter 11. 1. When Jesus had finished directing his 12 disciples, he departed from there to teach and preach in their cities. 2. Now when John heard in the prison the works of Christ, he sent 2 of his disciples. 3. And said to him, Are you he who comes, or should we look for another? 4. Jesus answered them, Go and tell John the things which you hear and see. 5. The blind receive their sight, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear. Isaiah 35, 5. The dead are raised up, and the poor have good news preached to them. Isaiah 61, 1, 4, 6. Blessed is he who finds no occasion for stumbling in me. 7. As these went their way, Jesus began to say to the multitudes concerning John, What did you go out into the wilderness to see? A reed shaken by the wind? 8. But what did you go out to see? A man in soft clothing? Behold, those who wear soft clothing are in kings' houses. 9. But why did you go out? To see a prophet? Yes, I tell you, and much more than a prophet. 10. For this is he, of whom it is written, Behold, I send my messenger before your face, who will prepare your way before you. Malachi 3, 1:11. Most certainly I tell you, among those who are born of women there has not arisen anyone greater than John the Baptizer, yet he who is least in the kingdom of heaven is greater than he. 12. From the days of John the Baptizer until now, the kingdom of heaven suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. 13. For all the prophets and the law prophesied until John. 14. If you are willing to receive it, this is Elijah, who is to come. 15. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. 16. But to what shall I compare this generation? It is like children sitting in the marketplaces, who call to their companions. 17. And say, We played Matthew 596. The flute for you, and you didn't dance. We mourned for you, and you didn't lament. 18. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, he has a demon. 19 The Son of Man came, eating and drinking, and they say, behold, a gluttonous man and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is justified by her children. 20 Then he began to denounce the cities in which most of his mighty works had been done, because they didn't repent. 21 Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works had been done in Tyre and Sidon, which were done in you, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. 22 But I tell you, it will be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon on the day of judgment than for you. 23 You, Capernaum, who are exalted to heaven, you will go down to Hades. For if the mighty works had been done in Sodom which were done in you, it would have remained until today. 24 But I tell you that it will be more tolerable for the land of Sodom, on the day of judgment, than for you. 25 At that time, Jesus answered, I thank you, Father, Lord of heaven and earth, that you hid these things from the wise and understanding, and revealed them to infants. 26 Yes, Father, for so it was well pleasing in your sight. 27 All things have been delivered to me by my Father. No one knows the Son, except the Father, neither does anyone know the Father, except the Son, and he to whom the Son desires to reveal him. 28 Come to me, all you who labor and are heavily burdened, and I will give you rest. 29 Take my yoke upon you, and learn from me. For I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. 30 For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. Chapter 12 1 At that time, Jesus went on the Sabbath day through the grain fields. His disciples were hungry and began to pluck heads of grain and to eat. 2 But the Pharisees, when they saw it, said to him, Behold, your disciples do what is not lawful to do on the Sabbath. 3 But he said to them, Haven't you read what David did, when he was hungry, and those who were with him, for how he entered into God's house, and ate the showbread, which was not lawful for him to eat, neither for those who were with him, but only for the priests? 1 Samuel 21, 3, 6. 5 Or have you not read in the law, that on the Sabbath day, the priests in the temple profane the Sabbath, and are guiltless? 6 But I tell you that one greater than the temple is here. 7 But if you had known what this means, I desire mercy, and not sacrifice, Hosea 6, 6 you would not have condemned the guiltless. 8 For the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath. 9 He departed there, and went into their synagogue. 10 And behold, there was a man with a withered hand. They asked him, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day, that they might accuse him? 11 He said to them, What man is there among you, who has one sheep, and if this one falls into a pit on the Sabbath day, won't he grab onto it, and lift it out? 12 Of how much more value then is a man than a sheep? Therefore it is lawful to do good on the Sabbath day. 13 Then he told the man, Stretch out your hand. He stretched it out, and it was restored whole, just like the other. 14 But the Pharisees went out, and conspired against him, how they might destroy him. 15 Jesus, perceiving that, withdrew from there. Great multitudes followed him, and he healed them all. 16 And commanded them that they should not make him known, 17 that it might be fulfilled which was spoken through Isaiah the prophet, saying, 18 Behold, my servant whom I have chosen, my beloved in whom my soul is well pleased. I will put my spirit on him. He will proclaim justice to the nations. 19 He will not strive, nor shout. Neither will anyone hear his voice in the streets. 20 He won't break a bruised reed. He won't quench a smoking flax, until he leads justice to victory. 21 In his name, the nations will hope. Isaiah 42, 1, 4. 22 Then one possessed by a demon, blind and mute, was brought to him, and he healed him, so that the blind and mute man both spoke and saw. 23 All the multitudes were amazed, and said, Can this be the son of David? 24 But when the Pharisees heard it, they said, This man does not cast out demons, except by Beelzebul, the prince of the demons. 25 Knowing their thoughts, Jesus said to them, Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself will not stand. 26 If Satan casts out Satan, he is divided against himself. How then will his kingdom stand? 27 If I by Beelzebul cast out demons, by whom do your children cast them out? Therefore they will be your judges. 28 But if I by the Spirit of God cast out demons, then God's kingdom has come upon you. 29 Or how can one enter into the house of the strong man, and plunder his goods, unless he first bind the strong man? Then he will plunder his house. 30 He who is not with me is against me, and he who doesn't gather with me, scatters. 31 Therefore I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven men, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven men. 32 Whoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it will be forgiven him, but whoever speaks against the Holy Spirit, it will not be forgiven him, neither in this age, nor in that which is to come. 33 Either make the tree good, and its fruit good, or make the tree corrupt, and its fruit corrupt, for the tree is known by its fruit. 34 You offspring of vipers, how can you, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. 35 The good man out of his good treasure brings out good things, and the evil man. 597 Matthew. Out of his evil treasure brings out evil things. 36 I tell you that every idle word that men speak, they will give account of it in the day of judgment. 37 For by your words you will be justified, and by your words you will be condemned. 38 Then certain of the scribes and Pharisees answered, Teacher, we want to see a sign from you. 39 But he answered them, An evil and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, but no sign will be given it but the sign of Jonah the prophet. 44 As Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of the whale, so will the Son of Man be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth. 41 The men of Nineveh will stand up in the judgment with this generation, and will condemn it, for they repented at the preaching of Jonah, and behold, someone greater than Jonah is here. 42 The queen of the south will rise up in the judgment with this generation, and will condemn it, for she came from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and behold, someone greater than Solomon is here. 43 When an unclean spirit has gone out of a man, he passes through waterless places, seeking rest, and doesn't find it. 44 Then he says, I will return into my house from which I came out, and when he has come back, he finds it empty, swept, and put in order. 45 Then he goes, and takes with himself 7 other spirits more evil than he is, and they enter in and dwell there. The last state of that man becomes worse than the first. Even so will it be also to this evil generation. 46 While he was yet speaking to the multitudes, behold, his mother and his brothers stood outside, seeking to speak to him. 47 One said to him, Behold, your mother and your brothers stand outside, seeking to speak to you. 48 But he answered him who spoke to him, Who is my mother? Who are my brothers? 49 He stretched out his hand towards his disciples, and said, Behold, my mother and my brothers. 54 Whoever does the will of my Father who is in heaven, he is my brother, and sister, and mother. Chapter 13. 1 On that day Jesus went out of the house, and sat by the seaside. 2 Great multitudes gathered to him, so that he entered into a boat, and sat, and all the multitude stood on the beach. 3 He spoke to them many things in parables, saying, Behold, a farmer went out to sow, for as he sowed, some seeds fell by the roadside, and the birds came and devoured them. 5 Others fell on rocky ground, where they didn't have much soil, and immediately they sprang up, because they had no depth of earth. 6 When the sun had risen, they were scorched. Because they had no root, they withered away. 7 Others fell among thorns. The thorns grew up and choked them. 8 Others fell on good soil, and yielded fruit, some 100 times as much, some 60, and some 30. 9 He who has ears to hear, let him hear. 10 The disciples came, and said to him, Why do you speak to them in parables? 11 He answered them, To you it is given to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but it is not given to them. 12 For whoever has, to him will be given, and he will have abundance, but whoever doesn't have, from him will be taken away even that which he has. 13 Therefore I speak to them in parables, because seeing they don't see, and hearing, they don't hear, neither do they understand. 14 In them the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled, which says, By hearing you will hear, and will in no way understand. Seeing you will see, and will in no way perceive. 15 For this people's heart has grown callous. Their ears are dull of hearing. They have closed their eyes. Or else perhaps they might perceive with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their heart, and would turn again, and I would heal them. Isaiah 6, 9, 10. 16 But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. 17 For most certainly I tell you that many prophets and righteous men desired to see the things which you see, and didn't see them, and to hear the things which you hear, and didn't hear them. 18 Hear, then, the parable of the farmer. 19 When anyone hears the word of the kingdom, and doesn't understand it, the evil one comes, and snatches away that which has been sown in his heart. This is what was sown by the roadside. 20 What was sown on the rocky places, this is he who hears the word, and immediately with joy receives it. 21 Yet he has no root in himself, but endures for a while. When oppression or persecution arises because of the word, immediately he stumbles. 22 What was sown among the thorns, this is he who hears the word. But the cares of this age and the deceitfulness of riches choke the word, and he becomes unfruitful. 23 What was sown on the good ground, this is he who hears the word, and understands it, who most certainly bears fruit, and produces, some 100 times as much, some 60, and some 30. 24 He set another parable before them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like a man who sowed good seed in his field. 25 But while people slept, his enemy came and sowed darnel weeds also among the wheat, and went away. 26 But when the blade sprang up and produced fruit, then the darnel weeds appeared also. 27 The servants of the householder came and said to him, Sir, didn't you sow good seed in your field? Where did these darnel weeds come from? 28 He said to them, an enemy has done this. The servants asked him, do you want us to go and gather them up? 29 But he said, no, lest perhaps while you gather up the darnel weeds, you root up the wheat. Matthew 598. With them 30 Let both grow together until the harvest, and in the harvest time I will tell the reapers, first, gather up the darnel weeds, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. 31 He set another parable before them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like a grain of mustard seed, which a man took, and sowed in his field. 32 Which indeed is smaller than all seeds. But when it is grown, it is greater than the herbs, and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in its branches. 33 He spoke another parable to them. The kingdom of heaven is like yeast, which a woman took, and hid in 3 measures of meal, until it was all leavened. 34 Jesus spoke all these things in parables to the multitudes, and without a parable, he didn't speak to them. 35 That it might be fulfilled which was spoken through the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter things hidden from the foundation of the world. Psalm 78, 2. 36 Then Jesus sent the multitudes away, and went into the house. His disciples came to him, saying, explain to us the parable of the darnel weeds of the field. 37 He answered them, he who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. 38 The field is the world, and the good seed, these are the children of the kingdom, and the darnel weeds are the children of the evil one. 39 The enemy who sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age, and the reapers are angels. 40 As therefore the darnel weeds are gathered up and burned with fire, so will it be at the end of this age. 41 The Son of Man will send out his angels, and they will gather out of his kingdom all things that cause stumbling, and those who do iniquity. 42 And will cast them into the furnace of fire. There will be weeping and the gnashing of teeth. 43 Then the righteous will shine like the sun in the kingdom of their Father. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. 44 Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a treasure hidden in the field, which a man found and hid. In his joy, he goes and sells all that he has, and buys that field. 45 Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a man who is a merchant seeking fine pearls. 46 Who having found one pearl of great price, he went and sold all that he had, and bought it. 47 Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a dragnet, that was cast into the sea, and gathered some fish of every kind. 48 Which, when it was filled, they drew up on the beach. They sat down and gathered the good into containers, but the bad they threw away. 49 So will it be in the end of the world. The angels will come and separate the wicked from among the righteous. 50 And will cast them into the furnace of fire. There will be the weeping and the gnashing of teeth. 51 Jesus said to them, Have you understood all these things? They answered him, Yes, Lord. 52 He said to them, Therefore every scribe who has been made a disciple in the kingdom of heaven is like a man who is a householder, who brings out of his treasure new and old things. 53 When Jesus had finished these parables, he departed from there. 54 Coming into his own country, he taught them in their synagogue, so that they were astonished, and said, Where did this man get this wisdom, and these mighty works? 55 Isn't this the carpenter's son? Isn't his mother called Mary, and his brothers, James, Joses, Simon, and Judas? 56 Aren't all of his sisters with us? Where then did this man get all of these things? 57 They were offended by him. But Jesus said to them, A prophet is not without honor, except in his own country, and in his own house. 58 He didn't do many mighty works there, because of their unbelief. Chapter 14 1 At that time, Herod the Tetrarch heard the report concerning Jesus. 2 And said to his servants, This is John the Baptizer. He is risen from the dead. That is why these powers work in him. 3 For Herod had laid hold of John, and bound him, and put him in prison for the sake of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife. 4 For John said to him, It is not lawful for you to have her. 5 When he would have put him to death, he feared the multitude, because they counted him as a prophet. 6 But when Herod's birthday came, the daughter of Herodias danced among them and pleased Herod. 7 Whereupon he promised with an oath to give her whatever she should ask. 8 She, being prompted by her mother, said, Give me here on a platter the head of John the Baptizer. 9 The king was grieved, but for the sake of his oaths, and of those who sat at the table with him, he commanded it to be given. 10 And he sent and beheaded John in the prison. 11 His head was brought on a platter, and given to the young lady, and she brought it to her mother. 12 His disciples came, and took the body, and buried it, and they went and told Jesus. 13 Now when Jesus heard this, he withdrew from there in a boat, to a deserted place apart. When the multitudes heard it, they followed him on foot from the cities. 14 Jesus went out, and he saw a great multitude. He had compassion on them, and healed their sick. 15 When evening had come, his disciples came to him, saying, This place is deserted, and the hour is already late. Send the multitudes away, that they may go into the villages, and buy themselves food. 16 But Jesus said to them, They don't need to go away. You give them something to eat. 17 They told him, We only have here 5 loaves and 2 fish. 18 He said, Bring them here to me. 19 He commanded the multitudes to sit down on the grass, and he took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, and looking up to heaven, he blessed, broke, and gave the loaves to the disciples, and the disciples gave to the multitudes. 20 They all ate, and were 599. Matthew filled. They took up 12 baskets full of that which remained left over from the broken pieces. 21 Those who ate were about 5,000 men, besides women and children. 22 Immediately Jesus made the disciples get into the boat, and to go ahead of him to the other side, while he sent the multitudes away. 23 After he had sent the multitudes away, he went up into the mountain by himself to pray. When evening had come, he was there alone. 24 But the boat was now in the middle of the sea, distressed by the waves, for the wind was contrary. 25 In the fourth watch of the night, Jesus came to them, walking on the sea. 26 When the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled, saying, "It's a ghost," and they cried out for fear. 27 But immediately Jesus spoke to them, saying, "Cheer up! It is I. Don't be afraid." 28 Peter answered him and said, "Lord, if it is you, command me to come to you on the waters." 29 He said, "Come." Peter stepped down from the boat, and walked on the waters to come to Jesus. 30 But when he saw that the wind was strong, he was afraid, and beginning to sink, he cried out, saying, "Lord, save me." 31 Immediately Jesus stretched out his hand, took hold of him, and said to him, "You of little faith, why did you doubt?" 32 When they got up into the boat, the wind ceased. 33 Those who were in the boat came and worshipped him, saying, "You are truly the Son of God." 34 When they had crossed over, they came to the land of Gennesaret. 35 When the people of that place recognized him, they sent into all that surrounding region, and brought to him all who were sick. 36 And they begged him that they might just touch the fringe of his garment. As many as touched it were made whole. Chapter 15 1 Then Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem, saying, 2 Why do your disciples disobey the tradition of the elders? For they don't wash their hands when they eat bread. 3 He answered them, Why do you also disobey the commandment of God because of your tradition? 4 For God commanded, Honor your father and your mother, Exodus 20:12. Deuteronomy 5:16, and, he who speaks evil of father or mother, let him be put to death. Exodus 21:17, Leviticus 20:9-5 But you say, whoever may tell his father or his mother, whatever help you might otherwise have gotten from me is a gift devoted to God. 6 He shall not honor his father or mother. You have made the commandment of God void because of your tradition. 7 You hypocrites! Well did Isaiah prophesy of you, saying, 8 These people draw near to me with their mouth, and honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. 9 And in vain do they worship me, teaching as doctrine rules made by men. Isaiah 29:13. 10 He summoned the multitude, and said to them, Hear, and understand. 11 That which enters into the mouth doesn't defile the man, but that which proceeds out of the mouth, this defiles the man. 12 Then the disciples came, and said to him, Do you know that the Pharisees were offended, when they heard this saying? 13 But he answered, Every plant which my heavenly Father didn't plant will be uprooted. 14 Leave them alone. They are blind guides of the blind. If the blind guide the blind, both will fall into a pit. 15 Peter answered him, Explain the parable to us. 16 So Jesus said, Do you also still not understand? 17 Don't you understand that whatever goes into the mouth passes into the belly, and then out of the body? 18 But the things which proceed out of the mouth come out of the heart, and they defile the man. 19 For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, sexual sins, thefts, false testimony, and blasphemies. 20 These are the things which defile the man, but to eat with unwashed hands doesn't defile the man. 21 Jesus went out from there, and withdrew into the region of Tyre and Sidon. 22 Behold, a Canaanite woman came out from those borders, and cried, saying, Have mercy on me, Lord, you Son of David. My daughter is severely possessed by a demon. 23 But he answered her not a word. His disciples came and begged him, saying, Send her away, for she cries after us. 24 But he answered, I wasn't sent to anyone but the lost sheep of the house of Israel. 25 But she came and worshipped him, saying, Lord, help me. 26 But he answered, It is not appropriate to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. 27 But she said, Yes, Lord, but even the dogs eat the crumbs which fall from their master's table. 28 Then Jesus answered her, Woman, great is your faith. Be it done to you even as you desire. And her daughter was healed from that hour. 29 Jesus departed there, and came near to the sea of Galilee, and he went up into the mountain, and sat there. 30 Great multitudes came to him, having with them the lame, blind, mute, maimed, and many others, and they put them down at his feet. He healed them. 31 So that the multitude wondered when they saw the mute speaking, injured whole, lame walking, and blind seeing, and they glorified the God of Israel. 32 Jesus summoned his disciples, and said, I have compassion on the multitude, because they continue with me now 3 days and have nothing to eat. I don't want to send them away fasting, or they might faint on the way. 33 The disciples said to him, Where should we get so many loaves in a deserted place as to satisfy Matthew 600 so great a multitude? 34 Jesus said to them, How many loaves do you have? They said, 7, and a few small fish. 35 He commanded the multitude to sit down on the ground. 36 And he took the 7 loaves and the fish. He gave thanks and broke them, and gave to the disciples, and the disciples to the multitudes. 37 They all ate, and were filled. They took up 7 baskets full of the broken pieces that were left over. 38 Those who ate were 4,000 men, besides women and children. 39 Then he sent away the multitudes, got into the boat, and came into the borders of Magdala. Chapter 16 1 The Pharisees and Sadducees came, and, testing him, asked him to show them a sign from heaven. 2 But he answered them, When it is evening, you say, It will be fair weather, for the sky is red. 3 In the morning, it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and threatening. Hypocrites! You know how to discern the appearance of the sky, but you can't discern the signs of the times. For an evil and adulterous generation seeks after a sign, and there will be no sign given to it, except the sign of the prophet Jonah. He left them, and departed. 5 The disciples came to the other side and had forgotten to take bread. 6 Jesus said to them, Take heed and beware of the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees. 7 They reasoned among themselves, saying, We brought no bread. 8 Jesus, perceiving it, said, Why do you reason among yourselves, you of little faith? Because you have brought no bread. 9 Don't you yet perceive, neither remember the 5 loaves for the 5,000, and how many baskets you took up? 10, nor the 7 loaves for the 4,000, and how many baskets you took up? 11. How is it that you don't perceive that I didn't speak to you concerning bread? But beware of the yeast of the Pharisees and Sadducees. 12. Then they understood that he didn't tell them to beware of the yeast of bread, but of the teaching of the Pharisees and Sadducees. 13. Now, when Jesus came into the parts of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, Who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? 14. They said, Some say John the Baptizer, some, Elijah, and others, Jeremiah, or one of the prophets. 15. He said to them, But who do you say that I am? 16. Simon Peter answered, You are the Christ, the Son of the living God. 17. Jesus answered him, Blessed are you, Simon Bar-Jonah, for flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father who is in heaven. 18. I also tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my assembly, and the gates of Hades will not prevail against it. 19. I will give to you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. And whatever you bind on earth will have been bound in heaven, and whatever you release on earth will have been released in heaven. 20. Then he commanded the disciples that they should tell no one that he was Jesus the Christ. 21. From that time, Jesus began to show his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things from the elders, chief priests, and scribes, and be killed, and the third day be raised up. 22. Peter took him aside, and began to rebuke him, saying, Far be it from you, Lord. This will never be done to you. 23. But he turned, and said to Peter, Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me, for you are not setting your mind on the things of God, but on the things of men. 24. Then Jesus said to his disciples, If anyone desires to come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. 25. For whoever desires to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake will find it. 26. For what will it profit a man, if he gains the whole world, and forfeits his life? Or what will a man give in exchange for his life? 27. For the Son of Man will come in the glory of his Father with his angels, and then he will render to everyone according to his deeds. 28. Most certainly I tell you, there are some standing here who will in no way taste of death, until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Chapter 17. 1. After 6 days, Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John his brother, and brought them up into a high mountain by themselves. 2. He was transfigured before them. His face shone like the sun, and his garments became as white as the light. 3. Behold, Moses and Elijah appeared to them, talking with him. 4. Peter answered, and said to Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you want, let's make 3 tents here, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. 5. While he was still speaking, behold, a bright cloud overshadowed them. Behold, a voice came out of the cloud, saying, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. Listen to him. 6. When the disciples heard it, they fell on their faces, and were very afraid. 7. Jesus came and touched them and said, Get up, and don't be afraid. 8. Lifting up their eyes, they saw no one. except Jesus alone. 9 As they were coming down from the mountain, Jesus commanded them, saying, "Don't tell anyone what you saw, until the Son of Man has risen from the dead." 10 His disciples asked him, saying, "Then why do the scribes say that Elijah must come first?" 11 Jesus answered them, "Elijah indeed comes first, and will restore all things." 12 But I tell you that Elijah has come already, and they didn't recognize him, but did to him whatever they wanted to. Even so the Son of Man will also suffer by them. 13 Then the disciples understood that he spoke to them of John the Baptizer. 14 When they came to the multitude, a man 601 Matthew came to him, kneeling down to him, saying, 15 Lord, have mercy on my son, for he is epileptic, and suffers grievously, for he often falls into the fire, and often into the water. 16 So I brought him to your disciples, and they could not cure him. 17 Jesus answered, "Faithless and perverse generation, how long will I be with you? How long will I bear with you? Bring him here to me." 18 Jesus rebuked him, the demon went out of him, and the boy was cured from that hour. 19 Then the disciples came to Jesus privately and said, "Why weren't we able to cast it out?" 20 He said to them, "Because of your unbelief. For most certainly I tell you, if you have faith as a grain of mustard seed, you will tell this mountain, 'Move from here to there,' and it will move, and nothing will be impossible for you." 21 But this kind doesn't go out except by prayer and fasting. 22 While they were staying in Galilee, Jesus said to them, "The Son of Man is about to be delivered up into the hands of men." 23 And they will kill him, and the third day he will be raised up. They were exceedingly sorry. 24 When they had come to Capernaum, those who collected the didrachma coins came to Peter, and said, "Doesn't your teacher pay the didrachma?" 25 He said, "Yes." When he came into the house, Jesus anticipated him, saying, "What do you think, Simon? From whom do the kings of the earth receive toll or tribute? From their children, or from strangers?" 26 Peter said to him, "From strangers." Jesus said to him, "Therefore the children are exempt." 27 But, lest we cause them to stumble, go to the sea, cast a hook, and take up the first fish that comes up. When you have opened its mouth, you will find a stater coin. Take that, and give it to them for me and you. Chapter 18. 1 In that hour the disciples came to Jesus, saying, "Who then is greatest in the kingdom of heaven?" 2 Jesus called a little child to himself, and set him in the middle of them. 3 And said, "Most certainly I tell you, unless you turn, and become as little children, you will in no way enter into the kingdom of heaven. For whoever therefore humbles himself as this little child, the same is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. 5 Whoever receives one such little child in my name receives me. 6 But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for him that a huge millstone should be hung around his neck, and that he should be sunk in the depths of the sea. 7 Woe to the world because of occasions of stumbling. For it must be that the occasions come, but woe to that person through whom the occasion comes. 8 If your hand or your foot causes you to stumble, cut it off, and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life maimed or crippled, rather than having 2 hands or 2 feet to be cast into the eternal fire. 9. If your eye causes you to stumble, pluck it out, and cast it from you. It is better for you to enter into life with one eye, rather than having 2 eyes to be cast into the Gehenna of fire. 10. See that you don't despise one of these little ones, for I tell you that in heaven their angels always see the face of my Father who is in heaven. 11. For the Son of Man came to save that which was lost. 12. What do you think? If a man has 100 sheep, and one of them goes astray, doesn't he leave the 99, go to the mountains, and seek that which has gone astray? 13. If he finds it, most certainly I tell you, he rejoices over it more than over the 99, which have not gone astray. 14. Even so it is not the will of your Father who is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. 15. If your brother sins against you, go, show him his fault between you and him alone. If he listens to you, you have gained back your brother. 16. But if he doesn't listen, take 1 or 2 more with you, that at the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word may be established. 17. If he refuses to listen to them, tell it to the assembly. If he refuses to hear the assembly also, let him be to you as a Gentile or a tax collector. 18. Most certainly I tell you, whatever things you bind on earth will have been bound in heaven, and whatever things you release on earth will have been released in heaven. 19. Again, assuredly I tell you, that if 2 of you will agree on earth concerning anything that they will ask, it will be done for them by my Father who is in heaven. 20. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there I am in the middle of them. 21. Then Peter came and said to him, Lord, how often shall my brother sin against me, and I forgive him? Until 7 times. 22. Jesus said to him, I don't tell you until 7 times, but until 70 times 7. 23. Therefore the kingdom of heaven is like a certain king, who wanted to reconcile accounts with his servants. 24. When he had begun to reconcile, one was brought to him who owed him 10,000 talents. 25. But because he couldn't pay, his lord commanded him to be sold, with his wife, his children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. 26. The servant therefore fell down and knelt before him, saying, Lord, have patience with me, and I will repay you all. 27. The Lord of that servant, being moved with compassion, released him, and forgave him the debt. 28. But that servant went out, and found one of his fellow servants, who owed him 100 denarii, and he grabbed him, and took him by the throat, saying, Pay me what you owe. 29. So his fellow servant fell down at his feet, and begged him, saying, Have patience with me, and I will repay you. 30. He would not, but went and cast him into prison, until he should pay back that which was due. 31. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were exceedingly sorry, and came and told to their Lord. Matthew 602. All that was done. 32. Then his Lord called him in, and said to him, You wicked servant, I forgave you all that debt, because you begged me. 33. Shouldn't you also have had mercy on your fellow servant, even as I had mercy on you? 34. His Lord was angry, and delivered him to the tormentors, until he should pay all that was due to him. 35. So my heavenly Father will also do to you, if you don't each forgive your brother from your hearts for his misdeeds. Chapter 19. 1 When Jesus had finished these words, he departed from Galilee, and came into the borders of Judea beyond the Jordan. 2 Great multitudes followed him, and he healed them there. 3 Pharisees came to him, testing him, and saying, Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for any reason? 4 He answered, Haven't you read that he who made them from the beginning made them male and female, Genesis 1:27-5, and said, For this cause a man shall leave his father and mother, and shall join to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh? Genesis 2:24-6 So that they are no more two, but one flesh. What therefore God has joined together, don't let man tear apart. 7 They asked him, Why then did Moses command us to give her a bill of divorce, and divorce her? 8 He said to them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, allowed you to divorce your wives, but from the beginning it has not been so. 9 I tell you that whoever divorces his wife, except for sexual immorality, and marries another, commits adultery, and he who marries her when she is divorced commits adultery. 10 His disciples said to him, If this is the case of the man with his wife, it is not expedient to marry. 11 But he said to them, Not all men can receive this saying, but those to whom it is given. 12 For there are eunuchs who were born that way from their mother's womb, and there are eunuchs who were made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He who is able to receive it, let him receive it. 13 Then little children were brought to him, that he should lay his hands on them and pray. And the disciples rebuked them. 14 But Jesus said, Allow the little children, and don't forbid them to come to me, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to ones like these. 15 He laid his hands on them, and departed from there. 16 Behold, one came to him and said, Good teacher, what good thing shall I do, that I may have eternal life? 17 He said to him, Why do you call me good? No one is good but one, that is, God. But if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments. 18 He said to him, Which ones? Jesus said, You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not offer false testimony. 19 Honor your father and mother. Exodus 20:12-16, Deuteronomy 5:16-20, and, You shall love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus 19:18. 20 The young man said to him, All these things I have observed from my youth. What do I still lack? 21 Jesus said to him, If you want to be perfect, go, sell what you have, and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me. 22 But when the young man heard the saying, he went away sad, for he was one who had great possessions. 23 Jesus said to his disciples, Most certainly I say to you, a rich man will enter into the kingdom of heaven with difficulty. 24 Again I tell you, it is easier for a camel to go through a needle's eye, than for a rich man to enter into God's kingdom. 25 When the disciples heard it, they were exceedingly astonished, saying, Who then can be saved? 26 Looking at them, Jesus said, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. 27 Then Peter answered, Behold, we have left everything, and followed you. What then will we have? 28 Jesus said to them, Most certainly I tell you, that you who have followed me, in the regeneration, when the Son of Man will sit on the throne of his glory, you also will sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. 29 Everyone who has left houses, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands, for my name's sake, will receive 100 times, and will inherit eternal life. 30 But many will be last, who are first, and first who are last. Chapter 20. 1. For the kingdom of heaven is like a man who was the master of a household, who went out early in the morning to hire laborers for his vineyard. 2. When he had agreed with the laborers for a denarius a day, he sent them into his vineyard. 3. He went out about the 3rd hour, and saw others standing idle in the marketplace. 4. He said to them, You also go into the vineyard, and whatever is right I will give you. So they went their way. 5. Again he went out about the 6th and the 9th hour, and did likewise. 6. About the 11th hour he went out, and found others standing idle. He said to them, Why do you stand here all day idle? 7. They said to him, Because no one has hired us. He said to them, You also go into the vineyard, and you will receive whatever is right. 8. When evening had come, the Lord of the vineyard said to his manager, Call the laborers, and pay them their wages, beginning from the last to the first. 9. When those who were hired at about the 11th hour came, they each received a denarius. 10. When the first came, they supposed that they would receive more, and they likewise each received a denarius. 11. When they received it, they 603 Matthew murmured against the master of the household. 12. Saying, These last have spent 1 hour, and you have made them equal to us, who have borne the burden of the day and the scorching heat. 13. But he answered one of them, Friend, I am doing you no wrong. Didn't you agree with me for a denarius? 14. Take that which is yours, and go your way. It is my desire to give to this last just as much as to you. 15. Isn't it lawful for me to do what I want to with what I own? Or is your eye evil, because I am good? 16. So the last will be first, and the first last. For many are called, but few are chosen. 17. As Jesus was going up to Jerusalem, he took the 12 disciples aside, and on the way he said to them, 18. Behold, we are going up to Jerusalem, and the Son of Man will be delivered to the chief priests and scribes, and they will condemn him to death. 19. And will hand him over to the Gentiles to mock, to scourge, and to crucify, and the 3rd day he will be raised up. 20. Then the mother of the sons of Zebedee came to him with her sons, kneeling and asking a certain thing of him. 21. He said to her, What do you want? She said to him, Command that these, my 2 sons, may sit, one on your right hand, and one on your left hand, in your kingdom. 22. But Jesus answered, You don't know what you are asking. Are you able to drink the cup that I am about to drink, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? They said to him, We are able. 23. He said to them, You will indeed drink my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with, but to sit on my right hand and on my left hand is not mine to give, but it is for whom it has been prepared by my Father. 24. When the 10 heard it, they were indignant with the 2 brothers. 25. But Jesus summoned them, and said, You Know that the rulers of the nations lord it over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. 26 It shall not be so among you, but whoever desires to become great among you shall be your servant. 27 Whoever desires to be first among you shall be your bondservant. 28 Even as the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. 29 As they went out from Jericho, a great multitude followed him. 30 Behold, 2 blind men sitting by the road, when they heard that Jesus was passing by, cried out, Lord, have mercy on us, you Son of David. 31 The multitude rebuked them, telling them that they should be quiet, but they cried out even more, Lord, have mercy on us, you Son of David. 32 Jesus stood still, and called them, and asked, What do you want me to do for you? 33 They told him, Lord, that our eyes may be opened. 34 Jesus, being moved with compassion, touched their eyes, and immediately their eyes received their sight, and they followed him. Chapter 21 1 When they came near to Jerusalem, and came to Bethphage, to the Mount of Olives, then Jesus sent 2 disciples, 2 saying to them, Go into the village that is opposite you, and immediately you will find a donkey tied, and a colt with her. Untie them, and bring them to me. 3 If anyone says anything to you, you shall say, The Lord needs them, and immediately he will send them. For all this was done, that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken through the prophet, saying, 5 Tell the daughter of Zion, Behold, your king comes to you, humble, and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. Zechariah 9:9. 6 The disciples went, and did just as Jesus commanded them. 7 And brought the donkey, and the colt, and laid their clothes on them, and he sat on them. 8 A very great multitude spread their clothes on the road. Others cut branches from the trees, and spread them on the road. 9 The multitudes who went in front of him, and those who followed, kept shouting, Hosanna to the Son of David. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. Psalm 118:26. 10 When he had come into Jerusalem, all the city was stirred up, saying, Who is this? 11 The multitude said, This is the prophet, Jesus, from Nazareth of Galilee. 12 Jesus entered into the temple of God, and drove out all of those who sold and bought in the temple, and overthrew the money changers' tables, and the seats of those who sold the doves. 13 He said to them, It is written, My house shall be called a house of prayer, Isaiah 56:7 But you have made it a den of robbers. Jeremiah 7:11. 14 The blind and the lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them. 15 But when the chief priests and the scribes saw the wonderful things that he did, and the children who were crying in the temple and saying, Hosanna to the Son of David, they were indignant. 16 And said to him, Do you hear what these are saying? Jesus said to them, Yes. Did you never read? Out of the mouth of babes and nursing babies you have perfected praise. Psalm 8:2. 17 He left them, and went out of the city to Bethany, and camped there. 18 Now in the morning, as he returned to the city, he was hungry. 19 Seeing a fig tree by the road, he came to it, and found nothing on it but leaves. He said to it, Let there be no fruit from you forever. Immediately the fig tree withered away. 20 When the disciples saw it, they marveled, saying, How did the fig tree immediately wither away? 21 Jesus answered them, Most certainly I tell you, if you have faith, and don't doubt, you will not only do what was done to the fig tree, but even if you told this mountain, be taken up and cast into the sea, it would be done. 22 All things, whatever you ask in prayer, believing, you will receive. 23 When he had come into the temple, the chief Matthew 604 priests and the elders of the people came to him as he was teaching, and said, By what authority do you do these things? Who gave you this authority? 24 Jesus answered them, I also will ask you one question, which if you tell me, I likewise will tell you by what authority I do these things. 25 The baptism of John, where was it from? From heaven or from men? They reasoned with themselves, saying, If we say, from heaven, he will ask us, Why then did you not believe him? 26 But if we say, from men, we fear the multitude, for all hold John as a prophet. 27 They answered Jesus, and said, We don't know. He also said to them, Neither will I tell you by what authority I do these things. 28 But what do you think? A man had 2 sons, and he came to the first, and said, Son, go work today in my vineyard. 29 He answered, I will not, but afterward he changed his mind, and went. 30 He came to the second, and said the same thing. He answered, I go, sir, but he didn't go. 31 Which of the 2 did the will of his father? They said to him, the first. Jesus said to them, Most certainly I tell you, that the tax collectors and the prostitutes are entering into God's kingdom before you. 32 For John came to you in the way of righteousness, and you didn't believe him, but the tax collectors and the prostitutes believed him. When you saw it, you didn't even repent afterward, that you might believe him. 33 Hear another parable. There was a man who was a master of a household, who planted a vineyard, set a hedge about it, dug a wine press in it, built a tower, leased it out to farmers, and went into another country. 34 When the season for the fruit came near, he sent his servants to the farmers, to receive his fruit. 35 The farmers took his servants, beat one, killed another, and stoned another. 36 Again, he sent other servants more than the first, and they treated them the same way. 37 But afterward he sent to them his son, saying, They will respect my son. 38 But the farmers, when they saw the son, said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let's kill him, and seize his inheritance. 39 So they took him, and threw him out of the vineyard, and killed him. 40 When therefore the Lord of the vineyard comes, what will he do to those farmers? 41 They told him, He will miserably destroy those miserable men, and will lease out the vineyard to other farmers, who will give him the fruit in its season. 42 Jesus said to them, Did you never read in the scriptures? The stone which the builders rejected, the same was made the head of the corner. This was from the Lord. It is marvelous in our eyes. Psalm 118, 22, 23. 43 Therefore I tell you, God's kingdom will be taken away from you, and will be given to a nation producing its fruit. 44 He who falls on this stone will be broken to pieces, but on whomever it will fall, it will scatter him as dust. 45 When the chief priests and the Pharisees heard his parables, they perceived that he spoke about them. 46 When they sought to seize him, they feared the multitudes, because they considered him to be a prophet. Chapter 22. 1 Jesus answered and spoke again in parables to them, saying, 2 The kingdom of heaven is like a certain king, who made a marriage feast for his son. 3 And sent out his servants to call those who were invited to the marriage feast, but they would not come. 4 Again he sent out other servants, saying, Tell those who are invited, Behold, I have prepared my dinner. My cattle and my fatlings are killed, and all things are ready. Come to the marriage feast. 5 But they made light of it, and went their ways, one to his own farm, another to his merchandise. 6 And the rest grabbed his servants, and treated them shamefully, and killed them. 7 When the king heard that, he was angry, and sent his armies, destroyed those murderers, and burned their city. 8 Then he said to his servants, The wedding is ready, but those who were invited weren't worthy. 9 Go therefore to the intersections of the highways, and as many as you may find, invite to the marriage feast. 10 Those servants went out into the highways, and gathered together as many as they found, both bad and good. The wedding was filled with guests. 11 But when the king came in to see the guests, he saw there a man who didn't have on wedding clothing. 12 And he said to him, Friend, how did you come in here not wearing wedding clothing? He was speechless. 13 Then the king said to the servants, Bind him hand and foot, take him away, and throw him into the outer darkness. There is where the weeping and grinding of teeth will be. 14 For many are called, but few chosen. 15 Then the Pharisees went and took counsel how they might entrap him in his talk. 16 They sent their disciples to him, along with the Herodians, saying, Teacher, we know that you are honest, and teach the way of God in truth, no matter whom you teach, for you aren't partial to anyone. 17 Tell us therefore, what do you think? Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar, or not? 18 But Jesus perceived their wickedness, and said, Why do you test me, you hypocrites? 19 Show me the tax money. They brought to him a denarius. 20 He asked them, Whose is this image and inscription? 21 They said to him, Caesar's. Then he said to them, Give therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. 22 When they heard it, they marveled, and left him, and went away. 23 On that day Sadducees, those who say that there is no resurrection, came to him. They asked him, 24 saying, Teacher, Moses said, if a man 605 Matthew dies, having no children, his brother shall marry his wife, and raise up offspring for his brother. 25 Now there were with us 7 brothers. The first married and died, and having no offspring, left his wife to his brother. 26 Indiana the same way. The second also, and the third, to the 7th. 27 After them all, the woman died. 28 In the resurrection therefore, whose wife will she be of the 7? For they all had her. 29 But Jesus answered them, You are mistaken, not knowing the Scriptures, nor the power of God. 34 In the resurrection they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are like God's angels in heaven. 31 But concerning the resurrection of the dead, haven't you read that which was spoken to you by God, saying, 32 I am the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob? Exodus 3:6 God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. 33 When the multitudes heard it, they were astonished at his teaching. 34 But the Pharisees, when they heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, gathered themselves together. 35 One of them, a lawyer, asked him a question, testing him. 36 Teacher, which is the greatest commandment in the law? 37 Jesus said to him, You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. Deuteronomy 6:5-38 This is the first and great commandment. 39 A second. Likewise is this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus 19:18-40 The whole law and the prophets depend on these two commandments. 41 Now while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them a question, 42 saying, What do you think of the Christ? Whose son is he? They said to him, Of David. 43 He said to them, How then does David in the Spirit call him Lord, saying, 44 The Lord said to my Lord, Sit on my right hand, until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet? Psalm 110:1. 45 If then David calls him Lord, how is he his son? 46 No one was able to answer him a word. Neither did any man dare ask him any more questions from that day forward. Chapter 23. 1 Then Jesus spoke to the multitudes and to his disciples, 2 saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sat on Moses' seat. 3 All things therefore, whatever they tell you to observe, observe and do, but don't do their works, for they say, and don't do. 4 For they bind heavy burdens that are grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not lift a finger to help them. 5 But all their works they do to be seen by men. They make their phylacteries broad, enlarge the fringes of their garments. 6 And love the place of honor at feasts, the best seats in the synagogues. 7 The salutations in the marketplaces, and to be called Rabbi, Rabbi by men. 8 But don't you be called Rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Christ, and all of you are brothers. 9 Call no man on the earth your father, for one is your Father, he who is in heaven. 10 Neither be called masters, for one is your Master, the Christ. 11 But he who is greatest among you will be your servant. 12 Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted. 13 Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you devour widows' houses, and as a pretense you make long prayers. Therefore you will receive greater condemnation. 14 But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! Because you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men, for you don't enter in yourselves, neither do you allow those who are entering in to enter. 15 Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you travel around by sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he becomes one, you make him twice as much of a son of Gehenna as yourselves. 16 Woe to you, you blind guides, who say, Whoever swears by the temple, it is nothing, but Whoever swears by the gold of the temple, he is obligated. 17 You blind fools! For which is greater, the gold, or the temple that sanctifies the gold? 18 Whoever swears by the altar, it is nothing, but whoever swears by the gift that is on it, he is obligated. 19 You blind fools! For which is greater, the gift, or the altar that sanctifies the gift? 20 He therefore who swears by the altar swears by it, and by everything on it. 21 He who swears by the temple, swears by it, and by him who lives in it. 22 He who swears by heaven swears by the throne of God, and by him who sits on it. 23 Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you tithe mint, dill, and cumin, and have left undone the weightier matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faith. But you ought to have done these, and not to have left the other undone. 24 You blind guides, who strain out a gnat, and swallow a camel. 25 Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within they are full of extortion and unrighteousness. 26 You blind Pharisee, first clean the inside of the cup and of the platter, that its outside may become clean also. 27 Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you are like whitened tombs, which outwardly appear beautiful, but inwardly are full of dead men's bones, and of all uncleanness. 28 Even so you also outwardly appear righteous to men, but inwardly you are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. 29 Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you build the tombs of the prophets, and decorate the tombs of the righteous. 30 And say, if we had lived in the days of our fathers, we wouldn't have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. 31 Therefore, Matthew 606. You testify to yourselves that you are children of those who killed the prophets. 32 Fill up, then, the measure of your fathers. 33 You serpents, you offspring of vipers, how will you escape the judgment of Gehenna? 34 Therefore behold, I send to you prophets, wise men, and scribes. Some of them you will kill and crucify, and some of them you will scourge in your synagogues, and persecute from city to city. 35 That on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zacharias son of Barachiah, whom you killed between the sanctuary and the altar. 36 Most certainly I tell you, all these things will come upon this generation. 37 Jerusalem, Jerusalem, who kills the prophets, and stones those who are sent to her! How often I would have gathered your children together, even as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, and you would not. 38 Behold, your house is left to you desolate. 39 For I tell you, you will not see me from now on, until you say, Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Psalm 118, 26. Chapter 24. 1 Jesus went out from the temple, and was going on his way. His disciples came to him to show him the buildings of the temple. 2 But he answered them, You see all of these things, don't you? Most certainly I tell you, there will not be left here one stone on another, that will not be thrown down. 3 As he sat on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately, saying, Tell us, when will these things be? What is the sign of your coming, and of the end of the age. For Jesus answered them, Be careful that no one leads you astray. 5 For many will come in my name, saying, I am the Christ, and will lead many astray. 6 You will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you aren't troubled, for all this must happen, but the end is not yet. 7 For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines, plagues, and earthquakes in various places. 8 But all these things are the beginning of birth pains. 9 Then they will deliver you up to oppression, and will kill you. You will be hated by all of the nations for my name's sake. 10 Then many will stumble, and will deliver up one another, and will hate one another. 11 Many false prophets will arise, and will lead many astray. 12 Because iniquity will be multiplied, the love of many will grow cold. 13 But he who endures to the end, the same will be saved. 14 This good news of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world for a testimony to all the nations, and then the end will come. 15 When, therefore, you see the abomination of desolation, Daniel 9:27, 11:31, 12:11 which was spoken of through Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, let the reader understand. 16 Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. 17 Let him who is on the housetop not go down to take out things that are in his house. 18 Let him who is in the field not return back to get his clothes. 19 But woe to those who are with child, and to nursing mothers in those days. 20 Pray that your flight will not be in the winter, nor on a Sabbath. 21 For then there will be great oppression, such as has not been from the beginning of the world until now, no, nor ever will be. 22 Unless those days had been shortened, no flesh would have been saved. But for the sake of the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. 23 Then if any man tells you, Behold, here is the Christ, or, there, don't believe it. 24 For there will arise false Christs, and false prophets, and they will show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. 25 Behold, I have told you beforehand. 26 If therefore they tell you, Behold, he is in the wilderness, don't go out, behold, he is in the inner rooms, don't believe it. 27 For as the lightning flashes from the east, and is seen even to the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Manitoba. 28 For wherever the carcass is, there is where the vultures gather together. 29 But immediately after the oppression of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. 30 And then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in the sky. Then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of the sky with power and great glory. 31 He will send out his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they will gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from one end of the sky to the other. 32 Now from the fig tree learn this parable. When its branch has now become tender, and produces its leaves, you know that the summer is near. 33 Even so you also, when you see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. 34 Most certainly I tell you, this generation will not pass away, until all these things are accomplished. 35 Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. 36 But no one knows of that day and hour, not even the angels of heaven, but my Father only. 37 As the days of Noah were, so will be the coming of the Son of Manitoba. 38 For as in those days, which were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ship. 39 And they didn't know until the flood came, and took them all away, so will be the coming of the Son of Manitoba. 40 Then 2 men will be in the field, one will be taken and one will be left. 41 2 women grinding at the mill, one will be taken and one will be left. 42 Watch therefore, for you don't know in what hour your Lord comes. 43 But know this, that if the master of the house had known in what watch of the night the thief was coming, he would have watched, and would not have allowed his house to be broken into. 44 Therefore also be ready, for in an hour that you don't expect, the Son of Man will come. 607 Matthew 45 Who then is the faithful and wise servant, whom his Lord has set over his household, to give them their food in due season? 46 Blessed is that servant whom his Lord finds doing so when he comes. 47 Most certainly I tell you that he will set him over all that he has. 48 But if that evil servant should say in his heart, my Lord is delaying his coming, 49 And begins to beat his fellow servants, and eat and drink with the drunkards. 50 The Lord of that servant will come in a day when he doesn't expect it, and in an hour when he doesn't know it. 51 And will cut him in pieces, and appoint his portion with the hypocrites. There is where the weeping and grinding of teeth will be. Chapter 25 1 Then the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins, who took their lamps, and went out to meet the bridegroom. 2 5 of them were foolish, and 5 were wise. 3 Those who were foolish, when they took their lamps, took no oil with them. 4 But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. 5 Now while the bridegroom delayed, they all slumbered and slept. 6 But at midnight there was a cry, Behold, the bridegroom is coming. Come out to meet him. 7 Then all those virgins arose, and trimmed their lamps. 8 The foolish said to the wise, Give us some of your oil, for our lamps are going out. 9 But the wise answered, saying, What if there isn't enough for us and you? You go rather to those who sell, and buy for yourselves. 10 While they went away to buy, the bridegroom came, and those who were ready went in with him to the marriage feast, and the door was shut. 11 Afterward the other virgins also came, saying, Lord, Lord, open to us. 12 But he answered, Most certainly I tell you, I don't know you. 13 Watch therefore, for you don't know the day, nor the hour in which the Son of Man is coming. 14 For it is like a man, going into another country, who called his own servants, and entrusted his goods to them. 15 To one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, to another 1, 2, each according to his own ability. Then he went on his journey. 16 Immediately he who received the 5 talents went and traded with them, and made another 5 talents. 17 Indiana the same way he also who got the 2 gained another 2. 18 But he who received the 1 talent went away and dug in the earth, and hid his Lord's money. 19 Now after a long time the Lord of those servants came, and reconciled accounts with them. 20 He who received the 5 talents came and brought another 5 talents, saying, Lord, you delivered to me 5 talents. Behold, I have gained another 5 talents besides them. 21 His Lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things, I will set you over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. 22 He also who got the 2 talents came and said, Lord, you delivered to me 2 talents. Behold, I have gained another 2 talents besides them. 23 His Lord said to him, Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful over a few things, I will set you over many things. Enter into the joy of your Lord. 24 He also who had received the 1 talent came and said, Lord, I knew you that you are a hard man, reaping where you did not sow, and gathering where you did not scatter. 25 I was afraid, and went away and hid your talent in the earth. Behold, you have what is yours. 26 But his Lord answered him, You wicked and slothful servant. You knew that I reap where I didn't sow, and gather where I didn't scatter. 27 You ought therefore to have deposited my money with the bankers, and at my coming I should have received back my own with interest. 28 Take away therefore the talent from him, and give it to him who has the 10 talents. 29 For to everyone who has will be given, and he will have abundance, but from him who doesn't have, even that which he has will be taken away. 30 Throw out the unprofitable servant into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. 31 But when the Son of Man comes in his glory, and all the holy angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of his glory. 32 Before him all the nations will be gathered, and he will separate them one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. 33 He will set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. 34 Then the king will tell those on his right hand, Come, blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. 35 For I was hungry, and you gave me food to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. 36 I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. 37 Then the righteous will answer him, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry, and feed you? Or thirsty, and give you a drink? 38 When did we see you as a stranger, and take you in, or naked, and clothe you? 39 When did we see you sick, or in prison, and come to you? 40 The king will answer them, Most certainly, I tell you, because you did it to one of the least of these my brothers, you did it to me. 41 Then he will say also to those on the left hand, Depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire which is prepared for the devil and his angels. 42 For I was hungry, and you didn't give me food to eat, I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. 43 I was a stranger, and you didn't take me in, naked, and you didn't clothe me, sick, and in prison, and you didn't visit me. 44 Then they will also answer, saying, Lord, when did we see you hungry, or thirsty, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and didn't help you? 45 Then he will answer them, saying, Most certainly I tell you, because you didn't do it to one of the least of these, you didn't do it to me. Matthew 608. 46 These will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life. Chapter 26. 1 When Jesus had finished all these words, he said to his disciples, 2 You know that after 2 days the Passover is coming, and the Son of Man will be delivered up to be crucified. 3 Then the chief priests, the scribes, and the elders of the people were gathered together in the court of the high priest, who was called Caiaphas. 4 They took counsel together that they might take Jesus by deceit, and kill him. 5 But they said, not during the feast, lest a riot occur among the people. 6 Now when Jesus was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, 7 A woman came to him, having an alabaster jar of very expensive ointment, and she poured it on his head as he sat at the table. 8 But when his disciples saw this, they were indignant, saying, Why this waste? 9 For this ointment might have been sold for much, and given to the poor. 10 However, knowing this, Jesus said to them, Why do you trouble the woman? Because she has done a good work for me. 11 For you always have the poor with you, but you don't always have me. 12 For in pouring this ointment on my body, she did it to prepare me for burial. 13 Most certainly I tell you, wherever this good news is preached in the whole world, what this woman has done will also be spoken of as a memorial of her. 14 Then one of the 12, who was called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests. 15 And said, What are you willing to give me, that I should deliver him to you? They weighed out for him 30 pieces of silver. 16 From that time he sought opportunity to betray him. 17 Now on the first day of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus, saying to him, Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover? 18 He said, Go into the city to a certain person, and tell him, The teacher says, My time is at hand. I will keep the Passover at your house with my disciples. 19 The disciples did as Jesus commanded them, and they prepared the Passover. 20 Now when evening had come, he was reclining at the table with the 12 disciples. 21 As they were eating, he said, Most certainly I tell you that one of you will betray me. 22 They were exceedingly sorrowful, and each began to ask him, It isn't me, is it, Lord? 23 He answered, He who dipped his hand with me in the dish, the same will betray me. 24 The Son of Man goes, even as it is written of him, but woe to that man through whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would be better for that man if he had not been born. 25 Judas, who betrayed him, answered, It isn't me, is it, Rabbi? He said to him, You said it. 26 As they were eating, Jesus took bread, gave thanks for it, and broke it. He gave to the disciples, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. 27 He took the cup, gave thanks, and gave to them, saying, All of you drink it. 28 For this is my blood of the new covenant, which is poured out for many for the remission of sins. 29 But I tell you that I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on, until that day when I drink it anew with you in my Father's kingdom. 30 When they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. 31 Then Jesus said to them, All of you will be made to stumble because of me tonight, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. Zechariah 13:7-32 But after I am raised up, I will go before you into Galilee. 33 But Peter answered him, even if all will be made to stumble because of you, I will never be made to stumble. 34 Jesus said to him, most certainly I tell you, that tonight, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. 35 Peter said to him, even if I must die with you, I will not deny you. All of the disciples also said likewise. 36 Then Jesus came with them to a place called Gethsemane, and said to his disciples, sit here, while I go there and pray. 37 He took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee, and began to be sorrowful and severely troubled. 38 Then he said to them, my soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even to death. Stay here, and watch with me. 39 He went forward a little, fell on his face, and prayed, saying, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass away from me, nevertheless, not what I desire, but what you desire. 40 He came to the disciples, and found them sleeping, and said to Peter, what, couldn't you watch with me for 1 hour? 41 Watch and pray, that you don't enter into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. 42 Again, a second time he went away, and prayed, saying, my Father, if this cup can't pass away from me unless I drink it, your desire be done. 43 He came again and found them sleeping, for their eyes were heavy. 44 He left them again, went away, and prayed a third time, saying the same words. 45 Then he came to his disciples, and said to them, sleep on now, and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. 46 Arise, let's be going. Behold, he who betrays me is at hand. 47 While he was still speaking, behold, Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a great multitude with swords and clubs, from the chief priest and elders of the people. 48 Now he who betrayed him gave them a sign, saying, whoever I kiss, he is the one. Seize him. 49 Immediately he came to Jesus, and said, Hail, Rabbi, and kissed him. 50 Jesus said to him, Friend, why are you here? Then they came and laid hands on Jesus, and took him. 51 Behold, one of those who were with Jesus stretched out his hand, and drew his 609 Matthew sword, and struck the servant of the high priest, and struck off his ear. 52 Then Jesus said to him, Put your sword back into its place, for all those who take the sword will die by the sword. 53 Or do you think that I couldn't ask my Father, and he would even now send me more than 12 legions of angels? 54 How then would the scriptures be fulfilled that it must be so? 55 In that hour Jesus said to the multitudes, Have you come out as against a robber with swords and clubs to seize me? I sat daily in the temple teaching, and you didn't arrest me. 56 But all this has happened, that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled. Then all the disciples left him, and fled. 57 Those who had taken Jesus led him away to Caiaphas the high priest, where the scribes and the elders were gathered together. 58 But Peter followed him from a distance, to the court of the high priest, and entered in and sat with the officers, to see the end. 59 Now the chief priests, the elders, and the whole council sought false testimony against Jesus, that they might put him to death, 60 And they found none. Even though many false witnesses came forward, they found none. But at last 2 false witnesses came forward, 61 And said, This man said, I am able to destroy the temple of God, and to build it in 3 days. 62 The high priest stood up, and said to him, Have you no answer? What is this that these testify against you? 63 But Jesus held his peace. The high priest answered him, I adjure you by the living God, that you tell us whether you are the Christ, the Son of God. 64 Jesus said to him, You have said it. Nevertheless, I tell you, after this you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, and coming on the clouds of the sky. 65 Then the high priest tore his clothing, saying, He has spoken blasphemy. Why do we need any more witnesses? Behold, now you have heard his blasphemy. 66 What do you think? They answered, He is worthy of death. 67 Then they spit in his face and beat him with their fists, and some slapped him. 68 Saying, Prophesy to us, you Christ. Who hit you? 69 Now Peter was sitting outside in the court. And a maid came to him, saying, You were also with Jesus, the Galilean. 70 But he denied it before them all, saying, I don't know what you are talking about. 71 When he had gone out onto the porch, someone else saw him, and said to those who were there, This man also was with Jesus of Nazareth. 72 Again he denied it with an oath, I don't know the man. 73 After a little while those who stood by came, and said to Peter, Surely you are also one of them, for your speech makes you known. 74 Then he began to curse and to swear, I don't know the man. Immediately the rooster crowed. 75 Peter remembered the word which Jesus had said to him, Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. He went out and wept bitterly. Chapter 27 1 Now when morning had come, all the chief priests and the elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. 2 And they bound him, and led him away, and delivered him up to Pontius Pilate, the governor. 3 Then Judas, who betrayed him, when he saw that Jesus was condemned, felt remorse, and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, for saying, I have sinned in that I betrayed innocent blood. But they said, What is that to us? You see to it. 5 He threw down the pieces of silver in the sanctuary, and departed. He went away and hanged himself. 6 The chief priests took the pieces of silver, and said, It's not lawful to put them into the treasury, since it is the price of blood. 7 They took counsel, and bought the potter's field with them, to bury strangers in. 8 Therefore that field was called the field of blood to this day. 9 Then that which was spoken through Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled, saying, They took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of him upon whom a price had been set, whom some of the children of Israel priced. 10 And they gave them for the potter's field, as the Lord commanded me. Zechariah 11, 12, 13. 11 Now Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, saying, Are you the king of the Jews? Jesus said to him, So you say. 12 When he was accused by the chief priests and elders, he answered nothing. 13 Then Pilate said to him, Don't you hear how many things they testify against you? 14 He gave him no answer, not even one word. So that the governor marveled greatly. 15 Now at the feast the governor was accustomed to release to the multitude one prisoner, whom they desired. 16 They had then a notable prisoner, called Barabbas. 17 When therefore they were gathered together, Pilate said to them, Whom do you want me to release to you? Barabbas, or Jesus, who is called Christ? 18 For he knew that because of envy they had delivered him up. 19 While he was sitting on the judgment seat, his wife sent to him, saying, Have nothing to do with that righteous man, for I have suffered many things today in a dream because of him. 20 Now the chief priests and the elders persuaded the multitudes to ask for Barabbas, and destroy Jesus. 21 But the governor answered them, Which of the two do you want me to release to you? They said, Barabbas. 22 Pilate said to them, What then shall I do to Jesus, who is called Christ? They all said to him, Let him be crucified. 23 But the governor said, Why? What evil has he done? But they cried out exceedingly, saying, Let him be crucified. Matthew 610. 24 So when Pilate saw that nothing was being gained, but rather that a disturbance was starting, he took water, and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this righteous person. You see to it. 25 All the people answered, May his blood be on us, and on our children. 26 Then he released to them Barabbas, but Jesus he flogged and delivered to be crucified. 27 Then the governor's soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium, and gathered the whole garrison together against him. 28 They stripped him, and put a scarlet robe on him. 29 They braided a crown of thorns and put it on his head, and a reed in his right hand, and they kneeled down before him, and mocked him, saying, Hail, King of the Jews! 30 They spat on him, and took the reed, and struck him on the head. 31 When they had mocked him, they took the robe off of him, and put his clothes on him, and led him away to crucify him. 32 As they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name, and they compelled him to go with them, that he might carry his cross. 33 They came to a place called Golgotha, that is to say, the place of a skull. 34 They gave him sour wine to drink mixed with gall. When he had tasted it, he would not drink. 35 When they had crucified him, they divided his clothing among them, casting lots. 36 And they sat and watched him there. 37 They set up over his head the accusation against him written, This is Jesus, the King of the Jews. 38 Then there were two robbers crucified with him, one on his right hand and one on the left. 39 Those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads. 40 And saying, You who destroy the temple, and build it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross. 41 Likewise the chief priests also mocking with the scribes, the Pharisees, and the elders, said, 42 He saved others, but he can't save himself. If he is the King of Israel, let him come down from the cross now, and we will believe in him. 43 He trusts in God. Let God deliver him now, if he wants him, for he said, I am the Son of God. 44 The robbers also who were crucified with him cast on him the same reproach. 45 Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour. 46 About The 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. That is, my God, why have you forsaken me? Psalm 22, 1. 47. Some of them who stood there, when they heard it, said, This man is calling Elijah. 48. Immediately one of them ran, and took a sponge, and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him a drink. 49. The rest said, Let him be. Let's see whether Elijah comes to save him. 50. Jesus cried again with a loud voice, and yielded up his spirit. 51. Behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two from the top to the bottom. The earth quaked and the rocks were split. 52. The tombs were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised. 53. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection, they entered into the holy city and appeared to many. 54. Now the centurion, and those who were with him, watching Jesus, when they saw the earth quake, and the things that were done, feared exceedingly, saying, Truly this was the Son of God. 55. Many women were there watching from afar, who had followed Jesus from Galilee, serving him. 56. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Joses, and the mother of the sons of Zebedee. 57. When evening had come, a rich man from Arimathea, named Joseph, who himself was also Jesus' disciple, came. 58. This man went to Pilate, and asked for Jesus' body. Then Pilate commanded the body to be given up. 59. Joseph took the body, and wrapped it in a clean linen cloth. 60. And laid it in his own new tomb, which he had cut out in the rock, and he rolled a great stone to the door of the tomb, and departed. 61. Mary Magdalene was there, and the other Mary, sitting opposite the tomb. 62. Now on the next day, which was the day after the preparation day, the chief priests and the Pharisees were gathered together to Pilate. 63. Saying, Sir, we remember what that deceiver said while he was still alive. After 3 days I will rise again. 64. Command therefore that the tomb be made secure until the 3rd day, lest perhaps his disciples come at night and steal him away, and tell the people, He is risen from the dead, and the last deception will be worse than the first. 65. Pilate said to them, You have a guard. Go. Make it as secure as you can. 66. So they went with the guard and made the tomb secure, sealing the stone. Chapter 28. 1. Now after the Sabbath, as it began to dawn on the 1st day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary came to see the tomb. 2. Behold, there was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord descended from the sky, and came and rolled away the stone from the door, and sat on it. 3. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothing white as snow. 4. For fear of him, the guards shook and became like dead men. 5. The angel answered the women, Don't be afraid, for I know that you seek Jesus, who has been crucified. 6. He is not here, for he has risen, just like he said. Come, see the place where the Lord was lying. 7. Go quickly and tell his disciples, He has risen from the dead. And behold, he goes before you into Galilee, there you will see him. Behold, I have told you. 8. They departed quickly from the tomb with fear and great joy, and ran to bring his disciples word. 9. As they went to tell his disciples, behold, Jesus met them, saying, Rejoice. They came and took hold of his feet, and worshipped him. 10 Then Jesus said to them, Don't be afraid. Go. Tell my brothers that they should go into Galilee. 611 Matthew. And there they will see me. 11 Now while they were going, behold, some of the guards came into the city, and told the chief priests all the things that had happened. 12 When they were assembled with the elders, and had taken counsel, they gave a large amount of silver to the soldiers. 13 Saying, Say that his disciples came by night, and stole him away while we slept. 14 If this comes to the governor's ears, we will persuade him and make you free of worry. 15 So they took the money and did as they were told. This saying was spread abroad among the Jews, and continues until today. 16 But the 11 disciples went into Galilee, to the mountain where Jesus had sent them. 17 When they saw him, they bowed down to him, but some doubted. 18 Jesus came to them and spoke to them, saying, All authority has been given to me in heaven and on earth. 19 Go, and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. 20 Teaching them to observe all things that I commanded you. Behold, I am with you always, even to the end of the age. Amen. Underscore 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 un. Mark. Chapter 1. 1 The beginning of the good news of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. 2 As it is written in the prophets, Behold, I send my messenger before your face, who will prepare your way before you. Malachi 3:1. 3 The voice of one crying in the wilderness, Make ready the way of the Lord. Make his paths straight. Isaiah 40:3. 4 John came baptizing in the wilderness and preaching the baptism of repentance for forgiveness of sins. 5 All the country of Judea and all those of Jerusalem went out to him. They were baptized by him in the Jordan River, confessing their sins. 6 John was clothed with camel's hair and a leather belt around his waist. He ate locusts and wild honey. 7 He preached, saying, After me comes he who is mightier than I, the thong of whose sandals I am not worthy to stoop down and loosen. 8 I baptized you in water, but he will baptize you in the Holy Spirit. 9 In those days, Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in the Jordan. 10 Immediately coming up from the water, he saw the heavens parting, and the Spirit descending on him like a dove. 11 A voice came out of the sky, You are my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. 12 Immediately the Spirit drove him out into the wilderness. 13 He was there in the wilderness 40 days tempted by Satan. He was with the wild animals, and the angels were serving him. 14 Now after John was taken into custody, Jesus came into Galilee, preaching the good news of God's kingdom. 15 And saying, The time is fulfilled, and God's kingdom is at hand. Repent, and believe in the good news. 16 Passing along by the Sea of Galilee, he saw Simon and Andrew the brother of Simon casting a net into the sea, for they were fishermen. 17 Jesus said to them, Come after me, and I will make you into fishers for men. 18 Immediately they left their nets, and followed him. 19 Going on a little further from there, he saw James the son of Zebedee, and John, his brother, who were also in the boat, mending the nets. 20 Immediately he called them, And they left their father, Zebedee, in the boat with the hired servants, and went after him. 21 They went into Capernaum, and immediately on the Sabbath day he entered into the synagogue and taught. 22 They were astonished at his teaching, for he taught them as having authority, and not as the scribes. 23 Immediately there was in their synagogue a man with an unclean spirit, and he cried out, 24 saying, Ha! What do we have to do with you, Jesus, you Nazarene? Have you come to destroy us? I know you who you are, the Holy One of God. 25 Jesus rebuked him, saying, Be quiet, and come out of him. 26 The unclean spirit, convulsing him and crying with a loud voice, came out of him. 27 They were all amazed, so that they questioned among themselves, saying, What is this? A new teaching. For with authority he commands even the unclean spirits, and they obey him. 28 The report of him went out immediately everywhere, into all the region of Galilee and its surrounding area. 29 Immediately, when they had come out of the synagogue, they came into the house of Simon and Andrew with James and John. 30 Now Simon's wife's mother lay sick with a fever, and immediately they told him about her. 31 He came and took her by the hand, and raised her up. The fever left her, and she served them. 32 At evening, when the sun had set, they brought to him all who were sick, and those who were possessed by demons. 33 All the city was gathered together at the door. 34 He healed many who were sick with various diseases, and cast out many demons. He didn't allow the demons to speak, because they knew him. 35 Early in the morning, while it was still dark, he rose up and went out, and departed into a deserted place, and prayed there. 36 Simon and those who were with him followed after him. 37 And they found him, and told him, Everyone is looking for you. 38 He said to them, Let's go elsewhere into the next towns, that I may preach there also, because I came out for this reason. 39 He went into their synagogues throughout all Galilee, preaching and Mark 612. Casting out demons. 40 A leper came to him, begging him, kneeling down to him, and saying to him, If you want to, you can make me clean. 41 Being moved with compassion, he stretched out his hand, and touched him, and said to him, I want to be made clean. 42 When he had said this, immediately the leprosy departed from him, and he was made clean. 43 He strictly warned him, and immediately sent him out. 44 And said to him, See you say nothing to anybody, but go, show yourself to the priest, and offer for your cleansing the things which Moses commanded, for a testimony to them. 45 But he went out, and began to proclaim it much, and to spread about the matter, so that Jesus could no more openly enter into a city, but was outside in desert places, and they came to him from everywhere. Chapter 2 1 When he entered again into Capernaum after some days, it was heard that he was in the house. 2 Immediately many were gathered together, so that there was no more room, not even around the door, and he spoke the word to them. 3-4 People came, carrying a paralytic to him. 4 When they could not come near to him for the crowd, they removed the roof where he was. When they had broken it up, they let down the mat that the paralytic was lying on. 5 Jesus, seeing their faith, said to the paralytic, Son, your sins are forgiven you. 6 But there were some of the scribes sitting there, and reasoning in their hearts. 7 Why does this man speak blasphemies like that? Who can forgive sins but God alone? 8 Immediately Jesus, perceiving in his spirit that they so reasoned within themselves, said to them, Why do you reason these things in your hearts? 9 Which is easier, to tell the paralytic, your sins are forgiven, or to say, Arise, and take up your bed, and walk? 10 But that you may know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins, he said to the paralytic. 11 I tell you, arise, take up your mat, and go to your house. 12 He arose, and immediately took up the mat, and went out in front of them all, so that they were all amazed, and glorified God, saying, We never saw anything like this. 13 He went out again by the seaside. All the multitude came to him, and he taught them. 14 As he passed by, he saw Levi, the son of Alphaeus, sitting at the tax office, and he said to him, Follow me. And he arose and followed him. 15 He was reclining at the table in his house, and many tax collectors and sinners sat down with Jesus and his disciples, for there were many, and they followed him. 16 The scribes and the Pharisees, when they saw that he was eating with the sinners and tax collectors, said to his disciples, Why is it that he eats and drinks with tax collectors and sinners? 17 When Jesus heard it, he said to them, Those who are healthy have no need for a physician, but those who are sick. I came not to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance. 18 John's disciples and the Pharisees were fasting, and they came and asked him, Why do John's disciples and the disciples of the Pharisees fast, but your disciples don't fast? 19 Jesus said to them, Can the groomsmen fast while the bridegroom is with them? As long as they have the bridegroom with them, they can't fast. 20 But the days will come when the bridegroom will be taken away from them, and then will they fast in that day. 21 No one sews a piece of unshrunk cloth on an old garment, or else the patch shrinks and the new tears away from the old, and a worse hole is made. 22 No one puts new wine into old wineskins, or else the new wine will burst the skins, and the wine pours out, and the skins will be destroyed, but they put new wine into fresh wineskins. 23 He was going on the Sabbath day through the grain fields, and his disciples began, as they went, to pluck the ears of grain. 24 The Pharisees said to him, Behold, why do they do that which is not lawful on the Sabbath day? 25 He said to them, Did you never read what David did, when he had need, and was hungry, he, and those who were with him? 26 How he entered into God's house when Abiathar was high priest, and ate the showbread, which is not lawful to eat except for the priests, and gave also to those who were with him. 27 He said to them, The Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. 28 Therefore the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath. Chapter 3 1 He entered again into the synagogue, and there was a man there who had his hand withered. 2 They watched him, whether he would heal him on the Sabbath day, that they might accuse him. 3 He said to the man who had his hand withered, Stand up. 4 He said to them, Is it lawful on the Sabbath day to do good, or to do harm? To save a life, or to kill? But they were silent. 5. When he had looked around at them with anger, being grieved at the hardening of their hearts, he said to the man, Stretch out your hand. He stretched it out, and his hand was restored as healthy as the other. 6. The Pharisees went out, and immediately conspired with the Herodians against him, how they might destroy him. 7. Jesus withdrew to the sea with his disciples, and a great multitude followed him from Galilee, from Judea, 8. From Jerusalem, from Idumea, beyond the Jordan, and those from around Tyre and Sidon. A great multitude, hearing what great things he did, came to him. 9. He spoke to his disciples that a little boat should stay near him, because of the crowd, so that they wouldn't press on him. 10. For he had healed many, so that as many as had diseases pressed on him that they might touch him. 11. The unclean spirits, whenever they saw him, fell down before him, and cried, You are the Son of God. 12. He sternly warned 613 mark them that they should not make him known. 13. He went up into the mountain, and called to himself those whom he wanted, and they went to him. 14. He appointed 12, that they might be with him, and that he might send them out to preach. 15. And to have authority to heal sicknesses and to cast out demons. 16. Simon, to whom he gave the name Peter. 17. James the son of Zebedee, John, the brother of James, and he called them Boanerges, which means, sons of thunder. 18. Andrew, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, the son of Alphaeus, Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot. 19. And Judas Iscariot, who also betrayed him. He came into a house. 20. The multitude came together again, so that they could not so much as eat bread. 21. When his friends heard it, they went out to seize him, for they said, He is insane. 22. The scribes who came down from Jerusalem said, He has Beelzebul, and, by the prince of the demons he casts out the demons. 23. He summoned them, and said to them in parables, How can Satan cast out Satan? 24. If a kingdom is divided against itself, that kingdom cannot stand. 25. If a house is divided against itself, that house cannot stand. 26. If Satan has risen up against himself, and is divided, he can't stand, but has an end. 27. But no one can enter into the house of the strong man to plunder, unless he first binds the strong man, and then he will plunder his house. 28. Most certainly I tell you, all sins of the descendants of man will be forgiven, including their blasphemies with which they may blaspheme. 29. But whoever may blaspheme against the Holy Spirit never has forgiveness, but is subject to eternal condemnation. 30. Because they said, He has an unclean spirit. 31. His mother and his brothers came, and, standing outside, they sent to him, calling him. 32. A multitude was sitting around him, and they told him, Behold, your mother, your brothers, and your sisters are outside looking for you. 33. He answered them, Who are my mother and my brothers? 34. Looking around at those who sat around him, he said, Behold, my mother and my brothers. 35. For whoever does the will of God, the same is my brother, and my sister, and mother. Chapter 4. 1. Again he began to teach by the seaside. A great multitude was gathered to him, so that he entered into a boat in the sea, and sat down. All the multitude were on the land by the sea. 2. He taught them many things in parables, and told them in his teaching. 3. Listen. Behold, the farmer went out to sow. 4. And as he sowed, some seed fell by the road, and the birds came and devoured it. 5. Others fell on the rocky ground, where it had little soil, and immediately it sprang up, because it had no depth of soil. 6. When the sun had risen, it was scorched, and because it had no root, it withered away. 7. Others fell among the thorns, and the thorns grew up, and choked it, and it yielded no fruit. 8. Others fell into the good ground, and yielded fruit, growing up and increasing. Some produced 30 times, some 60 times, and some 100 times as much. 9. He said, Whoever has ears to hear, let him hear. 10. When he was alone, those who were around him with the 12 asked him about the parables. 11. He said to them, To you is given the mystery of God's kingdom, but to those who are outside, all things are done in parables. 12. That, seeing they may see, and not perceive, and hearing they may hear, and not understand, lest perhaps they should turn again, and their sins should be forgiven them. Isaiah 6, 9, 10. 13. He said to them, Don't you understand this parable? How will you understand all of the parables? 14. The farmer sows the word. 15. The ones by the road are the ones where the word is sown, and when they have heard, immediately Satan comes, and takes away the word which has been sown in them. 16. These in the same way are those who are sown on the rocky places, who, when they have heard the word, immediately receive it with joy. 17. They have no root in themselves, but are short-lived. When oppression or persecution arises because of the word, immediately they stumble. 18. Others are those who are sown among the thorns. These are those who have heard the word. 19. And the cares of this age, and the deceitfulness of riches, and the lusts of other things entering in choke the word, and it becomes unfruitful. 20. Those which were sown on the good ground are those who hear the word, and accept it, and bear fruit, some 30 times, some 60 times, and some 100 times. 21. He said to them, Is the lamp brought to be put under a basket or under a bed? Isn't it put on a stand? 22. For there is nothing hidden, except that it should be made known, neither was anything made secret, but that it should come to light. 23. If any man has ears to hear, let him hear. 24. He said to them, Take heed what you hear. With whatever measure you measure, it will be measured to you, and more will be given to you who hear. 25. For whoever has, to him will more be given, and he who doesn't have, even that which he has will be taken away from him. 26. He said, God's kingdom is as if a man should cast seed on the earth. 27. And should sleep and rise night and day, and the seed should spring up and grow, he doesn't know how. 28. For the earth bears fruit, first the blade, then the ear, then the full grain in the ear. 29. But when the fruit is ripe, immediately he puts in the sickle, because the harvest has come. 30. He said, How will we liken God's kingdom? Or with what parable will we illustrate it? 31. It's like a grain of mustard seed, which, when it is sown in the earth, though it is less than all the seeds that are on the earth. 32. Yet when it is sown, grows up, and becomes greater than all the herbs, and puts out great branches, so that the birds of the sky can lodge under its shadow. 33 With many such parables he spoke the word. Mark 614. To them, as they were able to hear it. 34 Without a parable he didn't speak to them, but privately to his own disciples he explained everything. 35 On that day, when evening had come, he said to them, Let's go over to the other side. 36 Leaving the multitude, they took him with them, even as he was, in the boat. Other small boats were also with him. 37 A big windstorm arose, and the waves beat into the boat, so much that the boat was already filled. 38 He himself was in the stern, asleep on the cushion, and they woke him up, and told him, Teacher, don't you care that we are dying? 39 He awoke, and rebuked the wind, and said to the sea, Peace, be still. The wind ceased, and there was a great calm. 40 He said to them, Why are you so afraid? How is it that you have no faith? 41 They were greatly afraid, and said to one another, Who then is this, that even the wind and the sea obey him? Chapter 5. 1 They came to the other side of the sea, into the country of the Gadarenes. 2 When he had come out of the boat, immediately a man with an unclean spirit met him out of the tombs. 3 He lived in the tombs. Nobody could bind him any more, not even with chains, for because he had been often bound with fetters and chains, and the chains had been torn apart by him, and the fetters broken in pieces. Nobody had the strength to tame him. 5 Always, night and day, in the tombs and in the mountains, he was crying out, and cutting himself with stones. 6 When he saw Jesus from afar, he ran and bowed down to him. 7 And crying out with a loud voice, he said, What have I to do with you, Jesus, you Son of the Most High God? I adjure you by God, don't torment me. 8 For he said to him, Come out of the man, you unclean spirit. 9 He asked him, What is your name? He said to him, My name is Legion, for we are many. 10 He begged him much that he would not send them away out of the country. 11 Now, on the mountainside there was a great herd of pigs feeding. 12 All the demons begged him, saying, Send us into the pigs, that we may enter into them. 13 At once Jesus gave them permission. The unclean spirits came out and entered into the pigs. The herd of about 2,000 rushed down the steep bank into the sea, and they were drowned in the sea. 14 Those who fed them fled, and told it in the city and in the country. The people came to see what it was that had happened. 15 They came to Jesus, and saw him who had been possessed by demons sitting clothed, and in his right mind, even him who had the legion, and they were afraid. 16 Those who saw it declared to them what happened to him who was possessed by demons, and about the pigs. 17 They began to beg him to depart from their region. 18 As he was entering into the boat, he who had been possessed by demons begged him that he might be with him. 19 He didn't allow him, but said to him, Go to your house, to your friends, and tell them what great things the Lord has done for you, and how he had mercy on you. 20 He went his way and began to proclaim Indiana, Decapolis, how Jesus had done great things for him. And everyone marveled. 21 When Jesus had crossed back over in the boat to the other side, a great multitude was gathered to him, and he was by the sea. 22 Behold, one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name, came, and, seeing him, he fell at his feet, 23 and begged him much, saying, My little daughter is at the point of death. Please come and lay your hands on her, that she may be made healthy, and live. 24 He went with him, and a great multitude followed him, and they pressed upon him on all sides. 25 A certain woman, who had an issue of blood for 12 years, 26 and had suffered many things by many physicians, and had spent all that she had, and was no better, but rather grew worse. 27 Having heard the things concerning Jesus, came up behind him in the crowd, and touched his clothes. 28 For she said, If I just touch his clothes, I will be made well. 29 Immediately the flow of her blood was dried up, and she felt in her body that she was healed of her affliction. 30 Immediately Jesus, perceiving in himself that the power had gone out from him, turned around in the crowd, and asked, Who touched my clothes? 31 His disciples said to him, You see the multitude pressing against you, and you say, Who touched me? 32 He looked around to see her who had done this thing. 33 But the woman, fearing and trembling, knowing what had been done to her, came and fell down before him, and told him all the truth. 34 He said to her, Daughter, your faith has made you well. Go in peace, and be cured of your disease. 35 While he was still speaking, people came from the synagogue ruler's house saying, Your daughter is dead. Why bother the teacher any more? 36 But Jesus, when he heard the message spoken, immediately said to the ruler of the synagogue, Don't be afraid, only believe. 37 He allowed no one to follow him, except Peter, James, and John, the brother of James. 38 He came to the synagogue ruler's house, and he saw an uproar, weeping, and great wailing. 39 When he had entered in, he said to them, Why do you make an uproar and weep? The child is not dead, but is asleep. 40 They ridiculed him. But he, having put them all out, took the father of the child, her mother, and those who were with him, and went in where the child was lying. 41 Taking the child by the hand, he said to her, Talitha cumi, which means, being interpreted, Girl, I tell you, get up. 42 Immediately the girl rose up and walked, for she was 12 years old. They were amazed with 615 mark. Great amazement. 43 He strictly ordered them that no one should know this, and commanded that something should be given to her to eat. Chapter 6 1 He went out from there. He came into his own country, and his disciples followed him. 2 When the Sabbath had come, he began to teach in the synagogue, and many hearing him were astonished, saying, Where did this man get these things, and what is the wisdom that is given to this man, that such mighty works come about by his hands? 3 Isn't this the carpenter, the son of Mary, and brother of James, Joses, Judah, and Simon? Aren't his sisters here with us? They were offended at him. 4 Jesus said to them, A prophet is not without honor, except in his own country, and among his own relatives, and in his own house. 5 He could do no mighty work there, except that he laid his hands on a few sick people, and healed them. 6 He marveled because of their unbelief. He went around the villages teaching. 7 He called to himself the 12, and began to send them out 2 by 2, and he gave them authority over the unclean spirits. 8 He commanded them that they should take nothing for their journey, except a staff only, no bread, no wallet, no money in their purse. 9 But to wear sandals, and not put on 2 tunics. 10 He said to them, wherever you enter into a house, stay there until you depart from there. 11 Whoever will not receive you, nor hear you, as you depart from there, shake off the dust that is under your feet for a testimony against them. Assuredly, I tell you, it will be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. 12 They went out and preached that people should repent. 13 They cast out many demons, and anointed many with oil who were sick, and healed them. 14 King Herod heard this, for his name had become known, and he said, John the Baptizer has risen from the dead, and therefore these powers are at work in him. 15 But others said, he is Elijah. Others said, he is a prophet, or like one of the prophets. 16 But Herod, when he heard this, said, this is John, whom I beheaded. He has risen from the dead. 17 For Herod himself had sent out and arrested John, and bound him in prison for the sake of Herodias, his brother Philip's wife, for he had married her. 18 For John said to Herod, it is not lawful for you to have your brother's wife. 19 Herodias set herself against him, and desired to kill him, but she couldn't. 20 For Herod feared John, knowing that he was a righteous and holy man, and kept him safe. When he heard him, he did many things, and he heard him gladly. 21 Then a convenient day came, that Herod on his birthday made a supper for his nobles, the high officers, and the chief men of Galilee. 22 When the daughter of Herodias herself came in and danced, she pleased Herod and those sitting with him. The king said to the young lady, ask me whatever you want, and I will give it to you. 23 He swore to her, whatever you shall ask of me, I will give you, up to half of my kingdom. 24 She went out, and said to her mother, what shall I ask? She said, the head of John the Baptizer. 25 She came in immediately with haste to the king, and asked, I want you to give me right now the head of John the Baptizer on a platter. 26 The king was exceedingly sorry, but for the sake of his oaths, and of his dinner guests, he didn't wish to refuse her. 27 Immediately the king sent out a soldier of his guard, and commanded to bring John's head, and he went and beheaded him in the prison. 28 And brought his head on a platter, and gave it to the young lady, and the young lady gave it to her mother. 29 When his disciples heard this, they came and took up his corpse, and laid it in a tomb. 30 The apostles gathered themselves together to Jesus, and they told him all things, whatever they had done, and whatever they had taught. 31 He said to them, you come apart into a deserted place, and rest a while. For there were many coming and going, and they had no leisure so much as to eat. 32 They went away in the boat to a deserted place by themselves. 33 They saw them going, and many recognized him and ran there on foot from all the cities. They arrived before them, and came together to him. 34 Jesus came out, saw a great multitude, and he had compassion on them, because they were like sheep without a shepherd. And he began to teach them many things. 35 When it was late in the day, his disciples came to him, and said, "This place is deserted, and it is late in the day." 36 Send them away, that they may go into the surrounding country and villages, and buy themselves bread, for they have nothing to eat. 37 But he answered them, "You give them something to eat." They asked him, "Shall we go and buy 200 denarii worth of bread, and give them something to eat?" 38 He said to them, "How many loaves do you have? Go see." When they knew, they said, 5, and 2 fish. 39 He commanded them that everyone should sit down in groups on the green grass. 40 They sat down in ranks, by hundreds and by fifties. 41 He took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, and looking up to heaven, he blessed and broke the loaves, and he gave to his disciples to set before them, and he divided the 2 fish among them all. 42 They all ate, and were filled. 43 They took up 12 baskets full of broken pieces and also of the fish. 44 Those who ate the loaves were 5,000 men. 45 Immediately he made his disciples get into the boat, and to go ahead to the other side, to Bethsaida, while he himself sent the multitude away. 46 After he had taken leave of them, he went up the mountain to pray. 47 When evening had come, the boat was in the middle of the sea, and he was alone on the land. 48 Seeing them distressed in rowing, for the wind, Mark 616, was contrary to them, about the 4th watch of the night he came to them, walking on the sea. And he would have passed by them. 49 But they, when they saw him walking on the sea, supposed that it was a ghost, and cried out. 50 For they all saw him, and were troubled. But he immediately spoke with them, and said to them, "Cheer up! It is I. Don't be afraid." 51 He got into the boat with them, and the wind ceased, and they were very amazed among themselves, and marveled. 52 For they hadn't understood about the loaves, but their hearts were hardened. 53 When they had crossed over, they came to land at Gennesaret, and moored to the shore. 54 When they had come out of the boat, immediately the people recognized him. 55 And ran around that whole region, and began to bring those who were sick, on their mats, to where they heard he was. 56 Wherever he entered, into villages, or into cities, or into the country, they laid the sick in the marketplaces, and begged him that they might touch just the fringe of his garment, and as many as touched him were made well. Chapter 7. 1 Then the Pharisees and some of the scribes gathered together to him, having come from Jerusalem. 2 Now when they saw some of his disciples eating bread with defiled, that is, unwashed, hands, they found fault. 3 For the Pharisees and all the Jews don't eat unless they wash their hands and forearms, holding to the tradition of the elders. For they don't eat when they come from the marketplace unless they bathe themselves, and there are many other things which they have received to hold to, washings of cups, pitchers, bronze vessels, and couches. 5 The Pharisees and the scribes asked him, "Why don't your disciples walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat their bread with unwashed hands?" 6 He answered them, "Well did Isaiah prophesy of you hypocrites, as it is written, 'This people honors me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.' 7 But they worship me in vain, teaching as doctrines the commandments of men." Isaiah 29:13. 8 For you set aside the commandment of God, and hold tightly to the tradition of men, the washing of pitchers and cups, and you do many other such things. 9 He said to them, full well do you reject the commandment of God, that you may keep your tradition. 10 For Moses said, honor your father and your mother, Exodus 20:12, Deuteronomy 5:16, and, he who speaks evil of father or mother, let him be put to death. Exodus 21:17, Leviticus 20:9-11. But you say, if a man tells his father or his mother, whatever profit you might have received from me is Korban, that is to say, given to God. 12 Then you no longer allow him to do anything for his father or his mother. 13 Making void the word of God by your tradition, which you have handed down. You do many things like this. 14 He called all the multitude to himself, and said to them, hear me, all of you, and understand. 15 There is nothing from outside of the man, that going into him can defile him, but the things which proceed out of the man are those that defile the man. 16 If anyone has ears to hear, let him hear. 17 When he had entered into a house away from the multitude, his disciples asked him about the parable. 18 He said to them, are you also without understanding? Don't you perceive that whatever goes into the man from outside can't defile him? 19 Because it doesn't go into his heart, but into his stomach, then into the latrine, thus purifying all foods. 20 He said, that which proceeds out of the man, that defiles the man. 21 For from within, out of the hearts of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, sexual sins, murders, thefts. 22 Covetings, wickedness, deceit, lustful desires, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, and foolishness. 23 All these evil things come from within, and defile the man. 24 From there he arose, and went away into the borders of Tyre and Sidon. He entered into a house, and didn't want anyone to know it, but he couldn't escape notice. 25 For a woman, whose little daughter had an unclean spirit, having heard of him, came and fell down at his feet. 26 Now the woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by race. She begged him that he would cast the demon out of her daughter. 27 But Jesus said to her, let the children be filled first, for it is not appropriate to take the children's bread and throw it to the dogs. 28 But she answered him, yes, Lord. Yet even the dogs under the table eat the children's crumbs. 29 He said to her, for this saying, go your way. The demon has gone out of your daughter. 30 She went away to her house, and found the child having been laid on the bed, with the demon gone out. 31 Again he departed from the borders of Tyre and Sidon, and came to the Sea of Galilee, through the middle of the region of Decapolis. 32 They brought to him one who was deaf and had an impediment in his speech. They begged him to lay his hand on him. 33 He took him aside from the multitude, privately, and put his fingers into his ears, and he spat, and touched his tongue. 34 Looking up to heaven, he sighed, and said to him, Ephphatha, that is, be opened. 35 Immediately his ears were opened, and the impediment of his tongue was released, and he spoke clearly. 36 He commanded them that they should tell no one, but the more he commanded them, so much the more widely they proclaimed it. 37 They were astonished beyond measure, saying, He has done all things well. He makes even the deaf hear, and the mute speak. Chapter 8 1 In those days, When there was a very great multitude, and they had nothing to eat, Jesus called his disciples to himself, and said to them, I have compassion on the multitude, because they have stayed with me now 3 days, and have nothing 617 mark to eat. 3 If I send them away fasting to their home, they will faint on the way, for some of them have come a long way. 4 His disciples answered him, From where could one satisfy these people with bread here in a deserted place? 5 He asked them, How many loaves do you have? They said, 7. 6 He commanded the multitude to sit down on the ground, and he took the 7 loaves. Having given thanks, he broke them, and gave them to his disciples to serve, and they served the multitude. 7 They had a few small fish. Having blessed them, he said to serve these also. 8 They ate, and were filled. They took up 7 baskets of broken pieces that were left over. 9 Those who had eaten were about 4,000. Then he sent them away. 10 Immediately he entered into the boat with his disciples, and came into the region of Dalmanutha. 11 The Pharisees came out and began to question him, seeking from him a sign from heaven, and testing him. 12 He sighed deeply in his spirit, and said, Why does this generation seek a sign? Most certainly I tell you, no sign will be given to this generation. 13 He left them, and again entering into the boat, departed to the other side. 14 They forgot to take bread, and they didn't have more than 1 loaf in the boat with them. 15 He warned them, saying, Take heed, beware of the yeast of the Pharisees and the yeast of Herod. 16 They reasoned with one another, saying, It's because we have no bread. 17 Jesus, perceiving it, said to them, Why do you reason that it's because you have no bread? Don't you perceive yet, neither understand? Is your heart still hardened? 18 Having eyes, don't you see? Having ears, don't you hear? Don't you remember? 19 When I broke the 5 loaves among the 5,000, how many baskets full of broken pieces did you take up? They told him, 12. 20 When the 7 loaves fed the 4,000, how many baskets full of broken pieces did you take up? They told him, 7. 21 He asked them, Don't you understand yet? 22 He came to Bethsaida. They brought a blind man to him, and begged him to touch him. 23 He took hold of the blind man by the hand, and brought him out of the village. When he had spit on his eyes, and laid his hands on him, he asked him if he saw anything. 24 He looked up, and said, I see men, for I see them like trees walking. 25 Then again he laid his hands on his eyes. He looked intently, and was restored, and saw everyone clearly. 26 He sent him away to his house, saying, Don't enter into the village, nor tell anyone in the village. 27 Jesus went out, with his disciples, into the villages of Caesarea Philippi. On the way he asked his disciples, Who do men say that I am? 28 They told him, John the Baptizer, and others say Elijah, but others, one of the prophets. 29 He said to them, But who do you say that I am? Peter answered, You are the Christ. 30 He commanded them that they should tell no one about him. 31 He began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things, and be rejected by the elders, the chief priests, and the scribes, and be killed, and after 3 days rise again. 32 He spoke to them openly. Peter took him and began to rebuke him. 33 But he, turning around, and seeing his disciples, rebuked Peter, and said, Get behind me, Satan. For you have in mind not the things of God, but the things of men. 34 He called the multitude to himself with his disciples, and said to them, Whoever wants to come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross, and follow me. 35 For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, and whoever will lose his life for my sake and the sake of the good news will save it. 36 For what does it profit a man, to gain the whole world, and forfeit his life? 37 For what will a man give in exchange for his life? 38 For whoever will be ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, the Son of Man also will be ashamed of him, when he comes in his Father's glory, with the holy angels. Chapter 9. 1 He said to them, Most certainly I tell you, there are some standing here who will in no way taste death until they see God's kingdom come with power. 2 After 6 days Jesus took with him Peter, James, and John, and brought them up onto a high mountain privately by themselves, and he was changed into another form in front of them. 3 His clothing became glistening, exceedingly white, like snow, such as no launderer on earth can whiten them. 4 Elijah and Moses appeared to them, and they were talking with Jesus. 5 Peter answered Jesus, Rabbi, it is good for us to be here. Let's make 3 tents, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. 6 For he didn't know what to say, for they were very afraid. 7 A cloud came, overshadowing them, and a voice came out of the cloud, This is my beloved Son. Listen to him. 8 Suddenly looking around, they saw no one with them any more, except Jesus only. 9 As they were coming down from the mountain, he commanded them that they should tell no one what things they had seen, until after the Son of Man had risen from the dead. 10 They kept this, saying to themselves, questioning what the rising from the dead meant. 11 They asked him, saying, Why do the scribes say that Elijah must come first? 12 He said to them, Elijah indeed comes first, and restores all things. How is it written about the Son of Man, that he should suffer many things and be despised? 13 But I tell you that Elijah has come. Mark 618. And they have also done to him whatever they wanted to, even as it is written about him. 14 Coming to the disciples, he saw a great multitude around them, and scribes questioning them. 15 Immediately all the multitude, when they saw him, were greatly amazed, and running to him greeted him. 16 He asked the scribes, What are you asking them? 17 One of the multitude answered, Teacher, I brought to you my son, who has a mute spirit. 18 And wherever it seizes him, it throws him down, and he foams at the mouth, and grinds his teeth, and wastes away. I asked your disciples to cast it out, and they weren't able. 19 He answered him, Unbelieving generation, how long shall I be with you? How long shall I bear with you? Bring him to me. 20 They brought him to him, and when he saw him, immediately the spirit convulsed him, and he fell on the ground, wallowing and foaming at the mouth. 21 He asked his father, How long has it been since this has come to him? He said, From childhood 22 often it has cast him both into the fire and into the water, to destroy him. But if you can do anything, have compassion on us, and help us. 23 Jesus said to him, if you can believe, all things are possible to him who believes. 24 Immediately the father of the child cried out with tears, I believe. Help my unbelief. 25 When Jesus saw that a multitude came running together, he rebuked the unclean spirit, saying to him, you mute and deaf spirit, I command you, come out of him, and never enter him again. 26 Having cried out, and convulsed greatly, it came out of him. The boy became like one dead, so much that most of them said, he is dead. 27 But Jesus took him by the hand, and raised him up, and he arose. 28 When he had come into the house, his disciples asked him privately, why couldn't we cast it out? 29 He said to them, this kind can come out by nothing, except by prayer and fasting. 30 They went out from there, and passed through Galilee. He didn't want anyone to know it. 31 For he was teaching his disciples, and said to them, the Son of Man is being handed over to the hands of men, and they will kill him, and when he is killed, on the third day he will rise again. 32 But they didn't understand the saying, and were afraid to ask him. 33 He came to Capernaum, and when he was in the house he asked them, what were you arguing among yourselves on the way? 34 But they were silent, for they had disputed one with another on the way about who was the greatest. 35 He sat down, and called the 12, and he said to them, if any man wants to be first, he shall be last of all, and servant of all. 36 He took a little child, and set him in the middle of them. Taking him in his arms, he said to them, 37 Whoever receives one such little child in my name, receives me, and whoever receives me doesn't receive me, but him who sent me. 38 John said to him, Teacher, we saw someone who doesn't follow us casting out demons in your name, and we forbade him, because he doesn't follow us. 39 But Jesus said, don't forbid him, for there is no one who will do a mighty work in my name, and be able quickly to speak evil of me. 44 Whoever is not against us is on our side. 41 4 Whoever will give you a cup of water to drink in my name, because you are Christ's, most certainly I tell you, he will in no way lose his reward. 42 Whoever will cause one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for him if he were thrown into the sea with a millstone hung around his neck. 43 If your hand causes you to stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter into life maimed, rather than having your two hands to go into Gehenna, into the unquenchable fire. 44 Where their worm doesn't die, and the fire is not quenched. Isaiah 66, 24-45 If your foot causes you to stumble, cut it off. It is better for you to enter into life lame, rather than having your two feet to be cast into Gehenna, into the fire that will never be quenched. 46 Where their worm doesn't die, and the fire is not quenched. 47 If your eye causes you to stumble, cast it out. It is better for you to enter into God's kingdom with one eye, rather than having two eyes to be cast into the Gehenna of fire. 48 Where their worm doesn't die, and the fire is not quenched. Isaiah 66, 24-49 For everyone will be salted with fire, and every Sacrifice will be seasoned with salt. 50 Salt is good. But if the salt has lost its saltiness, with what will you season it? Have salt in yourselves, and be at peace with one another. Chapter 10. 1 He arose from there and came into the borders of Judea and beyond the Jordan. Multitudes came together to him again. As he usually did, he was again teaching them. 2 Pharisees came to him, testing him, and asked him, Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife? 3 He answered, What did Moses command you? 4 They said, Moses allowed a certificate of divorce to be written, and to divorce her. 5 But Jesus said to them, For your hardness of heart, he wrote you this commandment. 6 But from the beginning of the creation, God made them male and female. Genesis 1:27-7 For this cause a man will leave his father and mother, and will join to his wife, 8 And the two will become one flesh. Genesis 2:24 So that they are no longer two, but one flesh. 9 What therefore God has joined together, let no man separate. 10 In the house, his disciples asked him again about the same matter. 11 He said to them, Whoever divorces his wife, and marries another, commits adultery against her. 12 If a woman 619 Mark herself divorces her husband, and marries another, she commits adultery. 13 They were bringing to him little children, that he should touch them, but the disciples rebuked those who were bringing them. 14 But when Jesus saw it, he was moved with indignation, and said to them, Allow the little children to come to me. Don't forbid them, for God's kingdom belongs to such as these. 15 Most certainly I tell you, whoever will not receive God's kingdom like a little child, he will in no way enter into it. 16 He took them in his arms, and blessed them, laying his hands on them. 17 As he was going out into the way, one ran to him, knelt before him, and asked him, Good teacher, what shall I do that I may inherit eternal life? 18 Jesus said to him, Why do you call me good? No one is good except one God. 19 You know the commandments: do not murder, do not commit adultery, do not steal, do not give false testimony, do not defraud, honor your father and mother. Exodus 20:12-16, Deuteronomy 5:16-20. 20 He said to him, Teacher, I have observed all these things from my youth. 21 Jesus looking at him loved him, and said to him, One thing you lack. Go, sell whatever you have, and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me, taking up the cross. 22 But his face fell at that saying, and he went away sorrowful, for he was one who had great possessions. 23 Jesus looked around, and said to his disciples, How difficult it is for those who have riches to enter into God's kingdom. 24 The disciples were amazed at his words. But Jesus answered again, Children, how hard is it for those who trust in riches to enter into God's kingdom? 25 It is easier for a camel to go through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into God's kingdom. 26 They were exceedingly astonished, saying to him, Then who can be saved? 27 Jesus, looking at them, said, With men it is impossible, but not with God, for all things are possible with God. 28 Peter began to tell him, Behold, we have left all, and have followed you. 29 Jesus said, Most certainly I tell you, there is no one who has left house, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or land, for my sake, and for the sake of the good news, 30 but he will receive 100 times more now in this time, houses, brothers, sisters, mothers, children, and land, with persecutions, and in the age to come eternal life. 31 But many who are first will be last, and the last first. 32 They were on the way, going up to Jerusalem, and Jesus was going in front of them. And they were amazed, and those who followed were afraid. He again took the 12, and began to tell them the things that were going to happen to him. 33 Behold, we are going up to Jerusalem. The Son of Man will be delivered to the chief priests and the scribes. They will condemn him to death, and will deliver him to the Gentiles. 34 They will mock him, spit on him, scourge him, and kill him. On the third day he will rise again. 35 James and John, the sons of Zebedee, came near to him, saying, Teacher, we want you to do for us whatever we will ask. 36 He said to them, What do you want me to do for you? 37 They said to him, Grant to us that we may sit, one at your right hand, and one at your left hand, in your glory. 38 But Jesus said to them, You don't know what you are asking. Are you able to drink the cup that I drink, and to be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with? 39 They said to him, We are able. Jesus said to them, You shall indeed drink the cup that I drink, and you shall be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. 40 But to sit at my right hand and at my left hand is not mine to give, but for whom it has been prepared. 41 When the 10 heard it, they began to be indignant towards James and John. 42 Jesus summoned them, and said to them, You know that they who are recognized as rulers over the nations lord it over them, and their great ones exercise authority over them. 43 But it shall not be so among you, but whoever wants to become great among you shall be your servant. 44 Whoever of you wants to become first among you, shall be bondservant of all. 45 For the Son of Man also came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life as a ransom for many. 46 They came to Jericho. As he went out from Jericho, with his disciples and a great multitude, the son of Timaeus, Bartimaeus, a blind beggar, was sitting by the road. 47 When he heard that it was Jesus the Nazarene, he began to cry out, and say, Jesus, you son of David, have mercy on me. 48 Many rebuked him, that he should be quiet, but he cried out much more, You son of David, have mercy on me. 49 Jesus stood still, and said, Call him. They called the blind man, saying to him, Cheer up. Get up. He is calling you. 50 He, casting away his cloak, sprang up, and came to Jesus. 51 Jesus asked him, What do you want me to do for you? The blind man said to him, Rabboni, that I may see again. 52 Jesus said to him, Go your way. Your faith has made you well. Immediately he received his sight, and followed Jesus on the way. Chapter 11 1 When they came near to Jerusalem, to Bethphage and Bethany, at the Mount of Olives, he sent 2 of his disciples, 2 and said to them, Go your way into the village that is opposite you. Immediately as you enter into it, you will find a young donkey tied, on which no one has sat. Untie him, and bring him. 3. If anyone asks you, why? Mark 6:20. Are you doing this? Say, the Lord needs him. And immediately he will send him back here. 4. They went away, and found a young donkey tied at the door outside in the open street, and they untied him. 5. Some of those who stood there asked them, what are you doing, untying the young donkey? 6. They said to them just as Jesus had said, and they let them go. 7. They brought the young donkey to Jesus, and threw their garments on it, and Jesus sat on it. 8. Many spread their garments on the way, and others were cutting down branches from the trees and spreading them on the road. 9. Those who went in front, and those who followed, cried out, Hosanna! Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Psalm 118, 25, 26. 10. Blessed is the kingdom of our father David that is coming in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest. 11. Jesus entered into the temple in Jerusalem. When he had looked around at everything, it being now evening, he went out to Bethany with the 12. 12. The next day, when they had come out from Bethany, he was hungry. 13. Seeing a fig tree afar off having leaves, he came to see if perhaps he might find anything on it. When he came to it, he found nothing but leaves, for it was not the season for figs. 14. Jesus told it, may no one ever eat fruit from you again, and his disciples heard it. 15. They came to Jerusalem, and Jesus entered into the temple, and began to throw out those who sold and those who bought in the temple, and overthrew the tables of the money changers, and the seats of those who sold the doves. 16. He would not allow anyone to carry a container through the temple. 17. He taught, saying to them, isn't it written, my house will be called a house of prayer for all the nations? Isaiah 56, 7. But you have made it a den of robbers. Jeremiah 7:11. 18. The chief priests and the scribes heard it, and sought how they might destroy him. For they feared him, because all the multitude was astonished at his teaching. 19. When evening came, he went out of the city. 20. As they passed by in the morning, they saw the fig tree withered away from the roots. 21. Peter, remembering, said to him, Rabbi, look, the fig tree which you cursed has withered away. 22. Jesus answered them, have faith in God. 23. For most certainly I tell you, whoever may tell this mountain, be taken up and cast into the sea, and doesn't doubt in his heart, but believes that what he says is happening, he shall have whatever he says. 24. Therefore I tell you, all things whatever you pray and ask for, believe that you have received them, and you shall have them. 25. Whenever you stand praying, forgive, if you have anything against anyone, so that your Father, who is in heaven, may also forgive you your transgressions. 26. But if you do not forgive, neither will your Father in heaven forgive your transgressions. 27. They came again to Jerusalem, and as he was walking in the temple, the chief priests, and the scribes, and the elders came to him. 28. And they began saying to him, by what authority do you do these things? Or who gave you this authority to do these things? 29. Jesus said to them, I will ask you one question. Answer me, and I will tell you by what authority I do these things. 30. The baptism of John, was it from heaven, or from men? Answer me. 31. They reasoned with themselves, saying, if we should say, from heaven, he will say, Why? Then did you not believe him? 32 If we should say, from men they feared the people, for all held John to really be a prophet. 33 They answered Jesus, we don't know. Jesus said to them, Neither do I tell you by what authority I do these things. Chapter 12. 1 He began to speak to them in parables. A man planted a vineyard, put a hedge around it, dug a pit for the winepress, built a tower, rented it out to farmers, and went into another country. 2 When it was time, he sent a servant to the farmers to get from the farmers his share of the fruit of the vineyard. 3 They took him, beat him, and sent him away empty. 4 Again, he sent another servant to them, and they threw stones at him, wounded him in the head, and sent him away shamefully treated. 5 Again he sent another, and they killed him, and many others, beating some, and killing some. 6 Therefore still having one, his beloved son, he sent him last to them, saying, They will respect my son. 7 But those farmers said among themselves, This is the heir. Come, let's kill him, and the inheritance will be ours. 8 They took him, killed him, and cast him out of the vineyard. 9 What therefore will the Lord of the vineyard do? He will come and destroy the farmers, and will give the vineyard to others. 10 Haven't you even read this scripture? The stone which the builders rejected, the same was made the head of the corner. 11 This was from the Lord. It is marvelous in our eyes. Psalm 118, 22, 23. 12 They tried to seize him, but they feared the multitude, for they perceived that he spoke the parable against them. They left him, and went away. 13 They sent some of the Pharisees and of the Herodians to him, that they might trap him with words. 14 When they had come, they asked him, Teacher, we know that you are honest, and don't defer to anyone, for you aren't partial to anyone, but truly teach the way of God. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar, or not? 15 Shall we give, or shall we not give? But he, knowing their hypocrisy, said to them, Why do you test me? Bring me a denarius, that I may see it. 16 They brought it. He said to them, Whose is this image and inscription? They said to him, Caesar's. 621 Mark 17 Jesus answered them, Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. They marveled greatly at him. 18 There came to him Sadducees, who say that there is no resurrection. They asked him, saying, 19 Teacher, Moses wrote to us, if a man's brother dies, and leaves a wife behind him, and leaves no children, that his brother should take his wife, and raise up offspring for his brother. 20 There were 7 brothers. The first took a wife, and dying left no offspring. 21 The second took her, and died, leaving no children behind him. The third likewise. 22 And the 7 took her and left no children. Last of all the woman also died. 23 In the resurrection, when they rise, whose wife will she be of them? For the 7 had her as a wife. 24 Jesus answered them, Isn't this because you are mistaken, not knowing the scriptures, nor the power of God? 25 For when they will rise from the dead, they neither marry, nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. 26 But about the dead, that they are raised, haven't you read in the book of Moses, about the bush, how God spoke to him, saying, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Exodus 3:6-27. He is not the God of the dead, but of the living. You are therefore badly mistaken. 28. One of the scribes came, and heard them questioning together. Knowing that he had answered them well, he asked him, which commandment is the greatest of all? 29. Jesus answered, the greatest is, Hear, Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. 30. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. Deuteronomy 6:4-5. This is the first commandment. 31. The second is like this, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus 19:18. There is no other commandment greater than these. 32. The scribe said to him, truly, teacher, you have said well that he is one, and there is none other but he. 33. And to love him with all the heart, and with all the understanding, with all the soul, and with all the strength, and to love his neighbor as himself, is more important than all whole burnt offerings and sacrifices. 34. When Jesus saw that he answered wisely, he said to him, you are not far from God's kingdom. No one dared ask him any question after that. 35. Jesus responded, as he taught in the temple, how is it that the scribes say that the Christ is the son of David? 36. For David himself said in the Holy Spirit, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand, until I make your enemies the footstool of your feet. Psalm 110:1. 37. Therefore David himself calls him Lord, so how can he be his son? The common people heard him gladly. 38. In his teaching he said to them, beware of the scribes, who like to walk in long robes, and to get greetings in the marketplaces. 39. And the best seats in the synagogues, and the best places at feasts. 40. Those who devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers, these will receive greater condemnation. 41. Jesus sat down opposite the treasury, and saw how the multitude cast money into the treasury. Many who were rich cast in much. 42. A poor widow came, and she cast in 2 small brass coins, which equal a quadrans coin. 43. He called his disciples to himself, and said to them, most certainly I tell you, this poor widow gave more than all those who are giving into the treasury. 44. For they all gave out of their abundance, but she, out of her poverty, gave all that she had to live on. Chapter 13. 1. As he went out of the temple, one of his disciples said to him, Teacher, see what kind of stones and what kind of buildings. 2. Jesus said to him, do you see these great buildings? There will not be left here one stone on another, which will not be thrown down. 3. As he sat on the Mount of Olives opposite the temple, Peter, James, John, and Andrew asked him privately, 4. Tell us, when will these things be? What is the sign that these things are all about to be fulfilled? 5. Jesus, answering, began to tell them, be careful that no one leads you astray. 6. For many will come in my name, saying, I am he, and will lead many astray. 7. When you hear of wars and rumors of wars, don't be troubled. For those must happen, but the end is not yet. 8. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. There will be earthquakes in various places. There will be famines and troubles. These things are the beginning of birth pains. 9 But watch yourselves, for they will deliver you up to councils. You will be beaten in synagogues. You will stand before rulers and kings for my sake, for a testimony to them. 10 The good news must first be preached to all the nations. 11 When they lead you away and deliver you up, don't be anxious beforehand, or premeditate what you will say, but say whatever will be given you in that hour. For it is not you who speak, but the Holy Spirit. 12 Brother will deliver up brother to death, and the father his child. Children will rise up against parents, and cause them to be put to death. 13 You will be hated by all men for my name's sake, but he who endures to the end, the same will be saved. 14 But when you see the abomination of desolation, Daniel 9:27, 11:31, 12:11 spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing where it ought not, let the reader understand, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. 15 And let him who is on the housetop not go down, nor enter in, to take anything out of his house. 16 Let him who is in the field not return back to take his cloak. 17 But woe to those who are with child and to those who nurse. Mark 6:22. Babies in those days. 18 Pray that your flight won't be in the winter. 19 For in those days there will be oppression, such as there has not been the like from the beginning of the creation which God created until now, and never will be. 20 Unless the Lord had shortened the days, no flesh would have been saved, but for the sake of the chosen ones, whom he picked out, he shortened the days. 21 Then if anyone tells you, look, here is the Christ, or, look, there, don't believe it. 22 For there will arise false Christs and false prophets, and they will show signs and wonders, that they may lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. 23 But you watch. Behold, I have told you all things beforehand. 24 But in those days, after that oppression, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light. 25 The stars will be falling from the sky, and the powers that are in the heavens will be shaken. 26 Then they will see the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory. 27 Then he will send out his angels, and will gather together his chosen ones from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of the sky. 28 Now from the fig tree, learn this parable. When the branch has now become tender, and produces its leaves, you know that the summer is near. 29 Even so you also, when you see these things coming to pass, know that it is near, at the doors. 30 Most certainly I say to you, this generation will not pass away until all these things happen. 31 Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. 32 But of that day or that hour no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. 33 Watch, keep alert and pray, for you don't know when the time is. 34 It is like a man, traveling to another country, having left his house, and given authority to his servants, and to each one his work, and also commanded the doorkeeper to keep watch. 35 Watch therefore, for you don't know when the Lord of the house is coming, whether at evening, or at midnight, or when the rooster crows, or in the morning. 36 Lest coming suddenly he might find you sleeping. 37 What I tell you, I tell all, watch. Chapter 14. 1 It was now 2 days before the feast of the Passover and the unleavened bread, and the chief priests and the scribes sought how they might seize him by deception, and kill him. 2 For they said, not during the feast, because there might be a riot of the people. 3 While he was at Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, as he sat at the table, a woman came having an alabaster jar of ointment of pure nard, very costly. She broke the jar, and poured it over his head. 4 But there were some who were indignant among themselves, saying, why has this ointment been wasted? 5 For this might have been sold for more than 300 denarii, and given to the poor. They grumbled against her. 6 But Jesus said, leave her alone. Why do you trouble her? She has done a good work for me. 7 For you always have the poor with you, and whenever you want to, you can do them good, but you will not always have me. 8 She has done what she could. She has anointed my body beforehand for the burying. 9 Most certainly I tell you, wherever this good news may be preached throughout the whole world, that which this woman has done will also be spoken of for a memorial of her. 10 Judas Iscariot, who was one of the 12, went away to the chief priests, that he might deliver him to them. 11 They, when they heard it, were glad, and promised to give him money. He sought how he might conveniently deliver him. 12 On the first day of unleavened bread, when they sacrificed the Passover, his disciples asked him, where do you want us to go and prepare that you may eat the Passover? 13 He sent 2 of his disciples, and said to them, go into the city, and there you will meet a man carrying a pitcher of water. Follow him. 14 And wherever he enters in, tell the master of the house, the teacher says, where is the guest room, where I may eat the Passover with my disciples? 15 He will himself show you a large upper room, furnished and ready. Get ready for us there. 16 His disciples went out, and came into the city, and found things as he had said to them, and they prepared the Passover. 17 When it was evening he came with the 12. 18 As they sat and were eating, Jesus said, most certainly I tell you, one of you will betray me, he who eats with me. 19 They began to be sorrowful, and to ask him one by one, surely not I? And another said, surely not I. 20 He answered them, it is one of the 12. He who dips with me in the dish. 21 For the Son of Man goes, even as it is written about him, but woe to that man by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. It would be better for that man if he had not been born. 22 As they were eating, Jesus took bread, and when he had blessed, he broke it, and gave to them, and said, take, eat. This is my body. 23 He took the cup, and when he had given thanks, he gave to them. They all drank of it. 24 He said to them, this is my blood of the new covenant, which is poured out for many. 25 Most certainly I tell you, I will no more drink of the fruit of the vine, until that day when I drink it anew in God's kingdom. 26 When they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives. 27 Jesus said to them, all of you will be made to stumble because of me tonight, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered. Zechariah 13:7-28 However, after I am raised up, I will go before you into Galilee. 29 But Peter said to him, although all will be offended, yet I will not. 30 Jesus said to him, most certainly I tell you, that you today, even this night, before the rooster. 623 Mark crows twice, you will deny me 3 times. 31 But he spoke all the more, if I must die with you, I will not deny you. They all said the same thing. 32 They came to a place which was named Gethsemane. He said to his disciples, sit here, while I pray. 33 He took with him Peter, James, and John, and began to be greatly troubled and distressed. 34 He said to them, my soul is exceedingly sorrowful, even to death. Stay here and watch. 35 He went forward a little, and fell on the ground, and prayed that, if it were possible, the hour might pass away from him. 36 He said, Abba, Father, all things are possible to you. Please remove this cup from me. However, not what I desire, but what you desire. 37 He came and found them sleeping, and said to Peter, Simon, are you sleeping? Couldn't you watch 1 hour? 38 Watch and pray, that you may not enter into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. 39 Again he went away, and prayed, saying the same words. 40 Again he returned, and found them sleeping, for their eyes were very heavy, and they didn't know what to answer him. 41 He came the 3rd time, and said to them, sleep on now, and take your rest. It is enough. The hour has come. Behold, the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. 42 Arise, let us be going. Behold, he who betrays me is at hand. 43 Immediately, while he was still speaking, Judas, one of the 12, came, and with him a multitude with swords and clubs, from the chief priests, the scribes, and the elders. 44 Now he who betrayed him had given them a sign, saying, whomever I will kiss, that is he. Seize him, and lead him away safely. 45 When he had come, immediately he came to him, and said, Rabbi, Rabbi, and kissed him. 46 They laid their hands on him, and seized him. 47 But a certain one of those who stood by drew his sword, and struck the servant of the high priest, and cut off his ear. 48 Jesus answered them, have you come out as against a robber, with swords and clubs to seize me? 49 I was daily with you in the temple, teaching, and you didn't arrest me. But this is so, that the scriptures might be fulfilled. 50 They all left him, and fled. 51 A certain young man followed him, having a linen cloth thrown around himself, over his naked body. The young men grabbed him. 52 But he left the linen cloth, and fled from them naked. 53 They led Jesus away to the high priest. All the chief priests, the elders, and the scribes came together with him. 54 Peter had followed him from a distance, until he came into the court of the high priest. He was sitting with the officers, and warming himself in the light of the fire. 55 Now the chief priests and the whole council sought witnesses against Jesus to put him to death, and found none. 56 For many gave false testimony against him, and their testimony didn't agree with each other. 57 Some stood up, and gave false testimony against him, saying, 58 We heard him say, I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and in 3 days I will build another made without hands. 59 Even so, their testimony did not agree. 60 The high priest stood up in the middle, and asked Jesus, have you no answer? What is it which these testify against you? 61 But he stayed quiet, and answered nothing. Again the high priest asked him, Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? 62 Jesus said, I am. You will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, and coming with the clouds of the sky. 63 The high priest tore his clothes, and said, What further need have we of witnesses? 64 You have heard the blasphemy. What do you think? They all condemned him to be worthy of death. 65 Some began to spit on him, and to cover his face, and to beat him with fists, and to tell him, Prophesy. The officers struck him with the palms of their hands. 66 As Peter was in the courtyard below, one of the maids of the high priest came, 67 And seeing Peter warming himself, she looked at him, and said, You were also with the Nazarene, Jesus. 68 But he denied it, saying, I neither know, nor understand what you are saying. He went out on the porch, and the rooster crowed. 69 The maid saw him, and began again to tell those who stood by, This is one of them. 70 But he again denied it. After a little while again those who stood by said to Peter, You truly are one of them, for you are a Galilean, and your speech shows it. 71 But he began to curse, and to swear, I don't know this man of whom you speak. 72 The rooster crowed the second time. Peter remembered the word, how that Jesus said to him, Before the rooster crows twice, you will deny me 3 times. When he thought about that, he wept. Chapter 15 1 Immediately in the morning the chief priests, with the elders and scribes, and the whole council, held a consultation, and bound Jesus, and carried him away, and delivered him up to Pilate. 2 Pilate asked him, Are you the king of the Jews? He answered, So you say. 3 The chief priests accused him of many things. 4 Pilate again asked him, Have you no answer? See how many things they testify against you. 5 But Jesus made no further answer, so that Pilate marveled. 6 Now at the feast he used to release to them one prisoner, whom they asked of him. 7 There was one called Barabbas, bound with his fellow insurgents, men who in the insurrection had committed murder. 8 The multitude, crying aloud, began to ask him to do as he always did for them. 9 Pilate answered them, saying, Do you want me to release to you the king of the Jews? 10 For he perceived that for envy the chief priests had delivered him up. 11 But the chief priests stirred up the multitude, that he should release Barabbas to them instead. 12 Pilate again asked them, What? Mark 624. Then should I do to him whom you call the king of the Jews? 13 They cried out again, Crucify him. 14 Pilate said to them, Why, what evil has he done? But they cried out exceedingly, Crucify him. 15 Pilate, wishing to please the multitude, released Barabbas to them, and handed over Jesus, when he had flogged him, to be crucified. 16 The soldiers led him away within the court, which is the praetorium, and they called together the whole cohort. 17 They clothed him with purple, and weaving a crown of thorns, they put it on him. 18 They began to salute him, Hail, King of the Jews. 19 They struck his head with a reed, and spat on him, and bowing their knees, did homage to him. 20 When they had mocked him, they took the purple off of him, and put his own garments on him. They led him out to crucify Him. 21 They compelled one passing by, coming from the country, Simon of Cyrene, the father of Alexander and Rufus, to go with them, that he might bear his cross. 22 They brought him to the place called Golgotha, which is, being interpreted, the place of a skull. 23 They offered him wine mixed with myrrh to drink, but he didn't take it. 24 Crucifying him, they parted his garments among them, casting lots on them, what each should take. 25 It was the 3rd hour, and they crucified him. 26 The superscription of his accusation was written over him, the King of the Jews. 27 With him they crucified 2 robbers, one on his right hand, and one on his left. 28 The scripture was fulfilled, which says, he was numbered with transgressors. 29 Those who passed by blasphemed him, wagging their heads, and saying, Ha! You who destroy the temple, and build it in 3 days. 30 Save yourself, and come down from the cross. 31 Likewise, also the chief priests mocking among themselves with the scribes said, He saved others. He can't save himself. 32 Let the Christ, the King of Israel, now come down from the cross, that we may see and believe him. Those who were crucified with him also insulted him. 33 When the 6th hour had come, there was darkness over the whole land until the 9th hour. 34 At the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Which is, being interpreted, my God, why have you forsaken me? Psalm 22, 1. 35 Some of those who stood by, when they heard it, said, Behold, he is calling Elijah. 36 One ran, and filling a sponge full of vinegar, put it on a reed, and gave it to him to drink, saying, Let him be. Let's see whether Elijah comes to take him down. 37 Jesus cried out with a loud voice, and gave up the spirit. 38 The veil of the temple was torn in 2 from the top to the bottom. 39 When the centurion, who stood by opposite him, saw that he cried out like this and breathed his last, he said, Truly this man was the Son of God. 40 There were also women watching from afar, among whom were both Mary Magdalene, and Mary the mother of James the Less and of Joses, and Salome. 41 Who, when he was in Galilee, followed him, and served him, and many other women who came up with him to Jerusalem. 42 When evening had now come, because it was the preparation day, that is, the day before the Sabbath. 43 Joseph of Arimathea, a prominent council member who also himself was looking for God's kingdom, came. He boldly went in to Pilate and asked for Jesus' body. 44 Pilate marveled if he were already dead, and summoning the centurion, he asked him whether he had been dead long. 45 When he found out from the centurion, he granted the body to Joseph. 46 He bought a linen cloth, and taking him down, wound him in the linen cloth, and laid him in a tomb which had been cut out of a rock. He rolled a stone against the door of the tomb. 47 Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joses, saw where he was laid. Chapter 16. 1 When the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James, and Salome bought spices, that they might come and anoint him. 2 Very early on the first day of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen. 3 They were saying among themselves, Who will roll away the stone from the door of the tomb for us. For it was very big. Looking up, they saw that the stone was rolled back. 5 Entering into the tomb, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, dressed in a white robe. And they were amazed. 6 He said to them, "Don't be amazed. You seek Jesus, the Nazarene, who has been crucified. He has risen. He is not here. Behold, the place where they laid him. 7 But go. Tell his disciples and Peter, he goes before you into Galilee. There you will see him, as he said to you." 8 They went out, and fled from the tomb, for trembling and astonishment had come on them. They said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. Note, verses 9 to 20 are not found in some of the earliest surviving Greek manuscripts. Editor 9. Now when he had risen early on the first day of the week, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene, from whom he had cast out 7 demons. 10 She went and told those who had been with him, as they mourned and wept. 11 When they heard that he was alive, and had been seen by her, they disbelieved. 12 After these things he was revealed in another form to 2 of them, as they walked on their way into the country. 13 They went away and told it to the rest. They didn't believe them, either. 14 Afterward he was revealed to the 11 themselves as they sat at the table, and he rebuked them for their unbelief and hardness of heart, because they didn't believe those who had seen him after he had risen. 15 He said to them, "Go into all the world, and preach the good news to the whole creation." 16 He who believes and is 625 Mark baptized will be saved, but he who disbelieves will be condemned. 17 These signs will accompany those who believe. In my name they will cast out demons, they will speak with new languages. 18 They will take up serpents, and if they drink any deadly thing, it will in no way hurt them. They will lay hands on the sick, and they will recover. 19 So then the Lord, after he had spoken to them, was received up into heaven, and sat down at the right hand of God. 20 They went out, and preached everywhere, the Lord working with them, and confirming the word by the signs that followed. Amen. Note, verses 9 to 20 are not found in some of the earliest surviving Greek manuscripts. Editor underscore 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 on. Luke chapter 1. Since many have undertaken to set in order a narrative concerning those matters which have been fulfilled among us, 2 Even as those who from the beginning were eyewitnesses and servants of the word delivered them to us. 3 It seemed good to me also, having traced the course of all things accurately from the first, to write to you in order, most excellent Theophilus, for that you might know the certainty concerning the things in which you were instructed. 5 There was in the days of Herod, the king of Judea, a certain priest named Zacharias, of the priestly division of Abijah. He had a wife of the daughters of Aaron, and her name was Elizabeth. 6 They were both righteous before God, walking blamelessly in all the commandments and ordinances of the Lord. 7 But they had no child, because Elizabeth was barren, and they both were well advanced in years. 8 Now while he executed the priest's office before God in the order of his division, 9 According to the custom of the priest's office, his lot was to enter into the temple of the Lord, and burn incense. 10. The whole multitude of the people were praying outside at the hour of incense. 11. An angel of the Lord appeared to him, standing on the right side of the altar of incense. 12. Zacharias was troubled when he saw him, and fear fell upon him. 13. But the angel said to him, "Don't be afraid, Zacharias, because your request has been heard, and your wife, Elizabeth, will bear you a son, and you shall call his name John. 14. You will have joy and gladness, and many will rejoice at his birth. 15. For he will be great in the sight of the Lord, and he will drink no wine nor strong drink. He will be filled with the Holy Spirit, even from his mother's womb. 16. He will turn many of the children of Israel to the Lord their God. 17. He will go before him in the spirit and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the wisdom of the just, to prepare a people prepared for the Lord. 18. Zacharias said to the angel, "How can I be sure of this? For I am an old man, and my wife is well advanced in years." 19. The angel answered him, "I am Gabriel, who stands in the presence of God. I was sent to speak to you, and to bring you this good news." 20. Behold, you will be silent and not able to speak until the day that these things will happen, because you didn't believe my words, which will be fulfilled in their proper time. 21. The people were waiting for Zacharias, and they marveled that he delayed in the temple. 22. When he came out, he could not speak to them, and they perceived that he had seen a vision in the temple. He continued making signs to them, and remained mute. 23. When the days of his service were fulfilled, he departed to his house. 24. After these days Elizabeth, his wife, conceived, and she hid herself 5 months, saying, 25. Thus has the Lord done to me in the days in which he looked at me, to take away my reproach among men. 26. Now in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a city of Galilee, named Nazareth. 27. To a virgin pledged to be married to a man whose name was Joseph, of David's house. The virgin's name was Mary. 28. Having come in, the angel said to her, "Rejoice, you highly favored one. The Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women." 29. But when she saw him, she was greatly troubled at the saying, and considered what kind of salutation this might be. 30. The angel said to her, "Don't be afraid, Mary, for you have found favor with God." 31. Behold, you will conceive in your womb, and give birth to a son, and will call his name Jesus. 32. He will be great, and will be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord God will give him the throne of his father, David. 33. And he will reign over the house of Jacob forever. There will be no end to his kingdom. 34. Mary said to the angel, "How can this be, seeing I am a virgin?" 35. The angel answered her, "The Holy Spirit will come on you, and the power of the Most High will overshadow you. Therefore also the Holy One who is born from you will be called the Son of God." 36. Behold, Elizabeth, your relative, also has conceived a son in her old age, and this is the 6th month with her who was called barren. 37. For nothing spoken by God is impossible. 38. Mary said, "Behold, the servant of the Lord. Let it be done to me according to your word." The angel departed from her. 39. Mary arose in those days and went into the hill country with haste, into a city of Judah, 40, and entered into the house of Zacharias and greeted Elizabeth. 41. When Elizabeth heard Mary's greeting, the baby leaped in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Luke 626. Holy Spirit. 42. She called out with a loud voice and said, Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. 43. Why am I so favored, that the mother of my Lord should come to me? 44. For behold, when the voice of your greeting came into my ears, the baby leaped in my womb for joy. 45. Blessed is she who believed, for there will be a fulfillment of the things which have been spoken to her from the Lord. 46. Mary said, My soul magnifies the Lord. 47. My spirit has rejoiced in God my Saviour. 48. For he has looked at the humble state of his servant. For behold, from now on, all generations will call me blessed. 49. For he who is mighty has done great things for me. Holy is his name. 50. His mercy is for generations of generations on those who fear him. 51. He has shown strength with his arm. He has scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. 52. He has put down princes from their thrones and has exalted the lowly. 53. He has filled the hungry with good things. He has sent the rich away empty. 54. He has given help to Israel, his servant, that he might remember mercy. 55. As he spoke to our fathers, to Abraham and his offspring forever. 56. Mary stayed with her about 3 months, and then returned to her house. 57. Now the time that Elizabeth should give birth was fulfilled, and she gave birth to a son. 58. Her neighbors and her relatives heard that the Lord had magnified his mercy towards her, and they rejoiced with her. 59. On the 8th day, they came to circumcise the child, and they would have called him Zacharias, after the name of the father. 60. His mother answered, Not so, but he will be called John. 61. They said to her, There is no one among your relatives who is called by this name. 62. They made signs to his father, what he would have him called. 63. He asked for a writing tablet, and wrote, His name is John. They all marveled. 64. His mouth was opened immediately, and his tongue freed, and he spoke, blessing God. 65. Fear came on all who lived around them, and all these sayings were talked about throughout all the hill country of Judea. 66. All who heard them laid them up in their heart, saying, What then will this child be? The hand of the Lord was with him. 67. His father, Zacharias, was filled with the Holy Spirit, and prophesied, saying, 68. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, for he has visited and redeemed his people. 69. And has raised up a horn of salvation for us in the house of his servant David. 70. As he spoke by the mouth of his holy prophets who have been from of old. 71. Salvation from our enemies, and from the hand of all who hate us. 72. To show mercy towards our fathers, to remember his holy covenant. 73. The oath which he spoke to Abraham, our father. 74. To grant to us that we, being delivered out of the hand of our enemies, should serve him without fear. 75. In holiness and righteousness before him all the days of our life. 76. And you, child, will be called a prophet of the Most High, for you will go before the face of the Lord to prepare his ways. 77. To give knowledge of salvation to his people by the remission of their sins. 78 Because of the tender mercy of our God, whereby the dawn from on high will visit us. 79 To shine on those who sit in darkness and the shadow of death, to guide our feet into the way of peace. 80 The child was growing, and becoming strong in spirit, and was in the desert until the day of his public appearance to Israel. Chapter 2. 1 Now in those days, a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be enrolled. 2 This was the first enrollment made when Ptolemaeus was governor of Syria. 3 All went to enroll themselves, everyone to his own city. 4 Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, to David's city, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and family of David. 5 To enroll himself with Mary, who was pledged to be married to him as wife, being pregnant. 6 While they were there, the day had come for her to give birth. 7 She gave birth to her firstborn son. She wrapped him in bands of cloth, and laid him in a feeding trough, because there was no room for them in the inn. 8 There were shepherds in the same country staying in the field, and keeping watch by night over their flock. 9 Behold, an angel of the Lord stood by them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were terrified. 10 The angel said to them, Don't be afraid, for behold, I bring you good news of great joy which will be to all the people. 11 For there is born to you today, in David's city, a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. 12 This is the sign to you, you will find a baby wrapped in strips of cloth, lying in a feeding trough. 13 Suddenly, there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly army praising God, and saying, 14 Glory to God in the highest. On earth peace, goodwill toward men. 15 When the angels went away from them into the sky, the shepherds said to one another, Let's go to Bethlehem, now, and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has made known to us. 16 They came with haste, and found both Mary and Joseph, and the baby was lying in the feeding 627 Luke trough. 17 When they saw it, they publicized widely the saying which was spoken to them about this child. 18 All who heard it wondered at the things which were spoken to them by the shepherds. 19 But Mary kept all these sayings, pondering them in her heart. 20 The shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the things that they had heard and seen, just as it was told them. 21 When 8 days were fulfilled for the circumcision of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was given by the angel before he was conceived in the womb. 22 When the days of their purification, according to the law of Moses, were fulfilled, they brought him up to Jerusalem, to present him to the Lord. 23 As it is written in the law of the Lord, every male who opens the womb shall be called holy to the Lord. Exodus 13, 2, 12, 24 And to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons. Leviticus 12, 8. 25 Behold, there was a man in Jerusalem, whose name was Simeon. This man was righteous and devout, looking for the consolation of Israel, and the Holy Spirit was on him. 26 It had been revealed to him by the Holy Spirit that he should not see death before he had seen the Lord's Christ. 27 He came in the Spirit into the temple, when the parents brought in the child Jesus, that they might do concerning him according to the custom of the law, 28 Then he received him into his arms, and blessed God, and said. 29 Now you are releasing your servant, Master, according to your word, in peace. 30 For my eyes have seen your salvation. 31 Which you have prepared before the face of all peoples. 32 A light for revelation to the nations, and the glory of your people Israel. 33 Joseph and his mother were marveling at the things which were spoken concerning him. 34 And Simeon blessed them, and said to Mary, his mother, Behold, this child is set for the falling and the rising of many in Israel, and for a sign which is spoken against. 35 Yes, a sword will pierce through your own soul, that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed. 36 There was one Anna, a prophetess, the daughter of Phanuel, of the tribe of Asher. She was of a great age, having lived with a husband 7 years from her virginity. 37 And she had been a widow for about 84 years, who didn't depart from the temple, worshipping with fastings and petitions night and day. 38 Coming up at that very hour, she gave thanks to the Lord, and spoke of him to all those who were looking for redemption in Jerusalem. 39 When they had accomplished all things that were according to the law of the Lord, they returned into Galilee, to their own city, Nazareth. 40 The child was growing, and was becoming strong in spirit, being filled with wisdom, and the grace of God was upon him. 41 His parents went every year to Jerusalem at the feast of the Passover. 42 When he was 12 years old, they went up to Jerusalem according to the custom of the feast. 43 And when they had fulfilled the days, as they were returning, the boy Jesus stayed behind in Jerusalem. Joseph and his mother didn't know it. 44 But supposing him to be in the company, they went a day's journey, and they looked for him among their relatives and acquaintances. 45 When they didn't find him, they returned